I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave to move the motion for the suspension of standing orders and sessional orders as circulated.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended in relation to the arrangement of business for this sitting in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
I'll put the question. All of those with opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
I present the revised program of sittings for 2022 and move that the program be agreed to.
I call the Manager of Opposition Business. Sleep. Oh. I'll put the question. All of those with opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. I'd like to inform the House that present in the Distinguished Visitors Gallery today is Her Excellency Mrs Vicky Trudell, the High Commissioner for the United Kingdom. On behalf of the House, it is an honour to welcome you today, and I express my greatest sympathy to you and the people of the United Kingdom. And I call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that an address to His Majesty King Charles III in the following terms be agreed to. Your Majesty, we, the members of the House of Representatives in the Parliament of the Commonwealth of Australia, express our deep sympathy with Your Majesty and members of the royal family for the great loss sustained in the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, our late sovereign. On behalf of the Australian people, we pay tribute to and acknowledge Her late Majesty's exceptional life of dedication to duty and commitment to Australia and the Commonwealth. We extend our congratulations to Your Majesty on your accession to the throne. We express our respect for Your Majesty and pledge to work to achieve peace and prosperity for Australia and the Commonwealth.
I call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, with the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, an historic reign and a long life devoted to duty, family, faith and service has come to an end. The second Elizabethan age is over. Despite all the solemn pageantry that has served to remind us of this sad fact, it is hard to grasp that Queen Elizabeth II now belongs to the realm of memory. We give thanks for her long and exceptionally well-lived life, and we do so here in the building she opened for a nation she loved as part of her greater family. A new permanent home for the Parliament she described as both the living expression of that federation and the embodiment of the democratic principles of freedom, equality and justice. And when she joined Bob Hawke to do the honours in 1988, out there by the Michael Nelson Jacamara mosaic that so caught her eye, she could see the old Parliament House that her own father opened in 1927. What a shining thread through our houses of democracy, through our own history. Indeed, Her Majesty's reign was so long that to most of us, she was simply always there. She was a rare and reassuring constant amidst rapid change. But even the brightest star must eventually set, leaving us with the memory of the glow. The Queen was our head of state for a majority of our existence as a federation. It's also important to remember the personal as well. A much-loved wife, mother, grandmother and great-grandmother, the gravitational centre around which a family turned, which I believe is one of the reasons that she was always so much more than a monarch to us. The Queen lived a life of privilege, but one that was always balanced by an unyielding sense of duty of service, a desire to give. That noble counterweight of the spirit was something she bore faithfully for the United Kingdom, for Australia and for the great family of nations we call the Commonwealth, a family that grew so swiftly on her watch. Even as the focus began to shift more towards the individual, the Queen embodied a sense of duty that placed community and selflessness first. The Queen never lost her belief in society. Underpinning all of it was an inner strength, one that was tested early. The first time was when her uncle Edward VIII abdicated, a seismic act that shifted the crown onto her father's head, transforming him into George VI and the young princess into the heir to the throne. And it all unfurled as Britain was about to face the threat of what Winston Churchill called the abyss of a new dark age. The second was when her beloved father died, aged just 56, finally spent by the burdens of war and illness. Princess Elizabeth was only 25, the news reaching her in Kenya the day before she and Prince Philip were due to board the SS Gothic for their journey to Australia. The dream of relatively calm years raising a family with Philip were over. The princess returned to England as Queen, the responsibilities of the throne on one shoulder, the sudden absence of her father on the other. Somehow, in her grief, she found the strength to measure up to the expectations of a nation and the 1,000-year-old institution into which she'd been born. When asked what name she would be taking as Queen, she bucked the trend by replying, "My own, of course." It was just one hint of the stability and continuity that she would provide. Over the past 184 years, the throne has been held by women for 133 of them, but remarkably, just 2 women. Queen Victoria, who was on the throne for over 6 decades, and her great-great-granddaughter, Queen Elizabeth, the first British monarch to reign for 7. When it came to the relationship between Queen Elizabeth II and Australia, 16 truly was the number most recalled. Through her reign, she consulted with 16 Australian Prime Ministers, starting with Sir Robert Menzies, 16 Governors-General, starting with Sir William McKell, and she made 16 visits to our shores, starting with a 58-day tour that saw her visit 68 towns and cities and pass through so many more. According to someone quoted at the time in the Forbes Advocate, by comparison, organising the Olympic Games would be quite simple. She got to know us, appreciate us, embrace us, and the feeling was very much mutual. She handed out trophies in schools. She chatted with outback families on the radio. There were people to comfort, achievements to be celebrated. There were openings and festivals, rodeos and surf carnivals. She got to know our landscapes and our character. All the time, she was gently endearing herself ever deeper into our national life. Along the way, Her Majesty had one of the most Australian experiences of all, sitting next to Bob Hawke at the races when his horse was winning. The photograph of these two connoisseurs of the turf in that moment is a perfect study in balance. The Queen sitting serenely, the Prime Minister like a firecracker in a suit. Bob was criticised, but as he later reflected, I took great pleasure in pointing a little later to a photo of the Queen showing similar exultation when one of her horses won in England. When she first came to us, our pockets jingled with pennies and shillings. Television was still in the future, as was the filling of Lake Burley Griffin. When the Queen first addressed our Parliament, she was one of just a handful of women in the room, and that wasn't the only deficit among the faces gazing up at her. The White Australia policy was still in place, and the gift to the Queen of an Albert Namatjira painting notwithstanding, this nation was still a long way off any sort of reckoning with the truth of this continent's first inhabitants. Since then, we've changed in so many ways for the better, and the Queen saw it all. She was the patron of more than 20 Australian charities and associations. Throughout her reign, Queen Elizabeth II showed a deep affection for her country. From her famous first trip to Australia, the only reigning sovereign to ever visit, it was clear Her Majesty held a special place in her heart for Australia. 15 more tours before cheering crowds in every part of the country confirmed the special place that she held in ours. As monarch for more than half the life of our federation, the relationship between Australia and Britain matured and evolved throughout Her Majesty's reign. The Queen greeted each and every change with understanding, good grace and an abiding faith in the Australian people's good judgment. This was the deft and diplomatic way she bound the diversity of the modern Commonwealth. The world today is almost unrecognisable from what it was in 1952, and there is no doubt, given modern technology, including television, that the Queen is the most famous woman who, during her life, has walked this earth. Throughout all the tumult and noise and tectonic shifts in those 70 years, so many old certainties were broken. New, more tentative ones took their place. Throughout it all was Her Majesty, a Queen who let her humanity show, who stood with us in times of hardship, even as she had endured her own. Of course, there was always Philip, whom the Queen once described as her strength and stay. Between the layers of formality and protocol, we sometimes got glimpses of the affection and the tenderness between Queen and Duke. After Prince Philip died, the most striking image from the funeral was the most human. No pomp, no regal splendour, just the Queen, alone in her sorrow. As Her Majesty once put it, grief is the price we pay for love. 70 years as sovereign is a towering record, yet what will always stand tallest in our hearts and our memories is the commitment and spirit to service and duty that the Queen so unflaggingly brought to her role, and the pride and sense of unity that she engendered. The Queen served with dignity, fidelity, humour and a grace that was indefatigable, and she took nothing for granted. When she opened this place in 1988, she said something that rings even truer today, given global events, and I quote, "Parliamentary democracy is a compelling ideal, but it is a fragile institution. It cannot be imposed and it is only too easily destroyed. It needs the positive dedication of the people as a whole and of their elected representatives to make it work." We knew her voice and we knew her mannerisms, the stately expressions and the impish twinkle, the hats and the headscarves, the corgis and the horses, the hands that so lovingly gripped the steering wheels of generations of Land Rover, the eagerness to perform with James Bond for the London Olympics, a princess who trained as a motor mechanic in World War II, a queen who inspired Duke Ellington to compose a suite for her and present her with the solitary copy of its only recording, a sovereign who appreciated the value of being roused from every sleep every morning by bagpipes, knowing no alarm clock could ever be quite so emphatic. It is perhaps fitting that in what proved to be the twilight of a remarkably long life, she was drawn home to the corner of Scotland that spoke so powerfully to her heart. There at Balmoral, amid the sometimes severe splendour of the Highlands, she found that which eluded her in London. Moments of solitude away from a life in the spotlight, the most famous woman in the world, able to enjoy the luxury of the intimacy of family and of friends. At the Sydney Opera House in 2000, Her Majesty bared the heart of her feelings for our country, saying, "Since I first stepped ashore here, I have felt part of this rugged, honest, creative land. I have shared in the joys and the sorrows, the challenges and the changes that have shaped this country's history. But even as history continued to shape and change us, and as the bond between our two nations evolved, the affection and respect in which we held Her Majesty remained. The Queen transcended barriers. You could be a Republican and still feel nothing but regard and respect for her. She celebrated our good times and stood with us in our times of trial, bringing sympathy and comfort when it was so badly needed. Through fire and flood, drought and cyclone and pandemic, she was there. As she said 20 years ago, my admiration, affection and regard for the people of Australia will remain, as it has been, constant, sure and true. Let it be said, we felt the same way. The Queen always had a special place in the hearts of Australians, and she always will. And I thank His Excellency the Governor-General and Mrs Hurley, as well as the Australians led by Dylan Alcott, the Australian of the Year, who graced London as part of the delegation and did Australia proud. Our thoughts are with all the royal family as they mourn. In particular, we think of King Charles, who feels the weight of his sorrow as he takes on the weight of the crown. When I met with him a few days ago in London, I conveyed on behalf of the Australian people our grief and our gratitude, our condolences and our respect. Our conversation was a reminder that Australia has always been very dear to him, not least Victoria, where he did some of his schooling all those years ago. As His Majesty put it on one occasion, if you want to develop character, go to Australia. I admire King Charles's passion and his commitment to the natural environment and sustainability. At the dawn of his reign, we wish His Majesty well. And now that the great Elizabethan reign is over, may Her Majesty rest in eternal peace.
And give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his moving words and second the motion. And it's a great honour to be here in this chamber to appreciate the opportunity to reiterate and build upon my remarks at yesterday's solemn National Memorial Service. On the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, I said never in modern history has there been a more dignified monarch, a more dutiful leader or a more decent human. The past 15 days of tears and tributes from around the world are testimony to the truth of that sentiment. We've been moved by the flowers laid, the wreaths placed, notes left, speeches delivered, condolences penned, candles lit, prayers said, salutes fired and silences held. No more so than by the poignant final farewell, Her Majesty's state funeral. If grief is the price we pay for love, then the outpouring of global grief for our dearly departed sovereign speaks to just how much she was loved. Queen Elizabeth's rule was extraordinary, the like of which we will never see again. A reign spanning 70 years with tens of thousands of public engagements. It's a legacy the little Lilibet could not have imagined. The sweet and shy child who loved horses, adored corgis, and liked to keep things tidy with the dustpan and brush, wanted to be a lady living in the country. But a king's abdication and her father's reluctant accession in 1936 brought an end to the idyllic family life spent at 145 Piccadilly in London and the Royal Lodge in Windsor. 10-year-old Elizabeth heir to the throne, was appalled to hear that she would be moving into Buckingham Palace forever. Fate thrust a life of duty upon Elizabeth, but to duty Elizabeth would dedicate her life. For only 4 years later, in 1940, the teenage princess, matured by war, made her first radio broadcast, reassuring evacuated children that all will be well. Indeed, 80 years on, in one of her last broadcasts, she would echo those sentiments of comfort to those isolated and separated by COVID-19. "We will meet again," she said. After turning 18, she contributed to the war effort as an army mechanic and learnt to drive trucks. Aged just 25 years old, she succeeded her father on the throne, inheriting a shrinking empire and a country trying to carve out a new patriotic identity in the Cold War world. Upon one young person, so much was expected by so many. Elizabeth neither yearned for a return to empire nor sought to reinstate it. She had the strength to venture beyond the safeties of the past, knowing that the path to modernity must be forged differently. An emphasis not on the people serving the monarch, rather on being a monarch who tirelessly served the people. She set a new course, giving herself, her heart and her soul to the Commonwealth, to champion, as she described it, that equal partnership of nations and races, built on friendship, loyalty and the desire for freedom and peace. That commitment saw her travel the world. She covered more than 1.5 million kilometres, visited more than 100 countries, met many thousands of people and hundreds of leaders. With characteristic humility, she greeted all those she met with courtesy, treated them all as equals, and offered an attentive ear. It was, however, Churchill, Reagan, Obama and Mandela who left a lasting impression. She said of the latter that the most gracious of men has shown us all how to accept the facts of the past without bitterness. Her historic trip to the Republic of Ireland in 2011 exemplified that spirit of reconciliation. Our sovereign had a deep affection for Australia, visiting on 16 occasions between 1954 and 2011. She opened our new Parliament House in the Sydney Opera House. She attended the Commonwealth Games in Brisbane and in Melbourne, lit the eternal flame at the base of the cenotaph at Melbourne's Shrine of Remembrance, and met construction workers in a tunnel of the Snowy Mountains hydroelectric scheme. Beyond our capital cities, she visited places in every state and territory: Alice Springs and Albany, Dubbo and Devonport, Mackay and Mildura, Tamworth and Townsville, Whyalla and Wollongong, and more besides. She looked forward to meeting people from remote locations who, she said, have been such a distinct and enduring part of the Australian way of life. The Queen would admit that she always felt a special bond with a people whose creative energy and collective ambition is leavened by genuine warmth, generosity and humour. She admired that Australian trait to honour those who go about their essential business without fuss or media attention. But of course, wherever the Queen went, crowds choked the streets, cheering and clapping and waving flags to express their adoration, as of course did Prime Minister Menzies. His fulsome and awkward tribute in 1963, quoting English poet Thomas Ford, perhaps now strikes a different chord. "I did but see her passing by, and yet I love her till I die." Queen Elizabeth lived through the pivotal events of the 20th and 21st centuries: wars and conflicts, depression and recession, decolonisation and independence, the race to the moon and the attainment of civil rights, the brilliance of Olympic Games and the barbarity of terrorism, the sorrow of natural disasters and the solitude of pandemic. She was a realist and an optimist, stating, "I've lived long enough to know that things never remain quite the same for very long. The future is, as ever, obscure. The only certainty is that it will present the world with new and daunting problems. But if we continue to stick to our fundamental ideals, I have every confidence that we can resolve them." Elizabeth presided over an era of remarkable technological change. In 1983, she reflected, "In the years I was born, radio communication was barely out of its infancy. There was no television, civil aviation had hardly started, and space satellites were still in the realm of science fiction. When my grandfather visited India in 1911, it took 3 weeks by sea to get there. Last month I flew from Delhi to London in a matter of hours." 1957 saw her first televised Christmas message. Year after that inviting, warm and familiar face of our Queen with her radiant smile It would beam into our living rooms year after year. Most never met her, of course, but felt they knew her. We drew on the wisdom of her words and on the comfort of her voice. As technology evolved, she embraced its changes. As we got to see more of the Queen, we saw more of her cheeky humour and her sense of fun. Her joy at the racecourse, her quip at the G7 leaders' photo shoot with her dry sense of humour. "Are you supposed to be looking as if you're enjoying yourself?" she said. Her Olympics cameo with Daniel Craig delivering a perfect "Good evening, Mr Bond." And most magically, her tea with Paddington Bear, confessing that she too hid marmalade sandwiches. Despite being royal, the Queen was rarely ostentatious. Many of her habits, as we know now, were frugal, eating cornflakes out of Tupperware, turning off lights to save electricity, and using 2-bar electric heaters instead of lighting grand fireplaces. Like us, she had her own television show favourites, Downtown Abbey, Dad's Army and Doctor Who. Churchill was right in his assessment. She was a lady whom we respected because she is our Queen and whom we love because she is herself. Each year the Queen took a summer break at Balmoral Castle in Scotland. There she fleetingly lived out her alternative life as a country lady. Her dedication to duty rarely saw her down tools in paving the royal road of service. Indeed, her service was grounded in regimented routine. Each day she would receive the red box, judiciously going through its contents of briefing papers and legislation. A diary full of official meetings, engagements or visits would follow. The Queen found joy in reading and responding to correspondence from the public, saying, "Every day hundreds of letters come to my desk, and I make a point of reading as many of them as I possibly can. I value all those letters for keeping me in touch with your views and opinions." And just as people from all walks of life were inspired by the Queen, so too was she inspired by them. She said, "We hear much of public life, the hurly-burly of Parliament, the media, big business, city life, but for most people, their contribution at whatever age is made quietly through their local communities. To most of them, service is its own reward. There are all sorts of elements to a free society, but I believe that among the most important is the willingness of ordinary men and women to play a part in their life of their community, rather than confining themselves to their own narrow interests. Above all else, what made Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II tick was the importance she placed on family, on faith, on democratic institutions and on values. Those constants were permeated throughout her reign, which was characterised, of course, by great change. The Queen saw the family as the focal point of her and our existence, the core of a thriving community. In her duty to country and Commonwealth, Elizabeth did not neglect her responsibilities as a daughter, as a sister, as a wife, a mother, a grandmother or a great-grandmother. Yes, her own life, of course, was not without family controversies and tragedies. Her annus horribilis in 1992, Princess Diana's death in 1997 and the losses of her mother and sister in 2002. But for a Queen admired for her almost transcendent qualities, those events would reinforce just how human she was. The Queen suffered her greatest loss in 2021, the death of her beloved husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip. Gone was her strength and stay of all those years, the man she so admired for his irrepressible sense of service, intellectual curiosity and capacity to squeeze fun out of any situation. In her last Christmas message, the Queen spoke about the joy of family, of death and birth. Her dedication to duty and family was linked with devotion to her God. For Elizabeth, the teachings of Christ and her personal accountability before God provided a framework in which she tried to lead her life. She said, "At the centre of our lives must be the message of caring for others, the message at the heart of Christianity and of all the great religions." The Queen spoke often about the Good Samaritan parable, how we are all neighbours who depend upon each other, no matter our race, creed or colour, that we all have something to learn from one another, whatever our faith, whatever our background, whether we be young or old, from town or countryside. Throughout her reign, the Queen recognised that parliamentary democracy was a compelling ideal but a fragile institution. She valued the lessons of history, counselling us to have the good sense to learn from the experience of those who have gone before us. As the beneficiaries of a remarkable inheritance, she encouraged us to hold on to all the good that has been handed down to us in trust. We remember her profound words of 1957. Trouble is caused by unthinking people who carelessly throw away ageless ideals as if they were old and outworn machinery. They would have religion thrown aside, morality in personal and public life made meaningless, honesty counted as foolishness, and self-interest set up in place of self-restraint. And she stated in 1990 that nowadays there are all too many causes that press their claims with a loud voice and a strong arm, rather than with the language of reason. Mr Speaker, the record attests to the achievements of the second Elizabethan age. She left the monarchy in a stronger position than the precarious one she inherited. But perhaps Her Majesty's greatest triumph will be a renaissance of the virtues and values she embodied in life. Virtues and values which we still admire, but which are often wanting in a more retributive, revisionist and self-entitled world today. Those of duty, of service, of sacrifice, of fortitude, of stoicism, of grace, of humility, of generosity, forgiveness and empathy. May our dearly departed Queen inspire the very best in Australians for generations to come. Mr Speaker, over the course of the last fortnight, Australians have been glued to their television sets, to their devices, where they've embraced the story, the recounting of the many interactions that the Queen has had with people in the United Kingdom, here in Australia and of course abroad. It is a time to celebrate our connection with our British heritage. I acknowledge the presence in the chamber today of the High Commissioner, a very dear friend of our country and a great ambassador for her own country. The way in which the Prime Minister, the Governor-General and the delegation that they led represented our country in the United Kingdom over the course of the celebration of the Queen's life and the commemoration services that were conducted in London was a great credit to each of them and was a great moment of honour for our country. Today we say with heartfelt gratitude, good night to the Queen. May she rest in peace, in eternal peace, and long live the King.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I acknowledge the beautiful words of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. And can I also acknowledge the presence in our chamber of the High Commissioner from the United Kingdom, Vicky Treadle. It's really wonderful to have you here today. After 64 years on the throne, when Queen Victoria died at her retreat on the Isle of Wight in January of 1901, the response across the British Empire was profound and it was consistent. It was observed that for most people they had lived their entire lives during her reign, and that Queen Victoria had been a constant during a period of unmarked change, defined by the Industrial Revolution and the tremendous developments in technology which it initiated. That change was seen in Australia through Queen Victoria's presence accompanying Federation. She died just 3 weeks after the birth of our nation, and her touch is everywhere. 2 states are named after her. Our country's first capital was named after her first British Prime Minister. And in one form or another, there is a memorial to Queen Victoria in every major city in the country. As we think about the events and the response of the last 2 weeks, with the death of Queen Elizabeth II, there was an earlier expression in those events which occurred more than a century ago. And as the Prime Minister rightly observed, it is remarkable to think that since 1837, in the 185 years hence, the throne has been occupied for more than 70% of that time by just 2 women. On the death of Queen Victoria, the Newcastle Chronicle in the northeast of England reported that whilst Few of its inhabitants had ever seen Her Majesty or knew of her good works. And here's where the comparison starts to differ. Because while Queen Victoria provided that incredible constant of presence, she did so during an era where the public glare was relatively limited. There are no photos of an early Queen Victoria. There are just a few videos which show a grainy image of an older Queen Victoria in the distance. And there is no recording of Queen Victoria's voice which is in existence. And yet those technologies, which emerged during her reign, made the corresponding task of Queen Elizabeth to provide that constant presence, that constancy which has been the handrail for change, a task of a completely different order of magnitude. Queen Elizabeth's coronation was the most watched event on TV to that point in time. The video which documents the 1954 visit to Australia is regarded to this day as the most important pre-TV footage in Australia's social history. And indeed, on that visit, almost 3/4 of the entire population over those 2 months actually came out to see Queen Elizabeth. Queen Victoria never left Europe. In her 70 years on the throne, Queen Elizabeth embarked on 250 official overseas trips to 131 different countries. Her image, her voice, are the most seen and most heard of any human in history. It's estimated that during her reign she has shaken the hands of hundreds of thousands of people. It must be closing in on 1 million people. And through all that time, her presence has been constant and predictable, calm and full of grace. In 70 years, she did not put a foot wrong. It is an achievement of public engagement on a gargantuan scale. And what it really means is that if you think about the entire history of the kings and queens of England, from 1066 and William the Conqueror right through to the present, Queen Elizabeth, perhaps alongside her namesake, stands right up there as one of the greatest. The essence of her engagement was a comforting reassurance, which was never felt so much as during times of crisis, such as in 1966, during the Aberfan mine disaster in Wales, where a mudslide claimed the lives of 151 people, most of whom were kids. The Queen visited Aberfan 8 days after that event, and her presence and her visit gave comfort to grieving parents. Decades later, survivors of that disaster would describe the Queen's visit as a positive and integral part of their experience of that tragedy. And in turn, the Queen would say of Aberfan that she was impressed by the remarkable fortitude, dignity and indomitable spirit that characterises the people of this village and the surrounding valleys. After the September 11 attacks, the Queen said to the people of New York, "Nothing that can be said can begin to take away the anguish and the pain of these moments. Grief is the price we pay for love." In the aftermath of the Black Saturday bushfires in Victoria, the Queen asked to be kept abreast on a daily basis personally about the disaster, its aftermath and the government response. And she sought those daily briefings for months after the event. And that, accompanied by a contribution that she made to the local Red Cross, gave a sense of connection to the people on the fireground with the Queen. And then more recently, during the pandemic, her words come with a wisdom of an intelligent mind that has experienced a long life. As she said to the world, "Though self-isolating may at times be hard, many people of all faiths and of none are discovering that it presents an opportunity to slow down, pause and reflect in prayer or meditation. Using the great advance of science, and our instinctive compassion to heal, we will succeed. And that success will belong to every one of us. During these times of crisis, she was the exhausting focus of attention. And it's worth dwelling on that. Because to give a moment to shake the hand of a complete stranger was literally the daily routine of the Queen's life, and yet for the person who received that moment, it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And to understand that difference, and yet to give every time, hour in, hour out, day in, day out, year in, year out, shows an astonishing generosity of spirit and a bigness of heart. She must have been a truly remarkable person. And for those who had the opportunity to know her just a little, that has been the consistent testimony. When I was much younger, I had the thrill of having lunch at university with Gough Whitlam. And of all the topics about which I might speak to that great man, we found ourselves talking about the Queen. And he spoke in such glowing terms about how wonderful a person she was. I was really struck by his description, but I was just as struck by the fact that it was Gough Whitlam who was giving the description. You know, his words align with all that we've heard spoken about the Queen in the last 2 weeks. I think it does give something of a sense of why we are experiencing, why there has been such an outpouring of emotion across Australia, irrespective of one's views about our constitutional arrangements, across the Commonwealth and most particularly across the United Kingdom. Yes, it is about the fact that this is a moment in time, a moment in history. We are, for most of us, experiencing an event that we've never seen before, and maybe we won't see again. And so in these moments there is a natural tendency to walk down an introspective path about our own life's journey. But it's also about the person. It is about her. It is about acknowledging an astonishing life of unparalleled service to others. The Queen was right when she said that grief is the price we pay for love. But in this instance, grief is also the appreciation across the breadth of Australia of a deeply grateful nation. Vale, Queen Elizabeth II.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
I thank you, Mr Speaker, and as the Leader of the Nationals I extend my appreciation of the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in joining with them in the tributes to the life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Australia and Head of the Commonwealth. Firstly, may I say that the National Party of Australia unites with millions of Australians in sending our heartfelt condolences to the royal family, to whom Her Majesty was a beloved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. My reflections today will focus largely on the unique role Her Majesty played in the hearts of millions of Australians that live outside our capital cities. Since passing away peacefully at the age of 96, Australia has mourned the loss of a truly exceptional leader, a monarch who had a real, profound and enduring affinity with our regions. Over the past 14 days, we have seen magnificent and powerful tributes in honour of Her Majesty. We have witnessed our nation come together in the spirit of unity on a scale that has been truly remarkable. We have seen public outpouring of grief and admiration through an avalanche of touching condolences, breathtaking spectacles and solemn beauty. We know that Australia shared so much with Her Majesty. Indeed, it was during a visit 16 years ago where she memorably said that, as Queen of Australia, I have always felt a special bond with a people whose creative energy and collective ambition is leavened by genuine warmth, generosity and humour. But that bond gets stronger as we go out to our regions. Throughout her life, regional Australians have celebrated Her Majesty in many different ways. Be it in our town halls, our schools or even our pubs, it is heartwarming that you could be in Mildura, Geraldton or even Whyalla and spy a solitary portrait sitting on a wall. This is often a small yet strong tribute that can embody a community sentiment without anything needing being said at all. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was a shining light of great hope, but also comfort for communities across regional, rural and remote Australia. In the midst of regional Australia's toughest times, Her Majesty provided many messages of support and strength. These efforts showed her true kindness, humanity and leadership. Across the 16 royal visits to Australia and accompanied by His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, Her Majesty graced towns across the regions more than 60 times. In a stunning display of affection for our land, in the incredible royal tour of 54, the first ever by a reigning monarch, the Queen and Duke of Edinburgh called through 35 regional towns. And many of these towns were lucky enough to get a second visit. These occasions took many different formats and held many a different tone. Some of these were showcases and celebrations. Some were deeply sombre ceremonies, marks of respect and remembrance. Yet almost all of these moments were simply a dream come true. They were real-life storybook moments that did not matter if you were a small child in Coffs Harbour or a middle-aged bloke in Mackay. This was an opportunity to get a glimpse or even meet the Queen. And in perhaps the greatest testament to Her Majesty will be remembered by the regions, we are left with stories from each where these visits that she was certainly more than engaged with everywhere she went. In my own electorate of Maranoa, Her Majesty went through Cunnamulla and Longreach twice. Don Walker, or Outback Dan as he is commonly known, tells the story of the visit to Camden Park Station in Longreach. On April 15, 1970, the Queen arrived in her Rolls-Royce, and it was my dad's job for the day to ensure the driveway leading into Camden Park Station was graded so the Rolls-Royce didn't bottom out. People came from as far as Roma, Rockhampton and Mount Isa to attend a luncheon hosted by the matron of the local hospital. The matron sat with the Queen, introducing her to the dignitaries, and over lunch they discussed issues regarding rural women, their lifestyles, the community and what they had been able to pioneer while Prince Philip mingled with the men. Her Majesty marvelled that it was the only place she'd been to in the world where she could actually see 360-degree views without a man-made structure in sight. One of the reporters from the travelling media pack thought she'd visit the local pub to ask the locals what the visit actually meant to them personally. As they could all they could talk about was the chair that Her Majesty sat in and what they were going to do with it. The chair was nicknamed the Throne and can be found to this day at the homestead. Her Majesty returned to Longreach in 1988, our bicentennial year, to officially open the Australian Stockman's Hall of Fame, just one of the many projects she opened that have meant so much to our communities. But there was one small problem in Longreach. There was only 30 motel rooms. Visitors bought their own swags and tents and simply did what they do best in the outback, and they camped out. It's reported more than 12,000 people came to Longreach on that occasion alone. These are just some of the stories that have been swapped and passed down through generations and will do so for generations to come. And they occur right across throughout and without wonderful regionals such as Dubbo, Benalla, Broken Hill, Armidale, Orange, Dubbo, Shepparton, Swan Hill, Broome, Cooma, or as the member for Hinkler has recently retold the story of Her Majesty's visit to Bundaberg. Our royal visitors were to spend 2 hours in Bundaberg, but this 2 hours captivated the region. There were days upon days of rehearsals that even included intense practice and scrutiny of handshakes. This was also set to be the first time that children were to take part in a civic reception in Queensland. As recalled by the Bundaberg Now, the local newspaper in the 40 days before the visit had published 57 articles about the forthcoming event, and the week before her visit the paper published daily hints for residents on how to cope with the whole experience. A full-scale dress rehearsal was held at the Bundaberg Showgrounds days before the royal visit, and the complete royal reception procedure was run through numerous times until it was faultless. 10 trains arrived in Bundaberg early Thursday morning from Maryborough, Gympie, Isis, Monto, Kingaroy, Morganville, Mount Perry and Gladstone, with more than 5,000 people on board, and most had returned home by 9 p.m. the same night. In the end, over 30,000 people pooled into the Bundaberg Showgrounds that day. Legend has it that Her Majesty also took an interest in the making of a certain local tipple and asked the mayor-fed bus if he enjoyed it. The mayor was never one to miss an opportunity and replied that he did, but it was too expensive and cost 1 shilling a nip, and when it should only cost a penny because the excise duty from the federal government. Nothing's changed. Years later, Her Majesty's son, our now King Charles III, visited the Bundy Rum Distillery and blended his own rum. Perhaps His Majesty had been given the heads up. But there were visits where Her Majesty also marvelled at our great regional challenges and practical innovations that our communities have used to overcome them. After all, Her Majesty famously joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service, learning how to drive and how to service an army truck. In 1963, visits to Snowy Hydro and Yucumbene Dam, and then up north to Kununurra and Diversion Dam. In 1970, visits to the Royal Flying Doctor Service base in Mount Isa and visits to the Mount Isa mines. But this interest and fondness was not one-way street. Our communities worshipped these occasions. Just about every visit shares a similar picture. Usually spacious and comfortable country main streets are flooded with thousands. This fondness is also reflected in our communities through our rural agricultural shows. Entry and participation into these shows has been traditionally a chance to showcase a region's finest for judging as a prize suitable for the Queen. In the member for Riverina's electorate in 1954, Her Majesty attended the Wagga Wagga Agricultural Show, observing the wood chopping and wool classing. Yet again, thousands lined the streets and has been heralded as Wagga's greatest day. And these moments have been preserved by our towns. When Her Majesty visited the member for Capricorn's electorate, there were two chairs made especially elegant, stylish and, of course, looking very comfortable. They were there for them to sit outside the Rockhampton Town Hall. They are now on display at the Rockhampton Museum of Art for all to see. There are countless yarns, and of course some of those stories shared might not be entirely true, but some that no one would happen to believe did not in fact happen. That is the beauty of legend. And that is the beauty of our regions, that they, the people who make up the very soul and identity of our nation, in their own backyard shared their own unique moment of history with a legend. Regional Australia will be devastated by Her Majesty's passing, but can take great comfort she is at peace. Moments in history like this are an occasion for deep reflection, and as we reflect on Her Majesty's life, what we see is an incredible record of service, sacrifice and accomplishment. As Australians, it's worth remembering how blessed we are to live in a society which is defined by a set of core fundamental principles which have built our nation into what it is today. Australia is the lucky country, and part of that luck has been due to the fact that Her Majesty has been able to reign over us. The stability Her Majesty has provided has improved the lives of many. Freedom of speech, freedom of conscience and a free, robust democratic system of government. We owe these values to the United Kingdom, and to Her Majesty was the proud and living embodiment of them. And it is by staying true to these values as Australians that the memory of Queen Elizabeth II will always live in our hearts. This is a sad time as we now say our final goodbye, and goodbyes are always hard. But as we grieve for Her Majesty, we also say thank you. Thank you for your remarkable leadership. Thank you for your immense contribution to our nation and our history, for your love, loyalty and sacrifice. Mr Speaker, I would like to finish by quoting a message of condolence that was left in my electorate office in Dalby by Mr Arthur Cootes. To their Royal Highnesses, our deepest heartfelt sympathies to all on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I had the honour of serving as a soldier under her and took pride in my service for her. Never forgotten and always loved. Vale, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
I understand it is the wish of honourable members to signify at this stage their respect and sympathy by rising in their places, and I ask all present to do so. I thank the House. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. It was not appropriate at the start when I was moving the procedural motions to give a speech explaining what the arrangements for the day would be, so I'll do that now so that the House is aware, but I thank the House for allowing that to go through without debate. It was just important that the Prime Minister's moving speech be the first speech of the day. This will be the only issue that we deal with today. Speeches are 5 minutes. The tradition historically has actually been it's only been leaders' speeches and we finish up quite early. But there has been an understandable wish from members that there are a significant number of people who would like to add additional comments, and that's why we've gone for a different procedure to what's happened, although it's some years since the House has had to use the protocols for an event such as this. At the end of the debate, it will simply be dealt with on the voices, and the House will automatically adjourn. There will be no adjournment debate today. And I also raise the protocol with respect to which many members will want to make speeches. I suspect more members will be in attendance. There is within the resolution that the House carried earlier today the standard clause that the arrangements can be varied on a motion moved by a minister. No one should be concerned about that. That's just part of it, as it always is. There is no intention for there to be any further divisions or any quorums or anything like that during the course of the day. In saying so, I just add that for those members who feel that the leaders' speeches have in fact dealt with the issues that they want to raise, then that's understood, and there's no disrespect from any members who may choose to not wish to make a speech today. In doing so, I'd simply add on behalf of the people of Watson my condolences and deepest respect and gratitude for a life of service. I have very early memories of the two great aunts who raised my father, who had all sorts of views about the United Kingdom as the Irish Catholics that they were, but were so proud of the photographs they had from when Her Majesty visited Sydney, and always had on display their best fine-bone china teacup, which was always known as the cup for the Queen in case she ever popped round. So I simply add those comments and join with all members in wishing condolences to everybody who is grieving, but most specifically those people who have lost a dear member of their family as well. May she rest in peace.
The question is the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The passing of Queen Elizabeth II is tremendously sad for the world. It is a day many of us simply did not believe would arrive, but sadly arrive it did. The Second Elizabethan age encompasses the most significant decades of human history. It's hard for us to fathom the breadth and pace of change throughout the Queen's life. The Queen's reign spanned Prime Ministers from Winston Churchill, born in 1874, to Liz Truss, sworn in days ago, born in 1975, 15 British Prime Ministers, 14 Presidents and 16 of our own leaders. The Queen was a bridge between the 19th and 21st centuries, a living connection to the trials of our past. Crowned at just 25 years of age, called by fate to a duty unexpected, she weathered the winds of change. A member of the greatest generation, she lived through the battle to defeat fascism, serving as part of the Auxiliary Territorial Service. She saw the rise and fall of communism and lived through the spectre and prospect of nuclear Armageddon. She helmed the monarchy through a world rapidly connecting and digitising, and led the Commonwealth as it democratised and evolved. In the final years of her reign, she kept her people together throughout a pandemic. For 70 years, she gave unfailing public service to the people of the Commonwealth. Indeed, she discharged her duty with such eloquence, commitment and consistency, we have taken her presence well and truly for granted. But the loss of the Queen is not merely the loss of a leader, nor simply the loss of a figurehead, because behind that crown was a mother and a daughter. Behind the crown was a woman who loved and who lost. Behind the crown was a woman who had fears, who had hopes and who had dreams. We cannot forget what made Queen Elizabeth II remarkable was not her title, but who she was. The loss we are speaking about today is not about changing anthems. It's not about changing coins or public holidays. It isn't about proclamations or coronations. In our own Australian way, today we acknowledge the remarkable woman the Queen was. Today is about recognising everything the Queen meant for so many Australians. Because for so many of us, we've lost someone who was a constant companion as we've travelled our own journeys through life. From those yearly Christmas messages of hope to those shared experiences of national commemoration, or her consistent concern and attention for those Australians affected by fires, floods and drought. The Queen has been there. She played a starring role in so many of our big national moments, from her first visit in 1954, attended by 70% of Australians, to the opening of the Sydney Opera House, or indeed to inaugurate this very Parliament. She's imprinted on our national memory. But it was not just those great national moments. It was the many thousands of memories made on her travels across our wide brown land. In my own electorate in 1988, on her first visit to Albury, she was welcomed by the entire town and was to cruise the Murray on the historic paddle steamer Cumberuna. Alas, once aboard, the Murray River wasn't full enough to transport the vessel. The newspapers carried the headline, "Royals all steamed up with nowhere to go," paraphrasing Captain Frank Tucker, who also said, "It's a real pain in the butt, but you can't argue with nature." We now know the Queen and her husband found these sorts of hiccups quite enjoyable, and I'm glad, Mr Speaker, her visit to Albury would have been a memorable one. Another unique connection from my community was master milliner Freddie Fox, who hailed from the humble town of Urana in the Riverina. In all, Freddie Fox made more than 350 hats for the Queen over a 35-year period, surviving, as he put it, 3 tailors, 4 dressmakers and 2 designers. And at one stage he was creating hats not only for Her Majesty but also for Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, and for Diana, the Princess of Wales. And you can see Freddie Fox's hats in the museum in Urana today. Mr Speaker, like so many Australians, my experience of the Queen was a brief glimpse and a short conversation. I met the Queen with my daughter Georgina at a reception held in the Great Hall of Parliament House in 2011. She was introduced to us by Prime Minister Julia Gillard. It was a special moment. Deputy Speaker, the Queen's commitment to duty never faltered, and it is so fittingly captured by the address she made in April 2020 at the height of the COVID pandemic, when she said, "We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again, we will be with our families again, we will meet again." We have indeed lost one of the most substantial world figures of our time. Thank you, Your Majesty, for everything.
Thank you. And the question is that the motion be moved by the Honourable Prime Minister be agreed to. I give the call to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I rise today as a member for Barton and Minister for Indigenous Australians. Queen Elizabeth II's service and contribution to public life is rightly being remembered with appreciation across the world and indeed in this place today. Heir to the throne at 10, Queen at 25. I was born 4 years after Elizabeth II was crowned. I grew up in a home where the Queen's picture was cut out of papers and kept. In the 60s and 70s, images of the royal family were everywhere. As a primary school student, we saluted the flag and sang "God Save the Queen." I also grew up not being counted as an Australian and not enjoying the same citizenship rights as others did. The monarchy was deeply embedded in the fabric of our popular culture and our identity as a nation. No matter what your personal views, the collective outpouring of emotion in the days since the Queen's passing has been nothing short of remarkable. It clearly reflects the love and respect she inspired and the strong connections she built with people throughout the Commonwealth, indeed the world. In Aboriginal culture, sorry business is deeply important. Just this week, I have been to 2 funerals of women of Elizabeth II's generation. Auntie Esther Carroll in Sydney on Monday and Auntie Nita Scott in Narromine on Tuesday. 2 extraordinary women born at a time in this country where they were subject to the horrors of the New South Wales Welfare Board, which rendered every Aboriginal person a ward of the state. It had total control. Both women grew up on Aboriginal reserves and experienced the yoke of the Welfare Board. But they were women of great determination and courage, and like the Queen, full of grace and dedicated to service. For many Indigenous Australians, the legacy of the monarchy is fraught, a complex, difficult and painful reminder of the impact of colonisation. This week has seen many wrestling with the swirling emotions, as Stan Grant has said. But equally, there are many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that have respect for the Queen, especially as a mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. The Queen's relationship with Indigenous Australians reflects both how far we have come and how far we still have to go. In 1954, she visited Shepparton in central Victoria. The Yorta Yorta people had taken up occupation across what was known as the Flats. It was considered too unsightly for the Queen's eyes, and the people were hidden away. Telling this story now is shocking, but at the time it is what it was. But we have come a long way. The 1967 referendum, the Mabo decision, land rights, the apology, and so we have still much more work to do. More steps to be taken on the long road to reconciliation. More steps on the road to truth-telling and treaty. Because with each generation we make progress, it is my great hope that the years ahead bring us closer to fulfilling Australia's greatest promise. As the Uluru Statement from the Heart so eloquently states, our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander tribes were the first sovereign nations of the Australian continent and its adjacent islands, and possessed it under our own laws and customs. With substantive constitutional change and structural reform, we believe this ancient sovereignty can shine through as a fuller expression of Australia's nationhood. Perhaps because of our relative powerlessness of the past 200 years, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people knew the implicit power of the Crown. When William Cooper in the 1930s circulated a petition and had it sent to King George VI. The hallmark of Queen Elizabeth is a life of service. She worked to leave the world a better place than she found it, through fostering unity and common purpose, and by acknowledging those less powerful and less fortunate. In this way, she was so similar to the women like Esther and Nita, who lived lives of service that should inspire us all. I believe deeply Her Majesty understood in a very real way the concept of sovereignty never ceded.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to give my condolences on the death of Queen Elizabeth II. May she rest in peace. I pay my respects to her family and all those who loved her and all those grieving. Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor became the Queen of England and of Australia in 1952. As a symbol, she was powerful. She was the head of her family, the head of her nation, the head of a church and the head of the Commonwealth for over 70 years. Her face was a fixture of the 20th and 21st centuries. Her face was in our courts, our parliaments, our envelopes and our currency, a feature of our visual landscape. As a human being, she loved horses, she drove a four-wheel drive and, by all reports, had a wry sense of humour. During her reign, we've seen the decline of what was the British Empire. In 1952, when Elizabeth came to power, 5 years after India was partitioned, the British were fighting against uprisings in Kenya and a coup in Egypt. During her reign, 35 countries which previously had the Queen as head of state became republics. However, the impact of that empire is still felt across here and the world, amongst those who suffered the loss of their country, including First Nations people. In the moving ceremony yesterday, the Governor-General made an important acknowledgement. He acknowledged that the response of many First Nations people is shaped by our colonial history and that we have unfinished business. He is right, and we must acknowledge it as a parliament too. Also, because the Queen's passing means that we get a new head of state without having any say in the matter, it is absolutely the appropriate time to talk respectfully about whether that is right for us as a country. We can offer our condolences to those grieving her personally, while also talking respectfully about what it means for us as a people. Australia has not taken our opportunity to become a republic. Australia still does not have a treaty. Australia's former Prime Minister was once removed by the Queen's representative. And it was only in 1986, less than 40 years ago, that the power of the Parliament of the United Kingdom to make laws for Australia was finally terminated. And now the Queen has passed. But despite her longevity and her readily apparent restraint, what she represented has not. Now we have a king. We did not elect this man, nor did we, as a people, truly consent to be governed by him. We have, respectfully, unfinished business. The head of state of this country should be chosen by the people, for the people and from the people. We should respect the civility with which Elizabeth Windsor oversaw the drawdown of what was once the British Empire and take the cue to grow up and move out. We must recognise, as our Governor-General said, that people around this country are experiencing this moment in different ways. We must recognise the cultural, structural and institutional ways in which the Crown, which we remain a part of, has oppressed First Nations people here and around the world. We must first reach a treaty with our First Nations. Once we have struck a treaty, then it will be time for a republic, one based on the truth, justice and the inclusion of all. When it comes to our history, there is no glory in make-believe because the pain of colonisation is real. The Queen's true gift was that she allowed and encouraged so many countries to grow up, move out and move on. As Stan Grant wrote, we aren't supposed to talk about these things this week. We aren't supposed to talk about colonisation, empire, violence, about Aboriginal sovereignty, not even about the Republic. But now is the time to look back honestly and to move forward with courage, grace and humility. We can use this moment to genuinely empower people, to choose our own leader, to own up to our past and forge a future as a country like so many countries who have embraced their independence. As my colleague Lydia Thorpe said, that unity would be more powerful than any king. For those close to her, who loved her, we recognise your loss and we pay our respects. But her reign has ended, and now we must, finally, take control of our destiny for the good of all who've lived here, who do live here, and who will come to live here in the future.
Thank you. And I give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to add my voice on behalf of the constituents of Burt in the south-eastern suburbs of Perth in Western Australia and as a Minister of Her late Majesty's government in Australia in support of this formal motion of condolence from this House of Representatives on the passing of Her Majesty Elizabeth II, Queen of Australia and her other realms. Her Majesty's was a reign that became presumptive upon the abdication of her uncle in 1936. The political and royal goings-on of that year led the future Queen to receiving expert tutelage in constitutional history from the Vice-Provost at Eton College. This off-state, in fact, is underappreciated for the foundations it established for a Queen that was to oversee the unwinding of British colonial rule around the world and who, as she spoke of here at the opening of this Parliament House building, acknowledged the precious nature of democracy. These foundations also enabled an approach by Her Majesty to support the Australian polity as an independent nation on the world stage, free to choose its own path, but at the same time always welcomed as a leader in the Empire and then Commonwealth of Nations. This understanding of the precious nature of democracy no doubt also influenced what we acknowledge as her great life of service, through her consistent and energetic support of community groups, local champions, charities and causes in support of those less well off or afflicted by disaster. For all of this, our nation says thank you. As Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel, I wish to also acknowledge Her Majesty's service with our armed forces. not only did she serve during the Second World War in the British Army Auxiliary Territorial Service at the age of 18, training as a mechanic and learning to drive trucks, but she held many esteemed roles with Australian Defence Force organisations, including as the Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Australian Engineers, the Royal Australian Infantry Corps, the Royal Australian Army Ordnance Corps and the Royal Australian Army Nursing Corps. She was also the Captain-General of the Royal Regiment of Australian Artillery and the Air Commodore-in-Chief of the Royal Australian Air Force Reserve. Her Majesty had a very special affection for our Australian Defence personnel and veterans. Likewise, our current and ex-serving personnel have always held Her Majesty in the highest of esteem, swearing to serve her and resist her enemies. As an example of this special relationship, I'd like to share the experience of Australia's oldest surviving Victoria Cross recipient, whom I had the honour of meeting myself on a recent trip to Darwin, 89-year-old Keith Payne VC. Keith first met the Queen in 1954 on her first tour of Australia. As a young soldier, he was assigned to Her Majesty, opening doors for her and clearing the way for her as she walked. Keith served in Korea in the 1950s. Then he was deployed to Malaysia and Papua New Guinea in the 1960s. In February 1969, he was appointed to the Australian Army training team in Vietnam. Soon after, he and his company were attacked. His heroic actions that day, described as, quote, exceptional personal bravery, earned him a Victoria Cross. He was the fourth and final Australian to earn such an award in the Vietnam War. 16 years following their first encounter, Keith again met Her Majesty for the investiture of his Victoria Cross aboard the Royal Yacht Britannia. They met on many more occasions, and the Queen came to describe Keith as, quote, an old friend. Keith has described Her Majesty as not only a queen, but a royal above royals. I'm so glad that her old friend was able to bid Her Majesty a final farewell this week, with Keith attending the Queen's funeral in London alongside his son, as did other Victoria and George Cross recipients from across the Commonwealth at Her Majesty's request. The Queen holds a special place in the hearts of many Australians, and indeed people across the world, but none so much as those who have served in her name. My most sincere condolences to the royal family, and in particular her successor, His Majesty King Charles III, and we wish him every success in his new role as King of Australia. After 70 years of faithful service, 16 tours of Australia and 16 Australian Prime Ministers, may she now rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure and privilege, in fact, to rise on an occasion which was inevitable and which many of us forlornly hoped would never come. Her Majesty the Queen was unlike any other. The Queen was a great-grandmother whose small stature will forever cast a shadow over the 20th and 21st centuries and beyond. She leaves in her wake a legacy we will never be able to quantify. I vividly recall Her Majesty's visit to the Sunshine Coast in 2002, one of 16 trips to Australia during her reign. Flanked by the leaders of over 50 Commonwealth countries, the royal household descended on the Sunshine Coast for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. Here, at a hidden surfers' haven, the Queen gave voice and effect to the historic 2002 Declaration on the Commonwealth in the 21st century. The Declaration committed to eradicating terrorism, fostering cultural diversity and emphasising the Commonwealth as a free association based on democratic ideals. In the wake of 9/11, I remember the constant roar of RAF F-18 Hornet fighter jets circling above the skies of the Sunshine Coast during the course of those few days. Our world seemed to have changed for the worse. Our world was less secure, less optimistic and much more guarded. And yet, through those days of terrorism and change across the world, the Queen was the Commonwealth's constant guiding light for more than 70 years. Her death stilled a frenzied world and continues to bring us together in both gratitude and grief. In my electorate of Fisher, I've been encouraged by the tributes offered in response to Her Majesty's passing. I think of the students of Bedina State School with their fantastic paintings of the Queen, her guard and her beloved corgis. I think of the Caloundra RSL, who hosted a moving memorial service late last week. And I think of Velda Langton, a 96-year-old constituent from Dickey Beach, who penned a poem, The Queen and I. She wrote of the Queen, and I quote, "Her crowning in the Abbey with Prince Philip by her side, the choir singing anthems that memory will abide. That solemn coronation, as per ancient rule and rite, had sealed the new Queen's destiny to only do what's right. For her Commonwealth of nations, north, south, east and west, needing God's guidance to know for each what's best." Her Majesty's faith in God, which she called it her bedrock, has been noted in the days since her passing. Her pledge to serve was a lifelong vow to her people before her God. This vow she kept. Whether in St George's Chapel on bended knee or enthroned in the House of Lords, it was Her Majesty's example of Christianity, humility and duty which marked this second Elizabethan age. And it really was a defining era. In the face of devastating disasters and the darkness of war and terror, Her Majesty inspired unity, forgiveness and national pride. In our throwaway culture, Her Majesty inspired reverence for ancient tradition. In a world of expanding and what she described as a bewildering pace, the Queen called for greater compassion and connection with one another. The Queen could draw crowds of millions. In fact, as many as 4 billion are said to have watched Her Majesty's funeral. Yet in the same way, Her Majesty inspired families, streets and community groups to join together in intimate celebration of every wedding, anniversary and jubilee. Her faith and her faithfulness, her service and her selflessness have anchored our nation and our family of nations through thick and thin. Our Queen was a constant in moments of national reckoning and global change. She saw 16 Australian Prime Ministers and 16 Governors-General. While kingdoms and countries have risen and fallen, she continued to rule with grit and grace. In closing, I want to share a piece of advice offered by Her Majesty not too long ago. In her 2021 Christmas address, the Queen said, "Adults, when weighed down with worries, sometimes fail to see the joy in simple things." Today we may find the joy in the simple faith and service of Elizabeth the Great. On behalf of the people of the electorate of Fisher on the Sunshine Coast, I offer the royal family my heartfelt condolences. May God keep her and grant her peace, and may God save the King.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Macnamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I begin with a story about an encounter from Buckingham Palace. Madeline Buchner, a local from Melbourne, received a call in 2016 to say that she was to meet Queen Elizabeth. Madeline was given the honour after being accepted into the 2017 Queen's Young Leaders program. From Madeline's own experiences growing up as a carer for her brother and her mum, Madeline saw the need to support other carers, and she tried to fill that need. She created an organisation called Little Dreamers, and Little Dreamers supports people who provide unpaid care for a family member affected by disability, chronic or mental illness, addiction or frail age. And so Madeline set off to meet the Queen. After 10 days in London, the finale of the Queen's Young Leaders program was a gathering at Her Majesty's residence. After almost 2 hours of etiquette lessons, Madeline entered the famous ballroom at Buckingham Palace. With a touch of elegant fanfare, the Queen walked into the room with Prince Harry. Harry, being almost 6'2", was easily seen by the crowd, but because Her Majesty was only barely 5'4", Madeline could only see the royal monarch head bobbing along above the crowd. And despite not being properly able to see her, Madeline said the room changed immediately after her entrance, and then the encounter happened that changed Madeline's life. I'm reliably told that despite the Queen meeting hundreds of people that day, for the few moments she spent with Madeline, the Queen was in the moment, entirely present. The Queen asked Madeline about what she does and why she does it. Madeline spoke about her organisation Little Dreamers, about her brother and about her mum. And then the Queen gave her some royal advice. The Queen said, "It's incredible, turning a challenge into something that changes lives." And then the Queen instructed her to keep going. The advice from the Queen gave Madeline the confidence to trust her instincts and to pursue her passion, which is exactly what Maddie did. She quit her job and poured everything into Little Dreamers, and it now partners with state and federal governments and literally changes thousands of lives every year. Very few people can spark a cascade of good like that, and that is who we pay our respects to in this place on this day. A person who lived in a world of diamonds and privilege and yet touched and understood the imperfections of her fellow people. Today we pay our respects to a person of history, a person of our time, a person intertwined with Australian history and our national story, a person whose local residence, the magnificent Government House, welcomes visitors from across Victoria into the heart of my electorate of Macnamara, a person who rode a tram down St Kilda Road, who dedicated the Second World War Memorial Forecourt and lit the eternal flame at our Shrine of Remembrance, and who was admired by many in my local community. And a person who, for some, also represents a position as sovereign that cannot be separated from the hurt and suffering attached to our history and colonialism and the expansion of empire that has fractured and dispossessed generations. I think particularly of our own First Nations people, but I'm grateful for the way that the Queen's understanding of Indigenous culture shifted over time, just as Australia's understanding has. Senator Pat Dodson was part of the first delegation of Indigenous Australians granted an audience by a reigning British monarch since Bennelong met King George III in 1793. He described how the Queen was genuinely interested to hear from them, about their stories, and often a reception better than they were granted at home here in Australia. Deputy Speaker, as we pay our respects to an extraordinary life, the passage of the crown is passed on. As one life ends, her position and considerable privilege is automatically passed on to her heir and her son, our new king. Birth gives him the crown, the role as the head of the realm, and here lies the complexity of today's stories. We acknowledge the personal greatness of an individual who served with dignity and distinction. But I think it's okay to say that we begin the journey away from the institution that I don't think represents the modern aspects of a democracy that we can aspire to be. Power shouldn't be given by birth, it should only be given by the people. So today I pay my respects to a remarkable person, while holding firm the belief that across our great nation, young boys and girls should grow up knowing that they could one day serve our country as the head of Australia, that they could serve with intellect, dignity and warmth, just as Queen Elizabeth II did. May she rest in peace.
Thank you. And I give the call to member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to pay tribute to the life, dedication and unwavering service of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of the electorate of Latrobe. Celebrated as the longest reigning monarch in British history, who received 16 Australian Prime Ministers from Robert Menzies, I personally thank Her Majesty for being an inspirational leader to me and so many Australians. Her Majesty is greatly loved and admired across the Commonwealth nations for her tenacity, generosity of spirit and commitment to her role as sovereign. Our admiration unites the Commonwealth family across the globe, where for generations we have watched and admired Her Majesty's service to her people. Following the death of her father, King George VI in 1952, as a young woman of just 25 years of age with two young children, the role of monarch was placed upon then Princess Elizabeth. Without question, the young Queen undertook the role with resolution, devotion, and pledged her life to fulfilling the position as monarch, just as her father and ancestors had done for hundreds of years before her. During her 70 years of the throne, Her Majesty undertook significant patronage of various organisations. I particularly admire Her Majesty's philanthropic endeavours. At the height of her reign, the Queen was patron to over 600 charities, of some of which she proudly advocated for over 75 years, including the RSPCA and, of course, Scouts Australia. Her charitable efforts saw Her Majesty host regular fundraising events at Buckingham Palace to garner support for charities whom she represented, especially those helping people in need. Her Majesty was such a kind and thoughtful person and often donated so much of her own funds to these organisations herself. Queen Elizabeth notably visited Australia 16 times during a 70-year reign, with her last visit in 2011. In Melbourne, alongside her husband Prince Philip, Her Majesty rode a royal tram along St Kilda Road to launch at Government House, opened the newly built $1 billion Royal Children's Hospital, visited Federation Square and the Ian Potter Centre, whilst throngs of Melbournians lined the streets to welcome the Queen, greeting her with flowers and keepsakes. As a Member of Parliament and the former member of the Victorian Police, my professional life has been underpinned by service, and I've been honoured to see the Queen on 2 occasions, and like I said, see her. One was in 2006 at the exhibition buildings in Melbourne under the Howard government. I took actually my mother along, who so many senior Australians admired the Queen through their younger lives and having books and magazines in her honour. And again, during my time at Victoria Police, when I was directing traffic in St Kilda Road, I had the great honour of seeing her go by very late at night. And this brings me to the efforts of the showcase, if I can call it that, and the services provided during her funeral, where I saw 10,000 police officers on duty in London's biggest police operation, 1,650 military personnel in the coffin procession of Her Majesty, 142 Royal Navy pulling the gun carriage carrying Her Majesty's coffin. It was an incredible effort by them. And just finally, my wife, Judy, now she's actually met the Queen and shaken the hand on 2 occasions. Once she provided her with flowers to a royal visit to the Solomon Islands in October 1982, and again in Hong Kong in 1986. And only as a young girl at the time, my wife proudly recalls representing her school to greet the Queen and Prince Philip. And this was very special for her, and she very much is a huge fan of the Queen, as so many people were. In closing, I offer my heartfelt condolences to King Charles, the royal family. May Royal Majesty rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We talk a lot in this place about service. In the past few years, often about the frontline workers who've protected us and shielded us and served us in the face of fires and floods and in the teeth of the pandemic. Nurses, teachers, bus drivers and truck drivers, firefighters, the SES, cleaners and supermarket workers, doctors, pharmacists, and a multitude of volunteers. Service comes in many forms, and in all of the commentary since the passing of the Queen, it's the one word that consistently rings out. A woman not necessarily destined to be Queen, but standing here at the end of a 70-year reign, it is difficult to imagine her not being there. The Queen was a constant in most of our lives. She reigned for more than half the life of this federation. Winston Churchill was born in 1874. Liz Truss was born in 1975, 101 years apart. Both were her Prime Ministers. That gives you an idea of the sweep of time and the generations through which she lived. And throughout all that time, in good times and not so good, the defining feature of it all was service. You don't have to be a monarchist to admire that, just a human being. In 1980, the Queen visited my local community in Bankstown. She came to declare it a city, and she left impressions that last till this day. It was a really big deal. Thousands lined the route from Bankstown Airport to the council chambers. The Queen was loved by my community, then and now. And as Education Minister, I also want to mention some of the other places she visited. I asked the Parliamentary Library for a list of the schools and TAFEs and universities that the Queen visited in her 16 visits to Australia. It's a long list, everywhere from Broome State School to Burke Primary School, from Bridgewater High in Hobart to the School of the Air in Alice. She talked to students over the phone and she listened to their speeches. And they came to her in their thousands, everywhere she went. She visited apprentices in dockyards in Newcastle and workshops in Melbourne, visited teachers' colleges from Wollongong to Townsville, opened the medical school at the University of New South Wales, and had a buffet lunch with female students at the University of Sydney. She attended a banquet to mark the centenary of the University of Adelaide and gave royal assent to the bill that created James Cook University. Along the way, she also awarded a few Duke of Edinburgh awards. The Queen understood the power of education and wanted to see it for herself. And with her passing, she becomes the lesson. A life dedicated unflinchingly to duty, to family, to faith and to service, the service of others. For all of us here who aspire to serve others, that is a life well lived. May Her Majesty rest in peace.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of my electorate of Lindsay in Western Sydney to express condolences to the royal family and also our mates in the United Kingdom on the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. In 1954, our Queen and Prince Philip visited the Blue Mountains. Unfortunately, I was not the Member of Parliament at that time, so I couldn't convince them to stop in Penrith. But the train did slow as it passed through Penrith Station, and the memories of the Queen waving to the citizens of Penrith have lasted a lifetime. When I spoke to volunteers of the Penrith Hospital Auxiliary at their 90th anniversary just last week, it was quite extraordinary how many people had in fact been there on that occasion and waved to the Queen. For those who met the Queen in person, their stories that lasted a lifetime were quite profound, the impact that she had on their lives. Earlier this week and into the morning here in Australia, we watched on and said our final goodbyes to our beloved Queen, an extraordinary 70 years of devoted and unparalleled service to Australia, the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, a commitment that was fulfilled as promised with all her heart. And it is this level of service and dedication to service that I'd like to speak about today. In the voice of one of my constituents from Glenmore Park, Jennifer Delaney. She says, "I'd like to pass on a story regarding my late father, W01 Lionel Stanley Jackson, BEM, Bluey Jackson, as he was known in his long military life, who until he passed 2 years ago this week. Dad was a long-time Penrith resident and a passionate admirer of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. My dad served in the Australian Army for 26 years and lived in the Penrith area from 1971 until his passing in 2020. The young Queen was coming on a royal visit to Australia in 1963, and my parents had just returned from Dad serving in Borneo and Malay Peninsula. Dad joined the Army in 1952, just before the King died, and at that point had already served in the Korean War. They were posted to Brisbane at the time of this visit, and Dad was just so proud to be selected along with his army mate Keith Payne, OAMVC, to welcome Her Majesty onto the tarmac. Dad had only ever had a black and white picture from that day, and in it you can see he's just so proud, and he stands so tall as he holds the Queen's umbrella out for her, and Keith holds the door open for her to get into the car. He would always say that Her Majesty was absolutely stunning and the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and that she had the most stunning blue dress on. But we'd only seen the black and white image. Apparently, when he got home, he told Mum Gwen he was sorry he said that, and that she was really more beautiful than the Queen, though. A few days ago, I was so shocked to see the actual footage come across the television here at home in Glenmore Park, and I saw my own dad walking next to the Queen. He had such a straight back and look of pride, and there she was in her beautiful blue dress. It stopped me in my tracks. Dad was a very, very proud Australian, and he always said that he joined the army as he wanted to serve. From a very young lad, he wanted to serve the King and country, and then he was so thrilled when his motto became Queen and Country. His proudest moment was when he was listed in the Queen's Birthday Honours in June 1970 as a recipient of the British Empire Medal, an award from his Queen. Well, nothing would ever beat that for him. And then we were posted as a family to PNG, and he was awarded the Queen's Silver Jubilee Medal in 1977. He was once again involved in a royal visit, his happiest of times. Everything in Dad's life was about service, and he served with both honour and conviction. It is in this way I know that our beloved Queen was always his inspiration. He has obviously passed this lesson of service to us, his family, as 3 of his 5 children and 6 of his grandchildren have served our country in the Defence Forces, all having been deployed and some seeing active duty multiple times. We love our country, our Queen and our Commonwealth, and now we feel the exact same way about our King. And I agree with Jennifer. I can think of no better way of showing our enormous gratitude to our Queen than by supporting His Majesty King Charles III. We are so fortunate in our system to have a sovereign that is above politics, a sovereign who considers the public interest and never the political interest when undertaking their duty. I'm rather fond of Paddington Bear. He expressed the same feelings as I have about the Queen when he said, "Thank you, ma'am, for everything."
I thank you, and I give the call to Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Queen was a truly remarkable person, and for me, as a young fella growing up in the country, it was really the face on our coins. That was my relationship with the Queen, as it was for so many young Australians. You're doing your jobs, you're doing your chores, you're getting some coins, and there was her face. I never met her, but you didn't need to meet her to understand that she was a remarkable person. And we've seen her now mourned by hundreds of millions of people and millions of Australians since the news of her passing. I want to start by telling a quick story from one of my constituents, Harry Barnett. We were chatting down the pub the other night, down the Buff Club in Darwin, and he told me about her encounter with the Queen. He grew up in Melbourne, and it was arranged for him as a 9 or 10-year-old boy, he can't quite remember, to meet Her Majesty. So he'd been rehearsing quite a bit, and his role was to say, "Good morning, Your Majesty. Welcome to Australia. I hope you are enjoying your time here." But Harry then says, "I looked at her and she was so beautiful, and I got it wrong. So I ended up saying, 'G'day, Mrs. Queen, how are you going?' And he had this sense as a young man that he had done wrong. But he says the Queen gave him a wry little smile, patted him on the head and said, 'What a delightful young man.'" Now, Harry got a medal for meeting the Queen and for doing his duty. Harry's mum, who still lives in Melbourne, is in her 90s now, and she has Harry's medal. And with all due respects, Mrs. Barnett, Harry wants his medal back. So my duty done, pass on Harry's message. I just want to reflect on her comments quoted by the Prime Minister and so many others which ring so true in these days that we live in, and that is that grief is the price that we pay for love. It's such a poignant remark and observation of life. Reflecting back to her coronation in 1953, there was over 7,000 Australians and 250 Australian military personnel who took part in the Queen's coronation. And we saw again members of our armed services go over recently to the Queen's funeral. Now, I pay my respects to the Queen for her own military service. She joined the war effort in World War II as a truck driver and a mechanic, when that was not expected of her, or not required of her by her station in life as a royal. Now, 30 years after that coronation, Her Majesty came to Darwin to open the Larrakia Naval Base. And 10 years later, 40 years after her coronation, I received my Queen's Commission as an Army officer, and I was posted to the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment. Now, to receive a Queen's Commission means that you're granted the authority to lead Australian soldiers. It is an incredibly great honour. So on behalf of all those in my electorate, the people of Darwin and Palmerston who miss her greatly, and on behalf of all those who were so proud to serve her when they served in the Australian military with her as the Queen, I simply say, God save our gracious Queen. Long live our noble Queen. God save the Queen. Send her victorious, happy and glorious. Long live to reign over us. God save the Queen. Now, Deputy Speaker, as an
Just
MP...
remind the member's time is expiring.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise in this House today to speak on this condolence motion and to pay tribute to what many have reflected on as the most remarkable woman of our generation, Queen Elizabeth II, who sadly passed away on the 8th of September. I wish to take this opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to express my condolences to our new King, King Charles III, to all the members of the royal household, residents of the United Kingdom, the citizens of our great Commonwealth, of this sad loss. I'd also like to pass on what I am sure are the heartfelt condolences from my constituents in the electorate of Ford, who live in the city of Logan and on the northern Gold Coast. The young princess ascended to the throne in 1952 at age just 25, and prior to her death at 96 years of age, she was the oldest monarch in the world and had reigned for more than 70 years, longer than any British monarch in history. A truly remarkable story and a truly remarkable life. Queen Elizabeth was the monarch to 14 countries in addition to the United Kingdom, and she was also head of the Commonwealth, which consists of 54 nations today. During a speech to mark her 21st birthday in 1947, Queen Elizabeth declared that her whole life, whether it be long or short, would be devoted to the service of her subjects across the Commonwealth, a vow we have all recognised in this place she held through to her passing. During her record-breaking reign, the Queen visited 117 countries, clocked up more than 1.5 million kilometres. It's equivalent of 42 trips around the world, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Queen was a frequent visitor to Australia, and from her first visit in 1954, when she also became the first and so far only reigning monarch to set foot on our soil. There are two things I found amazing about this tour. Firstly was the number of places the Queen visited with her husband, His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. They visited 57 towns and cities in just 58 days. In a time and age where transport was nowhere near as easy and simple as it is today. They traversed the country by plane, train, ship and car from Cairns in the north to Broken Hill in the west and Hobart in the south. An estimated 3/4 of the Australian population turned out to see the then 27-year-old monarch, albeit admittedly our population in 1954 was just under 9 million, but it was an incredible figure nonetheless. But it was the subsequent visits, Madam Deputy Speaker, 16 in all over the years, that brought home to Australians right across this country the importance that she placed in Australia and the joy she had from whenever she visited here. During many of those stays, she came to my home state of Queensland and 8 times visited Queensland and visited our national capital some 14 times. Due to the longevity of her reign and the advances in travel in particular, air travel, the breadth of her domain and the frequency of her trips, the Queen probably met more people than any other monarch or person in history. It's interesting to reflect on her reign, the number of people that she came across, but importantly the number of leaders that she outlived, or outserved I should say. 14 US presidents, 15 British Prime Ministers and 16 Australian Prime Ministers. And I remember her visit here in 2011, Madam Deputy Speaker, her last here, and albeit brief encounter where I had the opportunity to shake her hand and wish her well. It's something that I'll never forget. As we mourn her passing, there are already plans underway to erect a permanent memorial to the Queen on the Gold Coast, and the Mayor has indicated he's going to invite King Charles to officially unveil it during his first visit to Australia as our now sovereign. But this would follow her first visit to the Gold Coast back in March of 1963, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure for those of us here from South East Queensland we know how much the Gold Coast has changed.
I thank the member and I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the condolence motion for Queen Elizabeth II. Queen Elizabeth's death on the 9th of September ended a reign of 70 years and 214 days. For almost 92% of the electorate of Werriwa, they have not known another monarch. And for the rest of us, we remember when God Save the Queen was the national anthem and when we toasted the Queen at all civic functions and in classrooms. Whilst that has changed, so many hold Her Majesty in high esteem and have been moved by her death. The 70 years of the Queen's reign saw many of the world's most momentous events as humankind has raced forward at a pace never seen before in human history. The beginning of the Cold War, the invention of computers, the moon landing, women in space and the International Space Station. The internet, the fall of the Berlin Wall and with that the end of the Cold War. Dismantling of apartheid in South Africa, a global financial crisis, Brexit, a global pandemic, and for the Queen and her family, most recently the death of the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip. It is difficult to think of any significant event during the 20th and 21st century without the constant presence of the Queen and her messages of hope and support when they were needed. Since the beginning of the Queen's reign on the 6th of February 1952, she has been a symbol of leadership throughout the Commonwealth and the world. Her service to country, though, did not start with her accession to the throne, but began during the Second World War. She knitted for troops and, when she was old enough, joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service in the British Army, where she trained as a mechanic to contribute to the war effort. Even 48 hours before her death, the Queen continued her duty to the people of the UK as their head of state by the swearing in of the 15th British Prime Minister during her reign, Liz Truss. In Australia, there have been 16 Prime Ministers elected, from Menzies to Albanese, during her reign. Many of the constituents of Werriwa have contacted my office to express gratitude for Queen Elizabeth's service and leadership over the last 7 years, as well as their condolences for her families. News reports have covered anecdotes about the Queen's sense of fun and ability to laugh at herself, which in recent years have been more properly celebrated. And it was because the Queen was willing to showcase this herself. The opening of the 2012 Olympic Games in London with Daniel Craig to the recent appearances with Paddington Bear are all examples of how she connected with her people and her sense of fun. These examples just show just how great her understanding of the people she represented, and as well as providing comfort to those struck by disaster or other issues. Her reign and impact is unrivalled and will most likely not be replicated. The Queen famously said, "Grief is the price we pay for love." I provide the deepest condolences to her family who have lost a special mother, grandmother and great-grandmother, and I also offer condolences from the people of Werriwa to the UK and the Commonwealth. The Queen's service and leadership was a constant that did not waver during her life. On behalf of myself and the constituents of Werriwa, may the Queen Elizabeth II rest in eternal peace.
I thank the member for her contribution and give the call to the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Barker have honoured the Queen's life of service with tributes and memories shared throughout the region, and I've read many of these in local newspapers. I've heard stories on the local radio stations as I've driven around the electorate over the past fortnight. I've spoken to so many people in the community, particularly as they've come to leave their condolences at my offices in Mount Gambier and in Murray Bridge. Sharing stories, of course, is an important way to come together during a period of mourning, and these shared experiences have brought us closer together as a community. The Queen was crowned on the 2nd of June 1953, and the following year, in February 1954, visited Australia, with her first stop on South Australian soil being Mount Gambier, in fact my hometown. On the 26th of February, Her Majesty, together with her husband, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, spent the day in Mount Gambier, where she arrived by plane and was greeted by South Australian Governor, Air Vice Marshal Robert George and then Premier Sir Thomas Playford. Cheering locals lined the 6-mile route from the airport to the town. Indeed, farmers along the route also ensured their very best cattle lined the fences along the way. More than 50,000 people were in Mount Gambier on that day. That's more than 5 times the population of the town at the time. Over 6,000 schoolchildren dressed in red, white and blue assembled to watch the Queen plant a tree at Queen Elizabeth Park to commemorate her visit, one of an estimated 1,500 trees she planted during her reign. Reporting on the royal visit in February 1954, the Sydney Morning Herald described the Mount Gambier reception as a rollicking, carefree country welcome. The following month, on the 25th of February 1954, the Queen and the Duke visited Renmark, where a crowd of 35,000 people from across the Riverland congregated to welcome the couple. The Queen was presented with a basket of freshly grown produce picked that morning by the Mayor's daughter, Gillian James. It was a symbol of Renmark's productivity, and the Queen later remarked about the Riverland, "Our visit here will always remind us of what can be achieved by the use of natural resources in what must perhaps have originally appeared difficult and unpromising surroundings. That settlers, including so many ex-servicemen, should have found a profitable and useful way of life on the banks of Australia's main waterway is evidence of their ingenuity and hard work, for they have succeeded in harnessing nature's resources to achieve a wonderful result." Later in 1977, Her Majesty visited Australia for her Silver Jubilee, which included a trip to the Barossa Valley. At the Kaiserstuhl Winery in Europe, the Queen and Duke were shown the wine production process, and the history of the Barossa was explained to them. Her Majesty's love of horses was honoured with a visit to Lindsay Park Stud in Angaston on the same day. The Queen is said to have bonded with a dashing stallion called Without Fear, the Australian government later sent a filly side by Without Fear to England for the Queen to race. Her Majesty's third and final visit to Barker was in February 2002, where she travelled on the wine train from Adelaide to Lyndoch and Tanunda. A visit to Chateau Tanunda, where Her Majesty planted a Queen Elizabeth rose and unveiled a plaque to officially open the Chateau Barossa Rose Garden. In Tanunda, the Queen and Duke visited Tanunda Lutheran Homes, where 180 nursing home residents enthusiastically welcomed her into their home, including Mr Eric Roth, who had previously met the Queen and Princess Margaret at a London party in 1946, where he had attended as a Royal Australian Air Force officer. Mr Deputy Speaker, not only did our Queen earn our trust as our monarch, but she also won our admiration. That is blindingly clear to me in the remarks and memories that have been shared over the past fortnight right across Barker. Queen Elizabeth II was a monarch who ruled with an empathetic heart and wisdom both innate and gained from almost a century of life and experience. She was Australia's longest-serving monarch and, for many of us, the only one in living memory, having served for over 7 decades. As our second Elizabethan age comes to an end and as our period of mourning concludes, may the memories of our Queen, both personal and shared, inspire the very best of us, particularly for those of us in Barker and indeed the wider Commonwealth. May Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, rest in eternal peace. Long live the King.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister for Resources.
Thank you. On behalf of the electorate of Brandon, Western Australia, I rise to offer my condolences upon the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Queen Elizabeth stands as one of the most important and remarkable figures of the past century. Her passing marks not just a significant moment in history, but also as a marker for the passing of a generation to whom we owe a great deal. The generation sometimes referred to as the greatest generation. That is the generation that confronted and defeated evil on a grand scale in Europe and the Pacific. It was a generation that put service before self, that put the greater good ahead of individual gain, which is not to say that consequent generations have not done the same. We see demonstrations of selflessness and service and constancy all around us every day in our communities. But it was the challenge of global conflict of World War II and its consequences that serve as a continuing example to all that follow. Few of that generation typified this dedication to duty and selflessness than Queen Elizabeth II. Hers was a life of perhaps unrivalled privilege, granted by circumstances of her birth, but the price was a lifetime of service equally unrivalled. I watched her funeral earlier this week with my husband Jamie and my mum Diana. Mum is 10 years younger than the Queen and she remembers King George VI and the coronation. And we recalled how my dad, John Harvey Morris, would tell us the story, often, of how he slept overnight with friends and thousands of others in Green Park by the Mile on the eve of her coronation in June 1953. Hundreds of thousands of people, like my dad, filled London on that summer day in June 1953 to catch a glimpse and be part of a momentous event. And that commitment and dedication was replicated last week, nearly 70 years later, as we all watched the queue in all its British magnificence and then the crowds that gathered in their hundreds of thousands to say farewell. Her Majesty will be remembered for her success in preserving the monarchy and the Commonwealth through turbulent times. Under her reign, the monarchy survived the tumult that followed the Second World War, the retreat of British influence around the world and waves of social change. Her Majesty served as a constant in a fast-changing world and as an example of how to carry on in difficult times. As former Prime Minister Paul Keating noted, Queen Elizabeth II was an exemplar of public leadership who committed herself to a lifetime of political restraint, and she was an embodiment of every good instinct and custom that the British people possess. In my home state of WA, Her Majesty is regarded with unique affection, and in particular in Brand, which enjoys a high proportion of migrants from the United Kingdom and all Commonwealth nations. She was the first reigning monarch to set foot on Australian soil and visited Western Australia on 7 occasions, with engagements stretching from Kununurra to Albany. She made her first visit to Perth with Prince Philip in 1954, when Western Australia was a very different place and most still regarded themselves as subjects of the British Empire. She would be greeted with equal excitement in WA when she visited for what would be her last time in 2011, at the age of 85, for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. Her remarkable 70-year reign is unlikely to be matched, either in length of time or for the reverence in which a monarch can be held. With her passing, we are reminded of the values of selfless public service and duty that she embodied for an entire generation. For those of us that grew up in households where the Queen's Christmas speech was as compulsory as watching the start of the Sydney to Hobart yacht race and the Boxing Day test the very next day, it is a passing of someone we would never know, but was so familiar and tied us to family and friends, and in my case my father, that were of her generation and that are now no longer here. We pay our respects to Queen Elizabeth II, our deepest condolences to her family that remain, and of course we wish King Charles III every best wish upon his ascension to that throne. Vale Queen Elizabeth II, God save the King.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I think there are no greater words than the words of my constituents in terms of the passing of Queen Elizabeth. Rest in peace, united with Prince Philip once more. You have been an inspiration to all. What a terrible loss to humanity. You are an amazing woman, someone who will never be replaced. You are such a beautiful lady. Thank you for all you have done. Now you can rest. We loved you. We honour your called duty. We loved how you wore your clothes. You are an inspiration to everyone. The passing of a wonderful Queen will be felt by young and old. Our Queen was a constant in our lives and the lives of our children and grandchildren. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your lifetime of service to millions of people worldwide. Go to your beloved Philip, now your service is complete. Rest in peace. Thank you. A great lady, monarch and mother. Rest in peace. You will shine bright in the sky above. And finally, she will always be in our heart. And Mr Deputy Speaker, the Queen has had a long relationship with Australia and in fact is so famous that she's been immortalised in film, in pop culture, in radio. I mean, just a few of the selections: National Lampoon's European Vacation, The Naked Gun, the BFG, Austin Powers and Goldmember, Churchill, the Queen, The King's Speech, Walking the Dogs, A Royal Night Out, Minions, The Queen's Corgi, Spencer, the Netflix series The Crown, appeared in 6 episodes of The Simpsons. Andy Warhol created a portrait of the Queen, which has been used countless times on postage stamps, featured on bills. The opera Gloriana, written in honour of the Queen's coronation and first performed in 1953. The Beatles released a song titled Her Majesty. She attended multiple James Bond movie premieres. She visited the Game of Thrones set in 2014. And of course, we all remember the opening of the 2012 Olympics and the cameo with Daniel Craig as James Bond, and who can forget Paddington Bear. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, in Australia, she was immortalised in How Green Was My Cactus, a very long-running radio show. And for some context, where I come from, Mr Deputy Speaker, you're down tools in the workshop for the 2 minutes of Cactus in case you missed some of it. I mean, it commenced in 1986. It had characters that commenced with the Bob Hawke character, King Bonza the Charismatic, Emperor Malcolm Talkbull, Prime Minister Tony Abbs and others, and of course immortalised the Queen. In Cactus Island, a particular episode known as Off With His Head, when the Prime Minister of Cactus Island particularly annoyed Queen Bessie of Buckingham Palace, she was disappointed not to have the same powers as previous monarchs. And the character said, "Philip, do I still have the power to behead people? Lock them in the tower, perhaps? A punch in the face would do." And I say to all of those listening, there is no greater compliment in Australia than to be part of the tradition of using humour to deal with difficult times and grief. And for me, How Green Was My Cactus was part of growing up. It's part of working on the tools and being in workshops and working with those hard-working men and women out there in Australia. And of course, Her Majesty was a visitor to Australia many times. In fact, the 1954 visit to Bundaberg is recalled still by many, including my father Trevor, who attended as a 10-year-old was in the stands, came over in a bus from the Childers School to see the Queen, some 30,000 people at the showgrounds, an estimated 10,000 at the airport, another 10,000 on the street. It was quite incredible, absolutely incredible. And the now King Charles visited the distillery in Bundaberg in 2018, then Prince Charles at the time. But I did have the honour to meet the now King, and we were informed in no uncertain terms, Mr Deputy Speaker, that then Prince Charles would not be speaking at the event, that he would participate in the mixing and blending of rum at the Bundaberg Rum Distillery, which is still, to the best of my knowledge, one of the highest events worldwide on the internet and everywhere else. But he had such a rousing reception when his departure came up that he, unprompted, gave a speech, and if I recall correctly, of about 20 seconds. And some of the things he said is, "I know the Australian spirit and character is such that you are unbelievably resilient, and somehow you manage, regardless of what happens. And that is one of the great characteristics that I've always admired, ever since I first came here 52 years ago. Don't change, and you're just as wonderful." So whilst we go through a difficult period of time mourning Queen Elizabeth II, we see the ascension of King Charles, and Vale Queen Elizabeth II, and long live the King.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and contrary to the speculation of my colleagues, there is no risk of a breach of Standing Order 88. But I am going to start with a confession, and I've never said this publicly. Despite being a loud and proud Republican lifelong, I have a small secret collection of royal glassware. George VI coronation glasses from 1937, Queen Elizabeth II coronation glasses from 1953, official cups from Her Majesty's Australian tour in 1954, the odd Queen's Jubilee mementos from over the years, most recently some coffee cups for her Diamond Jubilee that someone gave me. I've also got some lovely Charles and Di royal wedding glasses from 1981, although it's best we don't dwell on those. Now, it may seem quite incongruous to those who do know me that I have such a collection, but it was handed down from my grandmother to my mother and from my mum to me, and it's certainly not unique. I know others who have such ephemera, like me, not quite sure what to do with them. It seems a bit wrong to throw them out, although we have no real purpose for them in the modern age. But such was the magic of the monarchy for so many Australians over so many years that people like my mum collected trinkets commemorating royal occasions and milestones. And last week, some friends were over, all Republicans, but we got the royal glasses out to have a little toast to the Queen and a life well lived. It is entirely appropriate to record a few words now, I believe, both as an Australian and on behalf of the Bruce electorate, in recognition of the service of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II through her long reign. This is not a motion about what our system of government could be or should be, or the British Empire or colonialism, or the Queen or the King's role in the dismissal, or whatever else some may try and make it today. It's a motion of condolence to recognise a truly remarkable life, well lived, and the passing of Australia's head of state. Whatever the views, different views people may hold on constitutional monarchy, Her Majesty was Australia's head of state for over 70 years, and almost all Australians have never known any other sovereign. She reigned for well over half of the length of our federation. Indeed, she is the only British monarch, and therefore the only Australian head of state, ever to have actually visited Australia, and she did so 16 times. Some 70% of Australia's population at the time was said to have seen her in 1954 in her first tour. She reigned always in accordance with the values and the oath that she took to serve the people of Australia and the Commonwealth, and we should acknowledge that with respect and gratitude. A remarkable role model of service, as was said yesterday aptly, of servant leadership, the crown falling upon her head at just 25 years old, fulfilling her duties with dignity, grace, never a hint of personal scandal, and always in the public interest. And I'll quote Paul Keating's poignant words upon her death. Queen Elizabeth instinctively attached herself to the public good against what she recognised as a tidal wave of private interest and private reward, and she did this for a lifetime, never deviating. She was an exemplar of public leadership, married for a lifetime to political restraint, remaining always the constitutional monarch. Elizabeth II has been a constant figure across so much of the world for the better part of a century. With her passing ends an era, the so-called Second Elizabethan Age. Now, you won't find speeches from me, Deputy Speaker, lauding the coming of the so-called Third Carolean era or singing or chanting the British national anthem. But Elizabeth was an icon of an age, of generations, for Britain, for our nation and the world. In 2010, the Queen addressed the United Nations General Assembly. She did so as the head of state for 16 countries, 16 member states, and head of the Commonwealth of 54 countries. She commenced her address saying, "I believe I was last here in 1957. What a truly remarkable incarnation she had through a span of history. Today it's right that the Parliament honours the service of Her Majesty the Queen, whose like will not be seen again in our lifetimes, if ever. Her memory will live for centuries hence. May she rest in eternal peace."
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour and privilege for me to speak today on behalf of the people of the Parkes electorate, the electorate that covers half of New South Wales and an area that has a great affection, had a great affection for the Queen. Mr Deputy Speaker, over the last week or so, we've seen a farewell to a monarch that was years in the planning and executed to perfection, something that was rehearsed and practiced. What wasn't rehearsed was the emotional outpouring and feeling from billions of people around the globe. And my own response on hearing early that morning the Queen's passing, even though somewhat inevitable at 96 years of age, the emotional impact on myself was felt right across Australia, the Commonwealth and indeed the globe. But I'd like to just touch on in my electorate, the connection to the Queen Elizabeth II was somewhat personal due to several visits over a period of time. Her time when she gave her title to the Royal Flying Doctor Service in a visit to Broken Hill, where she spoke to patients via the radio at the Broken Hill base all those years ago. Her visit to Dubbo, where many people came in from right across Western New South Wales to meet with her, and her visit to the town of Burke, where people who are school students at the Burke School have that fond memory of actually meeting and seeing the Queen for the up close the first time, and even her family, King Charles, in the 1980s, visiting his polo coach Sinclair Hill, attended church at Cropper Creek, a little village north of Moree, and more recently her grandson Harry and his wife Meghan made a visit to Dubbo. So that connection to the royal family is close and personal for the people that I represent. I just want to reflect on a story my mother used to tell. In 1954, as a very young school teacher at Warialda, she was in charge of a busload of students to go to casino over on the coast to see the Queen, and they boarded Louis Kratz's school bus, a very rudimentary form of transport, even by that standard, and on a gravel road over the Great Dividing Range, travelled through the night, where most of the kids on a very hot and humid night were car sick. They got there to join thousands at casino, saw the Queen pass by, piled on the bus and drove through the next night to go home again. And that was the response in 1954, when 70% of Australia's population actually saw the Queen first hand. And so I think the personal connection to the Queen, but also what she symbolises, stability, decency, sense of duty, family, commitment to marriage, all of those things that we admire as Australians, she embodied. And so it is the end of an era. The people of the Parkes electorate certainly have been mourning the loss of their Queen, and probably the most recent connection was last year's local hero, Shanna Wan, actually had a Zoom meeting with the Queen during the pandemic, where she talked about her home village of Maules Creek, and more recently was one of the privileged few to represent Australia in that delegation to her funeral in Westminster Abbey. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, Vale Queen Elizabeth II, the people of the Parkes electorate are offering their sincere condolences to her family, and may her memory live forevermore.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. On behalf of the people of Kingsford Smith, I offer sincerest condolences to members of the royal family on the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. It truly is the end of an era with the closing of the second Elizabethan age. And while it's been a time for mourning, so too have we all celebrated the compassion, the strength and the resilience of Queen Elizabeth II over her 7 decades of service. Speaker, Queen Elizabeth II actually visited my electorate probably more than any other electorate in this parliament. Not only because Kingsford Smith Airport is in my electorate, and when you come to Australia you fly into Kingsford Smith Airport, but the Queen also had a very fond love of the horse racing industry, and in particular visiting Royal Randwick Racecourse. And Her Majesty attended Royal Randwick on 3 occasions during her visits to Australia in 1954, in 1970 and 1992. We all know that the Queen loved her horse racing. Her Majesty rode for pleasure as well as in ceremonial events. But it was her passion for racing that stayed the course throughout her life. It was a rare outlet in which she had the opportunity to revel in competition and enjoy the spoils of sport. Her Majesty said, quote, "I enjoy breeding a horse that is faster than other people's. To me, this is a gamble from way back in life." Indeed, the Queen's first win as an owner and a breeder on the turf was in the UK with Monaveen over the jumps at Fontwell Park in 1949. Her first flat winner was followed soon after in 1950 with Astrakhan, a horse that was given to her by the Aga Khan as a wedding present. And it was only a few years later, when Queen Elizabeth was 27 years old, that she sailed into Sydney Harbour on the 3rd of February 1954, when she practically stopped the nation. The first, and to date the only, British monarch to visit Australia. And on that busy first trip, Her Majesty made time for a special visit to Randwick Racecourse on the 6th of February for the running of the newly named Queen Elizabeth Stakes. And on her return to Australia in 1970, the Queen also visited Randwick Racecourse, this time for the 3rd day of the Autumn Carnival, featuring the Queen Elizabeth Stakes, where she presented the winning trophy. And it was Her Majesty's visit to Randwick in 1992 that the then Australian Jockey Club was granted the rare honour of calling and renaming the racecourse Royal Randwick Racecourse. Royal Randwick, along with Royal Ascot, are the only 2 racecourses anywhere in the world that are allowed to use the official title Royal, as approved by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. It's a pretty special quinella, and Randwick can forever be proud of that special bond with Her Majesty's love of horses and racing. But while she enjoyed thousands of winners throughout her life and throughout the world as an owner and a breeder, it wasn't until 2016 that Her Majesty claimed her first win on Australian turf, with Bold Sniper being first at a race in Sandown in Victoria. And it was only just earlier this month that a horse owned by the Queen, Chalkstream, ran in her famous colours at Royal Randwick. But sadly, that will be the last time that the purple, gold braid, scarlet sleeves, black velvet cap and gold fringe will be carried by a horse in an Australian horse race. But that connection will continue, not just in Randwick, but in our broader community and beyond. Queen Elizabeth II's life was dedicated to serving the people, her nation and the Commonwealth. She was, of course, supported along the way by her late husband, Prince Philip. He'd been her strength and stay for 73 years. On behalf of the people of Kingsford Smith, I pay tribute to Queen Elizabeth II for her compassion, her strength and her resilience over 7 decades of service. May she rest in peace.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Queen Elizabeth II is mourned throughout the world, not only for who she was but what she represented, a set of values that are as important today as at any time in our history. First, the Queen represented the ideals of monarchy, encompassing values of duty, service, honour, dignity, tradition, continuity, stability, of grandeur yet understatement, and leadership beyond politics. Second, she represented her family and provided a link between all of Australia's monarchs, from George III to Charles III, and beyond to the next generations, William V and George VII. In particular, she was a link to her revered parents, George VI and the Queen Mother. Third, the Queen represented the wartime generation, and that is why losing the Queen is like losing a beloved grandmother. In a sense, she was everybody's grandmother. She was a living link to that greatest generation which put country before self, a generation whose values of service, modesty, dignity and thrift helped reshape the post-war world for the better, a generation that prevailed through depression and war to rebuild the world with hope and optimism. We have, in a sense, lost our anchor to that world and to those values and find ourselves adrift, bobbing like a cork on the sea. The Queen's generation projected a sense of moral clarity less observed today. It was a generation which fewer people were formally educated and yet seemed wiser. A generation in Great Britain, Australia and the Commonwealth that stood alone against the tyranny of Nazism. A generation in which the commitment to faith was the norm. And the generation which had more in common with each other because of the shared privations of depression and war. That common experience was shared by the Queen and her family remaining in London during the Blitz. As the Queen Mother famously said, "The children won't go without me, I won't leave without the King, and the King will never leave." The strength of George VI in those days, not a strong man like the European dictators, but a man of character, set an example that inspired people across the globe. The stoicism of the royal family during the war represented a gritty British spirit and never-say-die attitude shared by Australians. Those then are the values that we mourn and the generation that we've lost, represented by the Queen. Queen Elizabeth was never meant to be Queen. She was born the eldest daughter of the Duke of York, the equivalent in today's generation of Princess Beatrice. She was 10 when her uncle Edward VIII abdicated in 1936, and the accession of her father George VI made her heir to the throne. It's hard for us to imagine what it must be like at age 10 to have a responsibility like the crown thrust upon you, to have no choice in the matter and to do that job for the rest of your life right up until the day you die. It makes the Queen's flawless service even more extraordinary. On her 21st birthday broadcast she said, "My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." It was a promise that she kept till the end. During the war she served as a mechanic in the British Army and later assumed a number of honorary military roles in the Australian Army and the RAF Reserves. When George VI died in 1952, Queen Elizabeth acceded the throne at age 25. She went on to become our longest-serving sovereign, and in 1954 became the first reigning monarch to tour Australia. 75% of Australians saw her on that tour. She went on to visit Australia a further 15 times, the most recent being 2011. The Queen's interest in Australia and Australians remained deep and abiding, and she took particular interest in Indigenous Australians and attended Indigenous events during visits. She was the patron of nearly 30 organisations. Queen Elizabeth touched the lives of millions of Australians. People like Richard and Gren Howes of Barara, who watched the Queen's coronation procession travel up London's Northumberland Avenue. Richard hung a piece of rope from a lamp post for a foothold to get a better view of the Queen. During Queen Elizabeth's first visit to Australia, Jeanette Batchelor, a member of the Anglican Girls Friendly Society, was in the Guard of Honour outside St Andrew's Cathedral when the Queen attended a morning service. In 1986, Sue Batto of Beecroft was invited to attend a garden party at Buckingham Palace. She records with pride her English father standing to attention when Rule Britannia was prayed. Graham Bruce, Secretary of the Glenorrhea RSL sub-branch, led the air transport security team responsible for the Queen and Prince Philip during their visit to New Zealand in 1990. Dorothy and Greg Davidson of Cheltenham saw the Queen during many of her visits to Sydney, and on one such visit the Queen spoke to Dorothy's late mother. When the Daily Telegraph took a photo, it became a significant keepsake for Dorothy. And Graham Ross of Beecroft was honoured with Queen Victoria's Gold Veitch Memorial Medal at Hampton Court for his work filming an Anzac Poppies project, and was invited by Her Majesty to film her private garden. As we contemplate a world without Queen Elizabeth II, we give thanks for her life of service. We pray for the life and health of our new King Charles III. May he be inspired by the life and example of his late mother, and may her memory be a blessing to us all.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Queen Elizabeth II lived a life of duty and diligence, and today we pay respect and honour that life. And she is, of course, the only reigning monarch to have ever visited Australia. And since Her Majesty's death, so many Australians have shared their memories of the moments they remember from her visits here. The Queen actually visited Jagga Jagga twice, first during her 1954 tour, when she and the Duke of Edinburgh visited the Heidelberg Repatriation Hospital. And along the way to get to the hospital, she drove through local streets, and residents and businesses had spent time and money on beautification, and thousands of school children were organised to line the route. There was apparently some last-minute consternation when it was proposed that instead of driving this route, the Queen catch a train for this section of the journey. And in fact, the Victorian Premier John Cain had to intervene to make sure that the journey took place as was originally planned. The second visit to Jagga Jagga was when she was in Australia in 1970. The Queen, Prince Philip and Princess Anne were at the opening of the Arthur Rylah Institute for Environmental Research in Brown Street in Heidelberg. And the local newspaper at the time reported more than 2,000 people attended the ceremony. The Victoria Police Band entertained the crowd, the Scouts and Guides were represented, many children were there, and apparently some 70 corgi dogs brought by the Welsh Corgi Club of Victoria were given pride of place on both sides of the entrance to greet the official visitors. And I do have to thank the Heidelberg Historical Society for putting all of that information together. And over the past week, I have really enjoyed following the public comments on the Historical Society's Facebook page about this visit, because there are so many locals who remember that day and who have shared their memories. Many of them were school children at the time, and there's a repeated theme in the comments of shoes being shined, socks being pulled up, before their parents allowed them to come and stand by the roadside to wave at the royal cars passing by. And many of the comments also claim to have been the recipient of a wave back. Whether or not that actually happened, I think it's about the memory that this has been created. There is a warmth and respect in these comments from those there that demonstrated how all those people felt that sense of occasion that the Queen brought, of being part of a moment in history. Just as today, there is a sense of history in us marking this solemn occasion of the death of the only monarch most of us have known. Of course, history isn't just one story and it isn't just one emotion. And I do want to acknowledge that these are not universal sentiments, and we must find a place in our national conversation for other sentiments as well. Today, we are truly marking the end of an era, the close of the second Elizabethan age. We do so with deep respect and warm regard for Her Majesty's life of service. May she rest in eternal peace.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Cook.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This has been a time of mourning across our country, waves of sorrow and grief from coast to coast. But it has also been a time of rich and fond remembrance. It has been a time of thanksgiving and gratitude for a remarkable life of service in Her Majesty. And as we've reflected, and as this House has reflected, and I acknowledge the many fine contributions of those in this House that have preceded mine and will follow mine, duty, dignity, dedication, service, strength and courage, compassion, grace, humility and love. Her Majesty was one who served when so many others may have sought to be served in such a role. She was a rock, she was a constant for the Commonwealth as Queen of Australia. But I think more than that, she was a rock and a constant in so many people's lives. She was something that didn't change in a world that changed every minute of every day. And from that, people found the strength and the fortitude to carry on in the worst of times and to celebrate in the best. So what, do we ask, enabled someone in Her Majesty to live such a life? What sustained her in this service and sacrifice? And this is what I wanted to reflect on today, as many have told stories and I welcome those. I could tell them also. But what I want to focus on is what I believe sustained Her Majesty in all of this. And she answered the question herself in her many Christmas messages, which I've taken the time to go back over and read. By her own confession, it was her deep and abiding faith in Jesus Christ that she so often referenced in those messages. Most recently in 2014, she said, "For me, the life of Jesus Christ is an inspiration and an anchor in my own life." And in 2002, and the Leader of the Opposition made reference to this, in what was one of her most difficult years, having lost her mother and her sister. And she must have felt, apart from having Philip with her, so alone. She said this in her Christmas message, "I know just how much I rely on my own faith to guide me through the good times and the bad, and put my trust in God." It says in 2 Samuel, I think, what is the best description of Her Majesty's reign. "She who rules righteously, who rules in the fear of God, is like the light of the morning as the sun rises, a morning without clouds, when the fresh grass springs out of the earth from sunshine after rain." That was a testimony to Her Majesty's reign. And so, as a grateful nation, we do give thanks. And so many from all of our constituencies right across the country have done that, as have mine in the electorate of Cook and the Sutherland Shire and St George area. Margaret Crowley says, thank you for being an irreplaceable constant in our lives. Janice Dent from Gymea says the world is a better place because of her reign. Gillian Wan from Cars Park says the world has lost a wonderful woman and I feel I've lost a family member. Rest in peace, Ma'am. You have earned it. And Margaret Tattersall, of Sylvania said this, forever loved, but never forgotten. Angela Holmes, a registered nurse, she signs herself off from Burraneer. She says, thank you, Ma'am, from the bottom of our hearts. But it is this one that I really appreciate. And it's from Susan Hitchin in Dolans Bay, not far from where I live. And it says, to My Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, it has been an honour and a privilege to have you as my Queen. You have been an outstanding role model of displaying strength and wisdom through grace and humility. Well done, thou good and faithful servant. You endured in this strength until the end. You are now in the joy of the Lord at your forever home. Bless you.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to. I call the Honourable Member for Franklin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, I extend my sympathies to the people of the United Kingdom on behalf of the residents of my electorate of Franklin. Indeed, as we've heard, she was the first reigning monarch to visit our nation. Her Majesty visited my home state of Tasmania over the years on 7 occasions. Her first was her first visit to the nation, where she visited Tasmania in 1954. That visit included Hobart, Wynyard, Burnie, Devonport, Latrobe and Cressy. She certainly got around my island home. During this visit, she met with many thousands of Tasmanians who came out to see her. She opened a session of our state parliament. She met with some troops, greeted school children, planted a tree, and of course had many official lunches, dinners, receptions and afternoon teas. It was on her second visit in 1963 that was a much shorter affair, with official events in Hobart, a civic reception, a quick visit up to Mount Wellington, overlooking Hobart and attending the Hobart Regatta. But in early 1970, after the devastating 67 bushfires in Tasmania, after passing on her sympathies at the time of the event, Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh took the time to visit the Huon Valley and my electorate that was impacted. She went to see the apple industry there, the apple grading, the packing and the shipping of our apples that Tasmania was once famous for, because we were, of course, then known as the Apple Isle. The visit also included more official events, as always happens. She visited on more occasions in 1977, 1981 and 1988 for the bicentenary, and her last visit to Tasmania was in the year 2000. Her Majesty was always sure of a warm welcome from the Tasmanian people, and she was always accompanied on every visit by the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip. With Tasmanians mourning her death and reminiscing about her many visits to Tasmania, I've heard many stories about interactions where she was thoughtful, kind and inquisitive about our island home. Some people in the electorate and in Tasmania even sent me copies of their personal memorabilia from their times and visits with the Queen. I've been sent a lovely photo of the Queen meeting school students in 1981. But I've also got a lovely story from a veteran broadcaster who, during Her Majesty's 1970 visit, was a 22-year-old cadet who had a little incident. Indeed, the story from Rick Patterson goes, "It was my first of many big royal broadcasts, and I was positioned on top of the lavatory roof at Beauty Point Wharf. The Queen had arrived on the royal yacht Britannia, accompanied by Prince Philip, Prince Charles and Princess Anne. My involvement in the final part of the broadcast that day was to describe the departure of the royal family. Trying to be smart, I didn't write anything out on paper to avoid rustling in the microphones. Instead, I wrote the procedures onto a series of little filing cards. We got the OK to go to air, with the royal party arriving back at Beauty Point. As the Queen exited the car, a gust of wind blew up to where I was positioned above her, and it blew all my filing cards out of my hands, and they fell like confetti all over Her Majesty. I was mortified, but being a true pro, the Queen didn't bat an eyelid. She continued to perform her duties with all the composure and grace that you would expect from her. And this story is just emblematic of Her Majesty. She always got on with the job, regardless of the circumstances, was professional, but also kept her sense of humour. Indeed, over the many years as an MP, like many people in this place, I had many people proudly contact me to get their letter from the Queen on their 100th birthday. And indeed, just in the last 3 years, we've had well over 100 constituents get that letter that so many people wait for. I know that many Tasmanians have acknowledged her death in many different ways, depending on the circumstances, some of them reflecting on how our nation has come to where we are today. Her service to her nation and to the Commonwealth is unparalleled. 70 years of reign is unlikely to be repeated. She has been given privilege to be the longest reigning monarch in British history. And of course, she truly gave it all, right to the very end. As Britons and others across the globe mourn her death, they rejoice in her reign and they acknowledge her leadership. The Queen was not a role that she was born into initially, but of course one she took on with a sense of duty to uphold the institution that became her life's work. Stepping into this role at such an early age would have been daunting, but she just got on with it. In the 7 decades of her reign, there have been many changes, but she remains steadfast as Queen of the United Kingdom and head of the Commonwealth. On behalf of the residents of Franklin, I pass our sincere condolences on to her family and friends, and we say thank you for your loyal service, Your Majesty.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Aston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. A little over a month ago, I was speaking to the Assembly at Boronia Heights Primary School as we officially opened the ring of trees planted around the Oval to mark the Queen's Jubilee. And I said to the children that the trees and the accompanying new seating were to honour and to recognise one of the most remarkable people of the last century, and that hopefully in years to come, children will sit on the marked chairs and reflect on who she was and her incredible service. Today, with the Queen's passing, I have no doubt that this will occur, as it will occur at the hundreds of existing monuments to Her Majesty and the many more that will be erected in the months and years ahead. This will occur not just because of who she was and her longevity as monarch, but because of the values she represented and those we may have lost. The longevity of the Queen's reign is remarkable in itself. Few of us in this parliament were even born when she came to the throne in February 1952. She was the longest-serving English monarch in history. She witnessed 16 Australian Prime Ministers, from Menzies to Anthony Albanese's, and 15 British ones. As senior journalist Paul Kelly notes, at every juncture she upheld constitutional propriety. She loved our country, she visited often, but she always respected the wishes of our nation. Even when Prime Minister Paul Keating informed her of his desire to become a republic, she replied impeccably, saying, and I quote, "I will of course take the advice of Australian ministers and respect the wishes of the Australian people." Mr Deputy Speaker, when she became Queen, it was almost a different world. It was almost a different world, both here and globally. I mean, we were just 10 million people. We were a relatively inward-looking country then. We were largely monocultural. Television had not even come to our shores. Today, the world is so different with the internet, with globalisation, a modern multicultural society, alternative powers. But through it all, the Queen endured. She was the constant in our lives for 70 years. She was the North Star, or in our case, the Southern Cross, that was always there no matter what social and cultural change was occurring beneath our feet. And through all 7 decades, she practised and exemplified a constant set of values, of faith, of stoicism, of grace and humility, of duty above self, of love of country, and above all, Mr Deputy Speaker, of service, literally until her dying days. And these values did not deviate over 7 decades. And with her passing, do these values also die, or at least diminish? British author Douglas Murray wrote that she seemed at times to, and I quote, to be single-handedly holding back so many ugly forces challenging these values. Deep down, is this the reason that so many of us deeply mourn her passing? Not just because of the loss of an incredible servant leader, but the potential loss of the values that she represented. The official passing of an age. The official cutting of the last link to our greatest generation. I hope our fears are not realised, and perhaps the reflections occurring today and at monuments of Queen Elizabeth in the future will cause us actually to be more like her. I'm sure her son, King Charles III, will continue to serve and honour the legacy his late mother has left behind, and we wish him well. In the condolence motion for the passing of the former monarch, King George VI, the Queen's father, on the 7th of February 1952, in this very place, Prime Minister Menzies said of the newly crowned 25-year-old, "As she goes through her sorrow to her great responsibilities, it would be the wish of all of us to say to her that we have faith in her, that we are resolved to do all we can to make her reign as rich and kind and good and memorable as that of her illustrious father." Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, that faith was more than warranted. Her reign was richer than anyone could have possibly imagined. I thank Queen Elizabeth for her service, and may she rest in peace.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is with sadness today that I rise to speak on the passing of Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. The people of Canberra offer our deepest condolences to the royal family on the loss of a mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. Her remarkable life of service and unwavering dedication to duty has been truly inspirational. And certainly I, and I think many of us, reflect with some awe on the experience of a young woman at the age of 25, following the death of her own father, taking on such a great responsibility and duty. and then to hold that responsibility and fulfil it with grace and dignity and respect for all people that she encountered every day until her death at the age of 96. Her Majesty, of course, lived and reigned through the pivotal events of the 20th and 21st centuries. In Australia, her long and record-breaking reign spans 16 separate Australian Prime Ministers and 16 Governors-General served in her name. For 70 years, she remained steadfast, a rare and reassuring constant in a rapidly changing and at times uncertain world. For most Australians, she was the only monarch we have ever known. The Queen visited Australia 16 times between 1954 and 2011, visiting every state and territory. She opened the Sydney Opera House, attended the Commonwealth Games in Brisbane and Melbourne, and in 1988 she opened our Parliament in which we stand today, 61 years to the day after her father opened the Provisional Parliament House just down the hill. At the time, she would have been one of the only women in the room, as she would have been frequently throughout her reign. Her appearances were always met with adoring crowds, cheering, clapping and taking photographs in a show of affection. It was clear that Her Majesty had a special place in our hearts, as Australia and Canberra did in hers. I remember clearly as a primary school student in 1992 being one of these well-wishers, lining up along Drakeford Drive to watch and wave flags and being very excited to catch just a glimpse of her waving. She must have been on her way to open Benithan Primary School. Many of my Canberra constituents share such memories as mine, as the Queen visited the national capital on 14 occasions, more than any other Australian city. As a result, she holds a special place in the history of my electorate and the national capital. She visited Parliament House, both old and new, on 8 occasions and opened the federal parliament 3 times, including in 1977, the year of her Silver Jubilee. She opened many of the capital's best-known and most important institutions, the Parliament House in which we stand, but also the High Court and the National Gallery of Australia. She featured prominently within the Parliament and National Capital this year as we commemorated her Platinum Jubilee, and I was very pleased to support applications from many organisations in my electorate to be part of the planting trees for the Queen's Jubilee commemorations, and have already been to 2 ceremonies, one at St John's Church in Reid, where the Queen attended many times, and also just last week at Macquarie Primary School. And I think that these trees obviously take on a very special meaning now, and it's wonderful to think that those young students at Macquarie Primary who will not see a monarch reign for 70 years again will have cause to reflect on the remarkable life of Queen Elizabeth. She was born into a role in which she had little choice, but fulfilled it with a deep sense of dedication all the days of her life. And as others have said, she was a great example of servant leadership. As former Prime Minister Paul Keating has said, Queen Elizabeth instinctively attached herself to the public good against what she recognised as a tidal wave of private interest and private reward, and she did this for a lifetime, never deviating. As our Prime Minister Albanese reflected yesterday, perhaps the best way that we can honour the life of Her Majesty is not with statues, but with a renewed embrace of service to the community, a truer understanding of our duty to others, a stronger commitment to respect for all. This will be the most fitting memorial to a magnificent life. May she rest in peace.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Fairfax.
Deputy Speaker, as the longest reigning monarch in the history of the United Kingdom, with over 70 years of exemplary service, Queen Elizabeth II died at Balmoral, aged 96, at 4:30 p.m. on Thursday, the 8th of September, which is 1:30 a.m. for us here on the east coast of Australia. And in the 2 weeks that have followed, we have witnessed an extraordinary outpouring of love, of respect and of admiration from people from right across the world for Her Majesty, people of all ages, of all nationalities, of all ethnicities. And we've also listened in this place and elsewhere to some of the most eloquent of speeches about Queen Elizabeth II, about her life, about her person. And so the small contribution that I make today, I make on behalf of the people I represent in this parliament, which is the people of Fairfax on the Sunshine Coast. And with them I carry a message of deep gratitude and respect to Her Majesty for her service over so many years as not just the Queen of the United Kingdom, but also the Queen of Australia. When Queen Elizabeth II was last on the Sunshine Coast, she opened the CHOGM meeting between heads of governments of the Commonwealth. And there she said, "The Commonwealth must move with the times if it is to remain relevant to all generations." Sage advice for the Commonwealth, but a glimpse maybe also into how Queen Elizabeth II saw her own role, because she had that remarkable ability to indeed move with the times and appeal to people of different generations. And we saw that probably most famously with her appearance with James Bond at the 2012 opening of the Olympic Games. And my favourite, her sitting across the table from Paddington Bear, swapping notes about where to best hide marmalade sandwiches. And in the spirit of Queen Elizabeth's humour in that regard, Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the House wouldn't mind me recounting what a constituent of mine told me on the Saturday morning when her family woke up to the front page of the paper with a large photo of the Queen due to her passing, where the lady's little boy excitedly pointed to the photo and said, "Mummy, she's famous. That lady's famous. She's met Paddington Bear." The sort of humour that you can picture Queen Elizabeth herself appreciating. And indeed she was able to therefore appeal and able to move with the times. And for me that was a reflection of an innate humility that she possessed as a human being. A humility that said, despite being born into a royal family, despite being the sovereign of so many nations, including our own, she recognised the need to change and to adjust. Humility that was also reflected in her style of leadership. For her, she did not have a job to execute, but a vocation to live, a vocation of service. But so much as Queen Elizabeth II may have indeed moved with the times, that's not to suggest she ever swayed from her core values, values that included the importance of family and the importance of faith. And on a personal level, as I think of her passing, and over and above the role that she has had in our world and in our country, I think of her own values of family and faith. And I celebrate in the thought of her being reunited with her love in heaven, Prince Philip. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to. I call the Honourable Member for Chifley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think as members here we're all very conscious that we are selected to serve. It's why we become members of Parliament. And Her Majesty was the embodiment of someone who devoted her life to serving her people across the Commonwealth. She faced every moment of public life and service with dignity, grace and respect, one who knew her duty, her responsibility, and it's for that reason she's remembered so warmly by the people, particularly the area that I represent, from Mount Druitt to Blacktown.
One moment fondly recalled is Her Majesty's visit in 1982 to open Mount Druitt Hospital. The hospital will mark 40 years since its foundation this October and was built by the Neville Wran government to serve the rapidly expanding population of our area. And people do recall with excitement their school trip to see the Queen open the hospital that day, while others remember waiting alongside the street, eager to wave as the official vehicle drove past. Sonia from my area was one of those students on a school excursion who now works as a general services assistant at the hospital. The Wayland resident, former Madang Avenue public school student, vividly remembers the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh's visit and how the Duke shook her hand. Another one of my constituents with fond memories of the Queen's visit, Robin, who now works in the imaging department of the hospital. In 1982, she was 19 years old, worked in hospital admissions, and tells me that the Queen's visit was a huge day for the community and made her feel like her work at the hospital mattered. Her Majesty was a figurehead that allowed people to reflect on their own role in the community. Within her years of dedicated service, many people could see a purpose for their own contributions. As Minister for Industry and Science, I note Her Majesty was a supporter of Australian science and even contributed personally to the success of a mainstay of Australian summer, Aerogard. CSIRO had developed an insect repellent in the 1940s, but it wasn't until the Queen's visit in 1963 that it had become a household name. Attending a garden party at Government House, an aide was meant to apply the spray to Her Majesty, but lost his nerve, with the Queen left swatting flies. And the next day, ahead of a golf game, staff ensured the Queen was wearing the CSIRO-developed repellent, and she was noticeably insect-free, and word of the repellent quickly spread. And the inventor from the CSIRO, Doug Waterhouse, passed on the formula Mortine, which went on to develop Aerogard. The rest, as they say, is history. During her first visit in 1954, the Queen personally presented the Royal Charter for the Australian Academy of Science, the Academy's founding document, as well. And Mr. Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, my department tells me this might have been the only time that in history of a monarch that they've had the presentation of a Royal Charter in person. It's a measure of the importance that the Queen attached to the formation of a learned academy for science in Australia. Deputy Speaker, what and I suspect many love about our nation is that at particular moments in time we tend to think and feel as one. But I think it's also important to acknowledge we've walked different paths and that has brought different views. The passing of Her Majesty has brought to the fore varied emotion and thought. I think we can, and we're big enough to acknowledge that the weight of matters past can be remembered and should be responded to. And we can also know that choices about our future direction can be considered in the future. But at this point, this moment, we dedicate our time to thanking someone who occupies a special place of earned admiration and respect, and who herself said we can learn a lot from each other. Across the Commonwealth of Australia and the Commonwealth of the Nations, millions are grateful to Her Majesty for her tireless service, and I join with those in the electorate of Chifley and the country in acknowledging that service and in their mourning for the loss of their Queen, our Queen. May she rest in peace.
Order. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's estimated that over her 70-year reign, Queen Elizabeth undertook more than 21,000 official engagements, averaging around 300 a year. Even in the last few years, as age and a global pandemic challenged this heavy workload, Her Majesty's commitment to service and duty did not waver, swapping personal visits across the UK and the Commonwealth to engagements via Zoom. Since unexpectedly taking over from her beloved father King George VI in February 1952, Her Majesty visited Australia on 16 occasions, with our island state proudly hosting the Queen Elizabeth 7 times in 1954, 1963, 1970, 1977, 1981, 1988 and 2000. At the time of her first visit to Tasmania, with Prince Philip by her side in 1954, Tasmania's population was just over 300,000, with an astounding 75,000 Tasmanians lining the streets of Launceston on Wednesday, the 24th of February, to wave to the Queen and the Duke as they made their way from the Six Ways to York Park and back again. The visit to northern Tasmania capped off the end of a 4-day visit to the state, and I couldn't help but have a laugh when I read the editorial in the local paper after the visit, which somewhat sulkily stated, "But now that the Queen has gone, it can be said emphatically that the basis of allocation of time between Hobart and the rest of the state was most unjust to the majority of the people of Tasmania." This snippet of the editorial proves that the North-South parochial wars were alive and well even back then. As we've witnessed in the weeks since Her Majesty's passing, there are so many in communities across Australia who have stories to tell of seeing the Queen, or if lucky, an opportunity to chat with her during an official engagement. Northern Tasmania's Professor Nigel Forteith has recently spoken of his role in guiding the Queen during her tour of what was then the Tasmanian State Institute of Technology's Aquaculture Centre in 1988. He recalls that Her Majesty was very interested in the animals at the centre. We went to where we had all kinds of fish and aquatic life, and at nearly every tank she had something to ask and inquired the whole time about things. She was interested in everything we were doing, which made it so easy. Professor Forteith went on to share an amusing anecdote towards the end of the tour. We went into an area where we kept trout, and I remember I told one of the students that when the Queen comes in, to feed the trout so she could see them all splashing on the surface. Unfortunately, the student waited until the Queen was horribly close to the tank and threw in some pellets, and the trout went berserk. The Queen nearly jumped out of her skin, I think, and moved backwards, so I felt a bit embarrassed. But she took it all in her stride. She was just so good at relaxing you, and that's what I remember most. Much has been said and will continue to be said about Her Majesty's life, and at the end of the day, there are a range of views and feelings about what the monarchy represents. And as I reflect on these sentiments over the past few weeks, I've also been reflecting on an incredible reign that we will not see again for generations to come. And my thoughts have always come back to her dedication to a life of service. As she famously said in a radio broadcast even before taking the throne, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." And it's this declaration that sticks in my mind as I think about that poignant moment that has stuck with me in recent years. And that's the Queen sitting alone in St George's Chapel at the funeral of Prince Philip last year. On this day, despite her immense privilege, Her Majesty was simply somebody's mother or grandmother, mourning the loss of the love of her life, and despite being offered otherwise, refused to bend the COVID restrictions that the entire UK was enduring at that moment. In solidarity with so many who were saying goodbye to loved ones, and with just a few family members, the Queen sat alone as she said goodbye to her love of 73 years. Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor came into this world in 1926 without the weight of expectations on her shoulders, before her world changed unexpectedly when her father took the throne just 10 years later. And at just 25 years of age, her life was forever altered upon the death of King George VI, and led to a reign that the world may never see again. On behalf of the people of Bass, I say thank you for your service, Your Majesty, and may you rest in eternal peace with your beloved Philip.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to express my sorrow and condolences on behalf of the people of Spence on the passing of Her Royal Highness, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Many of my constituents have attended my electorate office to transcribe their messages of condolences, so I do the same in this place. Such as Sharon from Elizabeth Downs, who wrote, "My heart and prayers to the royal family in this sad time." Brad from Elizabeth South wrote, "Thank you, ma'am, for your service." Pam and Patrick from Gawler wrote, "With gratitude of your service, your grace and your fine example." Most notably, in 1963, the Queen visited the electorate of Spence to unveil the suburb which was named in her honour, Elizabeth. There she unveiled a sculpture fountain in Windsor Green and visited an assembly of local school children and visited the General Motors Holden vehicle assembly plant. There's a real deep connection and affection with the Queen in my electorate. We've had many, many thousands of migrants come from the United Kingdom to reside within the boundaries of my seat. And there has been an outpouring of grief and sorrow across the last week and a half since her passing. There's been many others in this place who have quoted comments about her service, her devotion to duty, faith and family. Her lifetime of service is evident of a dedication to upholding the principles of constitutional government across the realm and in this country in particular. I could continue to go on, but I would like to just close in saying, rest in eternal peace, Queen, and God save the King. Thank you.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for McPherson.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. And can I start by associating myself with the remarks that were made earlier today by the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Nationals, who I think spoke incredibly well and described very accurately the views that have been held by myself, by members of my colleagues in this place, and also by the people who live in the electorate of McPherson that I have the honour to represent in this place. I would also like to commend the previous speakers for their comments and the views that they have been put, the memories that they have of Her Majesty themselves, also their families' views and the views of their constituents. I, like many others in Australia, woke to the news that Her Majesty had passed with a significant level of sadness because, like many people across Australia, she had been the only sovereign during my lifetime. And as I reflected on it even more, I realised that in my lifetime I will never ever see another queen because the line of succession is all male at the moment, and I make no remark on that other than to say that I will never see another queen during my own lifetime. And by recognising that, I was able to put in place what Her Majesty's life had meant to me. Growing up as a young girl, and I actually grew up in Townsville in North Queensland, but I remember the first time that I actually saw the Queen was when she was driving along the Strand in Townsville, and many of the school children had the opportunity to go down to the Strand just to see her drive past, and it was the most fleeting of glimpses, but I have never, ever forgotten that. I subsequently made a journey into the heart of Brisbane some years later to see her when she was in Brisbane. And whilst I certainly didn't get very close to her, I remember her at a distance and the fact that there were so many people who were gathered on the streets in Brisbane at that time to be able to see her. And I also recall some comments that my mother had made to me, and I think she almost makes these remarks annually to myself and to my sister, because she remembers very fondly when the Queen and Prince Philip were in Brisbane sometime before that, and she actually threw a rose to Prince Philip, and she claims that it landed in the car. It may well have. I accept my mother's view of what happened then. But I remember when I actually did get to meet the Queen and Prince Philip when they were both here at Parliament House in 2011, and I spoke to Prince Philip and I said, "My mother threw a rose to you when you visited Brisbane all those years ago." And he looked at me and he said, "Did she really, or are you just saying that?" And I said, "No, she really did." Now, interestingly, Prince Philip I've always had a very high regard for, sometimes because when I look at him I see my own father. They have quite an uncanny physical resemblance, but when I read the reports about Prince Philip, I am reminded of my own father. But the day that I actually met the Queen was a tremendous honour for me. I felt very proud to be able to meet her. When I look at the final stages of her life, there are some things that really stand out to me. One is of the image of her on her own in the church at Prince Philip's funeral. And I think that we all recognised how sad it must be losing a partner of so many years and not being able to sit directly beside your own loved ones and to share that so intimately. The other image that comes to mind is the image of her when she met the incoming Prime Minister, Liz Truss. And I looked at her and I looked, yes, you look frail, you look little, but she looked so happy. And it was beyond my imagination to contemplate that some 48 hours later, Her Majesty would have died. I certainly did not expect that. So, to Her Majesty, I say I thank you for your service, for what you demonstrated to us over so many years. To King Charles, I truly wish you all the very best. Long live the King.
The question is that the motion moved by the honourable member for the Prime Minister be agreed to. I'll give the call to the Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With the passing of Elizabeth II, our Queen, it is the end of an era and the final chapter of a great life. Australians have respected Her Majesty's grace and dignity and have seen in her the example of the very best of royalty, steady, composed, reassuring and ever committed to service and duty. As Paul Keating, one of the Queen's 16 Australian Prime Ministers, put it, and I quote, "With her passing, her example of public service remains with us as a lesson in dedication to a lifelong mission in what she saw as the value of what is both enduringly good and right." Queen Elizabeth was there in the background through most of our lives. She was there as we moved from black and white into colour, from the White Australia policy to our great multicultural presence. After 70 years at the centre of public life, we all caught a glimpse of this passage of time and the long arc of our shared lives together. Because the world has changed so much in the 70 years of this reign. Under her watch, the British Empire became the Commonwealth. This was the Queen's great project, and it helped make our world a better, more open and more democratic place. The Queen understood the enormous changes that were happening all around her, and she didn't struggle against them as a different leader might have. She appreciated the strict line between her duties as a constitutional monarch and the prerogatives of democracy. The Queen reigned longer than Victoria, longer than Elizabeth I, two other great female monarchs who also defined their eras and our image of the British Crown. She was a great friend to Australia from the first time she arrived on our shores in 1954 through to the bicentenary, the opening of New Parliament House in 1988 and to her final tour in 2011, where I, along with many people here, were honoured to meet her, in my case for the second time. She visited our great house of democracy, but she also visited the homes and communities of ordinary Australians. In fact, in my electorate, she opened the Opera House in 1973. She was also there in the year 2000 to open the Western Colonnade of the Opera House. But she also visited the public housing flats in Belvoir Street in Waterloo in 1977, and she was so popular on that visit that the Sydney Morning Herald described that visit as victory at Waterloo. I actually, when I first became the member for Sydney, I was visiting the high-rise flats there in Waterloo, and I met some of the residents who were there when the Queen visited in 1977, including residents who had welcomed her into their home. And I can tell you, no one had forgotten that day. That was a day that really lived with them and stayed with them. The Queen respected our independence as a nation, but always cared deeply about the welfare of Australians. And beneath all the protocol and decorum, there was a rich humanity. She enjoyed a great romance with Philip, as many have said, the love of her life, to whom she was married for more than 70 years. She was a proud mother, and I think this is important, a proud working mother and grandmother and great-grandmother. And I think one of the reasons that so many Australians followed her life and her progress and her work so closely is because they related to elements of that life, particularly her love and support for her family. I know we were talking earlier, my own mother, I mean, she grew up in the then Yugoslavia. She was probably the Queen's biggest fan in Australia, and it was about her dignity and her years of service and her loyalty to her family. When the Queen chose to give us a peek of her inner life in public, like at the Platinum Jubilee, alongside Paddington Bear, she revealed a wonderful humour and impeccable comic timing. So today I join the Australian Parliament in paying my final respects to Queen Elizabeth II. We send our love and thoughts to everyone mourning her loss, particularly her family and loved ones.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. September the 8th, 2022 is a moment in history etched in our hearts forever. The passing of our beloved sovereign, Queen Elizabeth II, the longest reigning monarch in history, brought the world to a standstill. As the news of Her Majesty's passing reached the nations, a deep sense of loss and reflection settled across the world. There was comfort in knowing Queen Elizabeth in her final hours was surrounded by her family, whom she loved so deeply, and was at peace in her favourite home, Balmoral Castle. Her extraordinary selfless commitment to duty and service over her 70-year reign was both impeccable and historic. The grace and dignity she displayed in the face of the many public and personal challenges she faced during her reign served as an example and an inspiration to us all. The gracious, generous commitment she gave to the leadership of the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the royal family was extraordinary. Has there ever been such an outpouring of grief at the passing of a monarch? We will remember her for her compassion, kindness, humility, faith and endearing smile. These qualities have touched us all and are testament to the decent human being she was. It appears that even at the tender age of 25, when Princess Elizabeth Alexandra Mary was crowned the monarch following the sudden death of her father, King George VI, her natural charm and regal character shone. It is hard to believe that Queen Elizabeth's time on the throne goes back to the time of Prime Minister Sir Robert Menzies. I am sure at one time or other we have all seen the footage of Sir Robert toasting the Queen at a dinner on her first visit to Australia, where he borrowed those wonderful words from Thomas Ford. I saw her once just passing by, and yet I love her till I die, and so we did. There would be 15 more Prime Ministers while the Queen was on the throne from both sides of the political fence, and she charmed them all. Even the most devout Republican supporters who were Prime Ministers have written and spoken of their deep affection for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. One of the staff in my office told me the story of a friend's young daughter who, while watching the many reports of the Queen's death, turned to her father and said, "Who's going to look after the world now, Dad?" Out of the mouths of children come the essence of what the Queen gave us, the safety of knowing she was always there, someone to look to, someone to turn to in times of trouble and in times of joy. How wonderful it is to know that at her recent Platinum Jubilee celebrations, the world had the chance to say thank you to the Queen for over 70 years' service, and she in turn found out categorically how much she was truly loved. Queen Elizabeth and the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, visited Rockhampton in 1954. The Queen was 27 years old at the time. The visit made history, as it was the first time that a monarch had set foot in Queensland. The specially made chairs the Queen and Prince Philip sat on had been on display at Rockhampton Regional Council since their visit. They have recently been placed at the Rockhampton Museum of Art so more people can see them. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth's remarkable contribution to the Commonwealth will go down in history, and we will miss her wisdom and her guidance. From the people of Capricornia, we thank you, Your Majesty, for your service. May you rest in peace. Changes will occur with the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. Foremost is the proclamation and crowning of King Charles III and the taking on of more duties and roles of other senior working members of the royal family. I am in no doubt that King Charles III, who adored his late mother, will honour her steady and loving guidance over the past 70 years and reign with the same sense of duty, commitment and generosity that are hallmark to Her Majesty's formidable legacy. My deepest sympathy and prayers are with the royal family at this sad time, particularly with our new monarch, King Charles III. God save our King. Thank you.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Social Services and the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence.
Thank you, Speaker. And I also rise to make a contribution on this condolence motion for Queen Elizabeth II and pay my respects for her extraordinary lifetime of leadership, duty and service. And Speaker, on her 21st birthday, in a speech broadcast on the radio from Cape Town, the Queen, who was then Princess Elizabeth, dedicated her life to the people of the Commonwealth, in which she said, "I declare before you all my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." And, as the Archbishop of Canterbury said at the Queen's funeral, rarely has such a promise been so well kept. And today we proudly honour her memory. Queen Elizabeth II had such an enduring relationship and fondness for our country, visiting Australia 16 times over 57 years between 1954 and 2011, and in that time visiting each and every state and territory, including the opening of our federal parliament in 1988. Her Majesty's trips to Australia were often lengthy, with the visit in 1954 spanning 8 weeks. And I pay tribute to all these visits, particularly those ones to regional Australia. In fact, on the Royal Tour in 1963, Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh made visits to over 70 country towns across the nation, which of course included our beautiful northern rivers and places close to home such as Casino and Lismore. Many across the nation have fond and everlasting memories of meeting or seeing the Queen and were deeply touched by her warmth and her generosity and her interest in the lives of all Australians. In 2000, on Her Majesty's 13th visit to Australia, she explained, "It is my duty to seek to remain true to the interests of Australia and all Australians. That is my duty. It is also my privilege and my pleasure." Now, we all know the loss of the Queen is being felt right throughout the Commonwealth, throughout Australia and indeed throughout my electorate of Richmond. Many on the New South Wales North Coast are mourning her loss intensely, the loss of a constant and reassuring presence in all of our lives, one who was a source of comfort and familiarity against the backdrop of an ever-changing world. In fact, my office, like everyone here, has been inundated with countless tributes and many people attending in person to sign the condolence book. These contributions included deep appreciation for the kindness shown by the Queen whenever Australia fell into times of crisis, such as floods, bushfires, the pandemic, all of which my electorate has felt acutely. I'd like to share some of the sentiments shared by some of the community in the condolence book. From a very young child, thank you so much for everything you've done and all your service. You were such a loyal and loving Queen, and I'm so grateful we got to call you our Queen. From Feely Hamer, the coordinator of the Tweed Filipino Support Group, she says, "The loss of a significant personality in the world is a setback for us all. Condolences." And from Brenda Jack of Kingscliff, 1,000 thank yous. There will never be another so dedicated and so loved. And of course, many of the contributions in the condolence book have even included some lovely messages about Her Majesty's corgis, to which I can inform those interested the Queen had 30 dogs that she cared for throughout her lifetime. Now, Speaker, today, along with my parliamentary colleagues, we pay tribute to Her Majesty's lifetime of leadership, loyalty and commitment. This year was of particular significance, with the Queen celebrating her Platinum Jubilee. And in her role as the head of the British Armed Forces, the Queen acted as the Captain-General and Colonel-Chief of a number of Australian Defence Force corps and units. It was because of this the Queen was always a champion of Defence Forces right across the Commonwealth, and she often met with ex-service personnel wherever she visited. And in honouring the Queen's dedication to our armed forces, I of course pay tribute to all the veterans in my electorate of Richmond. Speaker, with the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, an historic reign and a life long devoted to duty, faith, family and service has come to an end. And there is indeed comfort to be found in Her Majesty's own words, "Grief is the price we pay for love." Now is also the time to send our thoughts to King Charles and the entire royal family who've lost a beloved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. The fact is, Her Majesty provided continuity and certainty during some of the most uncertain times, and she now rightfully takes her place in history amongst the most revered. In 2006, at a visit to Parliament, the Queen described the people of Australia as leavened by genuine warmth, generosity and humour, and this is how we today are remembering her. Speaker, fail Her Majesty the Queen. May you be eternally with your strength and stay.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to give thanks for the life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Praise is poured in from all corners of the Commonwealth and from beyond its horizons too, all repeating words of love and respect for Her Majesty. And I'll add the words of the Toowoomba region to that refrain. Like many other towns, we had our first visit in 1954, with Her Majesty's convoy only just slowing down to wave at the people of Oakey on its way for an official welcome in Toowoomba. In the days since Her Majesty's passing, I've met with so many locals, most of whom won't mind the description well-seasoned, who still remember that day with some fondness and even excitement. At the Gumbunji QCWA Hall, Mr Lyle Vole told the story of lining up with his schoolmates, all fighting to get to the front of the crowd and then arguing over who the young Queen had actually been waving at afterwards. I'd been at the hall to replace the portrait of the Queen, something that hadn't been done, judging from her youthful appearance in that picture, since at least the 1980s, and there'd be very few monarchs or leaders, I think, who've had their portraits replaced so often. I can assure the House the ladies of the Gumbunji QCWA were very happy to receive that new portrait. As the Leader of the Opposition said this morning, Her Majesty was very much a country lady at heart, and nowhere more than a CWA hall was she genuinely loved and respected. In both the blink of an eye and the long, hard grind of a 70-year reign, Her Majesty went from being a hand waving from a passing car to somebody we all felt an extraordinary attachment to. It wasn't just the length of the reign or the relentless workload she undertook, but rather the manner in which she performed her role that led her into our hearts. My generation saw her deal with the more universal issues that we recognise in our own lives, those of family breakdown, of personal loss, and I pause to remember the contribution of her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, in supporting Her Majesty. But those of Mr Vole's generation, I think, saw her greater work, that of her early years, the slow welding together of the structure of the then still new Commonwealth. It was and is a beautiful concept, a union not of crown possessions but of nations that shared a desire to treat each other with the grace, dignity, compassion and respect with which Her Majesty treated all she met. It's an idea that dwarfs that of empire, making something even better from the last strains of its long coda. At yesterday's memorial service at St Luke's in Toowoomba, we saw a great reminder of just how full a chord that idea of Commonwealth struck. Amongst the packed crowd, representatives of many Commonwealth nations came forward and laid flags of their own home countries. It was a great display not only of Her Majesty's success in building the Commonwealth, but also a demonstration of the Toowoomba region's wholehearted embrace of it. How could the Queen have imagined in her first visit to Toowoomba that at the end of her reign, that small country town would be a city filled with people from all corners of the earth? Her Majesty's vast vision of Commonwealth played out so beautifully in regional Australia. The Speaker, in praising the Queen's extraordinary vigour, leadership and vision, I wish also to speak to her more ordinary traits. She may well have been the greatest leader of her time, and even in the company of a Churchill, a Roosevelt, Mandela, those words ring true. But it was in her connection to us, the everyman, the everywoman, that she is most dearly remembered. It would not take too much imagination to see her cheering on her ponies as they come up the long hill and towards the final straight at Clifford Park, or to see her letting her corgis off the leash at the Queen's Park Dog Park on a cold, foggy Toowoomba morning, maybe holding a hot coffee, or to see her navigating some of the muddy dirt roads after a storm out past Oakey in her old Land Rover Defender. As Speaker, my only personal connection to Her Majesty is a shared ownership of the same vehicle. And Her Majesty's experience as a mechanic during the World War too would have been well needed, I suspect, on more than a few hunting trips around Balmoral. So they have a tendency to break down on occasion, leading to the wonderful line, "It's not broken, it's British." And there's some analogy there to the triumph of will and determination over our physical bounds that I think speaks well to the British spirit. But Speaker, we have grieved as a nation, as individuals and as a Commonwealth. We've all shared in a loss that we perhaps each understand in a different way. However, for me, I now feel a sense of hope that has followed my time of mourning, because the traits Her Majesty has been so celebrated for are not just valued by those of her generation or mine. The traits of dignity, of respect, of service, grace and humility are very much valued by our younger generations too. At Coronation Park, I stopped with the member for Toowoomba South, Mr David Janeski, to lay a wreath in the hours after her passing and caught the attention of a few young gentlemen from Harristown State High School. When I explained to them that the park had been named after Her Majesty's ascension to the throne, they all agreed with something of a youthful enthusiasm that she was a good queen, a great leader and an even better person. Rest in peace, Your Majesty.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, I am humbled to join my colleagues in offering condolences to the royal family as we mourn the loss of one of history's great monarchs and people, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And I, like many before, have reflected to have known no other monarch during my life. Now, I will take this moment to acknowledge a new era for the Commonwealth under the reign of King Charles III. For 70 years, though, the world looked to the late Queen as a beacon of stability, grace, fortitude and compassion. All the stories she would have heard, the meetings she would have encountered, the challenges through history that she witnessed and faced, all seemed to be received with dignity and respect for people, regardless of who they were. My memories of the Queen were first formed by the way my grandmother spoke about her. I know that the monarchy, and the Queen in particular, heavily influenced her. She was a monarchist to the end, and if royal traditions could be weaved into her own family fabric, then my grandmother would have ensured they were. The Queen's Christmas message was on television at my grandmother's house every year. Through her, I developed a profound respect for Queen Elizabeth II. The Queen both inspired my grandmother and guided her choices in the circumstances she faced as a young woman living through the Second World War. My grandmother chose to enlist in the Women's Royal Naval Service Women, known as the Wrens, to support the United Kingdom's Second War effort. The Wrens enlisted to carry out often auxiliary war efforts that, at the time of recruitment, declared a Wren's duty as freeing a man for the fleet to fight for king and country. As a Wren, my grandmother took her duty to act as a driver for Admiralty. This was dangerous work and exposed my grandmother to situations many women were at the time heavily shielded from. When she finished her shift, she would jump on her bike and ride through the streets of London home, through sirens and shelling and air raids. She took risks that were a first for many women during these tumultuous years of war, in dedicating their lives to service and their country. Of course, Queen Elizabeth too took those first-time risks, and precisely those I learned of my grandmother taking. She too, as we've heard, was a mechanic and a driver for the British Army, performing duties alongside servicemen and women of the Commonwealth. Then a princess, she was the first female British royal to actively serve in the British Armed Forces. And I believe this resonated with my grandmother and, of course, other wartime women who had chosen to make the same sacrifices. It was the Queen's humanity at the time that endeared and inspired those to whom she would become Queen for 70 years. Queen Elizabeth connected with people across the Commonwealth whenever she could, and it was during her visit to Australia in 2011 that I had my own chance to meet her. At this occasion, I relayed the story of my grandmother's service as a Wren, her life as a war bride and her immigrating to Australia to be with my grandfather following the war. It was sad that I couldn't reflect sharing that story with the Queen back to my grandmother, as she'd already passed, as I know she would have been incredibly proud. But it was the Queen's response to my story, one that she had obviously heard countless times, that was incredibly endearing and even a little amusing. She told me it was a common story. Now, I'm sure it was the nature of the time she was referring to, as the British colonies were taking on more and more, resettling those fleeing war-ravaged Europe and Great Britain. But I did chuckle at the use of the word common.
Indeed, it did also resonate with me, though, that Queen Elizabeth II was from a different world to my grandmother, but she radiated a down-to-earth authenticity that connected her to so many people, including commoners like my grandmother. And of course, the Queen visited Australia many times, and it was in 1986 that she formally opened in my electorate, Aberfoyle Park High School. Photos show young girls and boys lining the streets, waving Australian flags, where they were greeted with obvious warmth from the Queen, who waved and smiled back. These types of connections were formed for generations of women and men from all over the world, as she continued to meet with them throughout her 70-year reign. Finally, I would conclude that Queen Elizabeth II never looked tired, bothered or uncommitted. It was stability, grace, fortitude and compassion to the end. May you rest in peace, Your Majesty.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mitchell.
In the Book of Kings, the Bible tells the story of Zadok a priest and Nathan a prophet, who anointed Solomon king. For so much of history, monarchs have derived their power and authority from that idea that divine right, that anointed by God, that their rule is legitimate. But this was always a structure of power with the deep flaw of placing all power in the hands of and at the whim of one single human ruler. Indeed, even in a time where all-powerful kings reigned supreme, the Bible goes on to tell us that this could never work very well. Even Solomon, in all of his renowned wisdom, erred, exceeded his power, and was punished by God. In fact, all recorded human history tells us this same story. The difficult struggles of populations, ordinary people, individuals, citizens, to structure their society to protect against abuses of power by their ruler or by the state. The central question being how to disperse power, to limit it, to neutralise it from being exercised by or through any one single person and their capricious whim. History teaches us that it was the British who, from Magna Carta through to a brutal civil war, finally established the supremacy of the people through Parliament, who first devised, then refined and then almost perfected the notion of limited government through constitutional monarchy. This legacy of representative parliamentary democracy, governed by a monarch, limited by constitution and the rule of laws, was brought to Australia by British settlers and strengthened by the Founding Fathers in our own Australian constitution. Constitutional monarchy is rightly the inheritance of every single Australian. And what a success it has been. Like the United Kingdom, constitutional monarchy has given Australia unprecedented freedom, political stability and the means of managing crises that have seen other modern political systems break and their societies dissolve. In just our short time in the history of the world, we have paradoxically become one of the oldest continuous democratic societies in the world today. By limiting the power of our head of state, our Queen or King, by strictly defining the use and limitations of their power, we've answered well that central question of good political structure that has plagued so many and continues to confront so many societies today. And in Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, we have the exemplar of the success of our model of government. A Queen who perfectly understood her role in our Constitution and did her duty every single second of every single hour of every single day of her 70-year reign, the second longest reign of a monarch in all human history. A sovereign who held absolute power under our Constitution for all of that time, but never wielded it or sought to wield it, except under the strictly agreed terms as defined between the ruler and the ruled. For Australia, she so elegantly represented our nation and was loved by us, and in return loved us as a people. The first and only reigning monarch to visit Australia, who went on to visit us 16 times. It is astonishing to think of the debt that we owe our Queen. This amazing woman served as our sovereign perfectly for 70 years. Never once did she express an opinion outside of her role, nor breach her duty, nor give us cause for concern. And in a modern world, with tabloids, paparazzi, the loss of privacy, this is a truly remarkable thing. Her sacrifice of her individuality, her entire life to serve us, is a perfect service that will forever dominate our nation's destiny. And so to those here who say we should use this moment to consider changing our system, I say this: our free, democratic, safe and successful society is no accident. Proper political structure matters, and constitutional monarchy remains one of the best ever devised protections against abuses of power, and we should not change it. Meeting Her Majesty just once with Prime Minister Julia Gillard was the greatest privilege of my lifetime, as it was for every Australian who had that chance, as was the chance to serve in Her Majesty's Australian Armed Forces and as a minister in Her Majesty's Australian government. She was a queen, as she believed, who was anointed by God and whose reign has now been ended by God. And so in thanking and farewelling this most remarkable woman, we turn from the Book of Kings to the Gospel of Matthew to say, "Well done, good and faithful servant, Elizabeth II, Queen of the United Kingdom, Queen of Australia and its people, and the Queen of our hearts."
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, today I rise to pay my respects on behalf of people in the Gilmore electorate on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and in doing so acknowledge Her Majesty's extraordinary life of dedication to service, country and Commonwealth. There has been an absolute outpouring of sadness that Queen Elizabeth II has passed on. But there has also been immense interest in learning more about Her Majesty's extraordinary 70-year reign. Her Majesty touched the lives of so many people. I think it's also fair to say we've also been getting a history lesson in royal protocol. After all, it's been 70 years since Queen Elizabeth II's own father, King George VI, passed away, and Elizabeth became Queen at just 25 years of age. Most people, myself included, have known no other queen as head of the Commonwealth. For a young queen in a male-dominated world to help steer that change over 70 years as queen truly is extraordinary. The Queen has seen wars, pandemics, the introduction of technology such as the internet, changes in the workplace, and the list goes on. And through it all, the Queen has always been there, a steady force. On her 21st birthday, the Queen said, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." And that's just what Her Majesty did. What we're seeing now is an outpouring of recognition of the dignity in which Her Majesty has navigated all of life's ups and downs. Speaker, I placed official condolence books in my electorate offices both at Nowra and Batemans Bay, and the books kept filling up. But of course that should come as no surprise. Speaker, I'm now going to read some of those messages from my constituents because they say it so well. Lawrence said, "What a great loss to the world. How lucky we were to have her in our lives. My condolences to her family. She was a remarkable woman." Charmaine said, "Thank you. Well done, good and faithful servant. You kept the Commonwealth together through thick and thin. Your love for the people, your husband and your family, and dogs and horses shone through every year of your service. God bless you and your family." Cheryl said, "Remembering all the wonderful service given by a grand, kind and remarkable Queen and woman, forever grateful for all her dedication and also the incredible example to us all of honour, dignity, kindness and devotion. God bless our beloved Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, now with our Lord Jesus forever." Cynthia said, "Queen Elizabeth II, you have been an inspiration to all women. Thank you for your dedication of duty to the Commonwealth and your people. You kept your promise that you would serve your people, which you did, above and beyond. We appreciate all your efforts through the tough times when you displayed leadership, although painful periods. God bless the Queen." Tom said, "Legends never die. You were and continue to be a legend, an inspiration to all young women around the world and a leader the future generation will strive to be. Thank you for everything." Pat said, "You lived your life as you promised, like one of your thoroughbred horses, a race you did not expect to run. But with grace and strength you took the reins and you cleared the hurdles with strength and grace, and you won. Well done." Anne said, Queen Elizabeth II, thank you for your inestimable, inspirational life of service to your people. As Queen of Australia, you were a constant, extraordinary figure in the background my whole life. A queen who remarkably commanded respect and love on the world stage for all her reign. Your beauty, grace and dignity will always be remembered, along with the selfless devotion to the Commonwealth of Nations. May you rest in peace. Darrell said, a truly beautiful lady, so well respected and admired. Saying goodbye to Your Majesty Queen Elizabeth was so sad, like saying goodbye to my mum a second time. Thank you for your dedication. Rest in peace. Valerie and Richard said, rest in peace, our dear Queen. You served us well and for so long. You will be remembered fondly forever. So many beautiful condolences for Her Majesty the Queen, which sum up the true depth of love and thankfulness for her service. May she rest in peace.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The second Elizabethan age has closed, and we mark its closure with sad hearts as we mourn the departure of its namesake, our Sovereign Lady, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. She defined the age by her benevolent leadership of the Commonwealth, by the symmetry of her private and public virtues, virtues informed by a living and committed Christian faith, and by the grace and dignity that united her to millions of subjects. In the long history of British kings and queens, she was a queen who wore her crown lightly. She was perhaps the most open-handed monarch to take the throne in the last 1,000 years, as she presided over the dissolution of the British Empire, not the gathering of more territory to her crown. She relinquished power and might instead of seizing it. Instead, she gave life and energy to the Commonwealth, what she called an equal partnership of nations and races that was built on friendship, loyalty and the desire for freedom and peace. Australia is a proud member of that Commonwealth, and we were glad to call her our Queen. Our lives are often shaped by events beyond our control. For Her Majesty, she did not choose the crown. That duty fell on her by birth. The crown came to her much earlier than she imagined, along with the painful grief as she mourned the early passing of her father, King George VI. A lesser woman might have chafed at the imposition so early in life, but she gave herself to the institution and became the leader that we came to know, that ever-present benevolence that was never far from our thoughts. Her visage on our coins and $5 notes, her photo hanging on walls in government buildings and defence barracks across the country, the loyal toasts at countless dinners over the years. In my family, she was present at our dinner table, my mother admonishing us for our lack of manners. She would often say, "Imagine if the Queen was here," and we'd sit up and eat in a more dignified manner. And her presence was generational too. My children sat transfixed recently, watching on YouTube the Queen and Paddington share a marmalade sandwich together. She did touch our lives in many ways, not as a celebrity, but as a woman who lived out her calling with Christian grace, humility and quiet strength. She lived those virtues as our Queen, in her private role as guidance counsellor to Prime Ministers, in her public leadership of the Commonwealth. In both ways, she touched the great and small alike with her example of service. It is right that we should mourn her, Mr Speaker, for her life of duty and service, and because we may not see her like for another 1,000 years. May she rest in eternal peace in the comfort of her Lord and God, and may God save the King, His Majesty Charles III. We wish him peace, stability and wisdom in the leadership of our Commonwealth. Thank you.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
Never again will Australians see the like of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Queen Elizabeth II reigned for 70 years, 7 months and 2 days. She's the longest-serving monarch in the history of Great Britain. Across her reign, there were 16 different Australian Prime Ministers. The durability of her popularity was more consistent than that of contemporary Australian political leaders. But the longevity of her reign alone, I should say, elevates to the dais of history. But it doesn't sufficiently, I think, explain
her contribution to Australia and her significance for Australians. Here and right around the world there has been a grief which has been universal and democratic in nature. Citizens who take little interest in politics have stopped to watch the melancholic pageantry of the Queen's funeral. The grief in Australians, the sense of our loss, of our irrevocable loss, our awareness of permanent change, is not simply explained by the longevity of her reign. See, I think Australians understand that Elizabeth II provided continuity and certainty in a rapidly changing and divided world. She respected her role as head of state as constitutional and non-partisan. She didn't see herself as a serving Prime Minister with real power. A link through the ages of modern Australia from the Second World War to 2022, she uniquely joined our past to our present. In 1926, the year she was born, Gandhi was still in jail for inciting rebellion against the British Empire for Indian independence. The memory of Gallipoli was not even 11 years old. Joan Sutherland was to be born 7 months later, and Farlap was yet to win the Melbourne Cup. Right now there are fewer than 50,000 Australians who are older than 95, which means Her Majesty's life has spanned the lives of more than 25 million Australians. From the Blitz to Afghanistan, from the White Australia policy to the multicultural Australia of today, from Australian women in the kitchen to Australian women in the Parliament and every other forum of the nation, she has presided and been present at our change. I was fortunate enough to meet Her Majesty in 2011 on her final visit to Australia. I was struck by her modesty, how entirely engaged she was with every person she met, from school children to veterans to politicians. The fact that a person, such as myself, a committed believer in an Australian head of state, should not allow us to, or should not prevent us from recognising the greatness inherent in the person of Elizabeth Windsor, her selflessness, calm and stoicism, unflagging commitment to public duty. In fact, some of the most excellent and fitting tributes in recent days have been from Australian Republicans. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese remembered the words the Queen used after the September 11 attacks, that grief is the price we pay for love. Former Prime Minister Paul Keating expertly located the Queen's broader cultural relevance in a century where the self was privatised and the public good broadly neglected. He noted Queen Elizabeth understood this and instinctively attached herself to the public good against what she recognised as a tidal wave of private interest and private reward. And she did this for a lifetime, never deviating. The quiet Queen never embraced partisanship, which allowed her to be the constitutional monarch for all, regardless of creed, colour or conviction. A head of state for all. This silence should not be mistaken for disinterest, rather an acute wisdom that the role of head of state is to unite even as nations change and governments change direction. Such purposeful unity enabled the diverse nations of our Commonwealth the time and space to evolve national identity. History salutes strong leaders who accumulate power, but leaders who disperse power are infinitely rarer. In recent weeks we've lost two of that rarer kind, and former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev and now the Queen. Australians should just pause for a moment and reflect that the Queen oversaw the transformation of the British Empire to a multicultural Commonwealth of more than 1 billion people. In this great room of Australia we gather, we should all take a moment to reflect the particular grandeur of this great woman and Queen. May she rest in peace. The Queen was a figure of constancy, not a partisan nor an activist, and that is at the heart of the public's affection for her. And the supreme irony is that the Queen is the exemplar of the type of personality, humble, dutiful, thoughtful and abiding, that Australians would want in an Australian head of state. The Queen never embraced partisanship, which allowed her to be a monarch for all. She never ignored the shifting the realities of the shifting social norms. She did indeed acknowledge in the 1999 referendum that it had been clear for some time that, in her own words, many Australians wanted to see constitutional change. She stressed, though, the future of the monarchy in Australia was that for the Australian people alone to decide, while reassuring us that whatever happened, it would not have changed her family's deep affection for Australia and Australians everywhere. That discussion will happen in other times. That change will happen in other times. But with Her Majesty's indulgence, we take a breath to reflect on the end of the second Elizabethan era, and with it the profound loss of a great woman.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Calais.
The price of greatness is responsibility, said Winston Churchill, the first English Prime Minister that Queen Elizabeth II worked with, and reportedly her favourite. Her Majesty never sought greatness, but through her devotion and service to her country and to the Commonwealth over an extraordinary 70-year reign, the Queen achieved a rare measure of greatness the world seldom sees. Through the peaks and valleys of war and peace, through the darkest days and in times of triumph, in a rapidly changing world, she was a reassuring presence of continuity and calm. She was the 25-year-old who became the longest reigning monarch in British history and, for many, the most loved. As we mourn her passing, country communities have come together across our electorate of Calais to share memories of when the Queen swapped the comforts of Buckingham Palace, Balmoral and Windsor Castle for the wonders of the Central West. On the first of the Queen's 16 visits to Australia in 1954, the Royals visited 57 towns and cities in 58 days, including 2 in the region that I'm lucky enough to call home. On February 12th, the Royal flight touched down at Raglan Aerodrome, and the Queen said g'day to Bathurst for the very first time. In the 1954 census, Bathurst had just over 16,000 residents, so you can imagine the pandemonium as the city's population swelled 5 times over, with an estimated 90,000 people gathering in the city's CBD to catch a glimpse of Her Majesty. That's about the same number of motor racing fans that descend on Mount Panorama for the Bathurst 1000 each year. Later that day, the Queen and Prince Philip boarded the royal train from Bathurst to Lithgow, where 20,000 people gathered at Lithgow Park, including 6,000 children from 45 schools across Lithgow, Mudgee, Gulgong and Kandos, who each carried a Union Jack flag made in Lithgow. The name of that park was subsequently changed to Queen Elizabeth II in honour of her visit that day. She was a queen, but she never lost her connection to the people she led. She loved meeting regional Australians from all walks of life. After her visit, the Queen sent a letter to the Mayor of Lithgow, writing, "I am well aware that this area, with its coal and its industry, is making a notable contribution to the strength of Australia, and I am very glad that I have been able to come here and see something of it. I am still more pleased to be able to meet some of the men and women who work the mines and man the machines." This week, Anne and Owen Murray from Manildra and their granddaughter Lily stopped into my Orange office to sign the Book of Condolence. Anne recalled the Queen and Prince Philip's visits to Orange on April 28, 1970, when as a young girl she happily sat in the street outside the former Bank of New South Wales for hours, waiting to see Her Majesty. While in Orange, the Queen and Duke of Edinburgh visited the email fridge-making factory that was to be a key employer for the city for decades. While the royal visit largely went off without a hitch, decades later it was revealed that there had been an assassination attempt on the journey to Orange. According to former Detective Superintendent Cliff McCarty, a large wooden log was placed over the train tracks at Bowenfells near Lithgow in an attempt to derail the train carrying the royals. Fortunately, the advance train struck the log, but it was travelling slowly enough that it didn't derail. The Queen, Duke of Edinburgh and the public were unaware anything had happened for 3 decades before the Lithgow Mercury finally broke the story of the Lithgow plot. I bumped into the legendary former Lithgow Mercury editor Len Ashworth last week, who recounted how pleased he was that the story he did not print at the time has finally now been told. The identity of the perpetrators remains a mystery to this day. In 1982, the Queen visited Bathurst for a second time, demonstrating her great fondness of and interest in regional Australia and affirming a strong and lasting connection between residents of the Central West and the royal family. Her presence and support in times of tragedy and loss will never be forgotten. Douglas Brooks of Orange echoed the sentiments of many when he wrote in our Book of Condolence, "In others' tribulations your loyalty held sway. We honour and salute you, and bid farewell today. It was truly an honour to attend the National Memorial Service yesterday on behalf of the Killare electorate. We thank and salute Her Majesty for her 7 decades of unwavering and resolute service to the Commonwealth and the international community of nations. Hers was a life of duty, dignity, service above self and love, including love of Australia and love of country Australia and its people. She was truly exceptional. May she rest in peace.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II marks the end of an era, her era. I acknowledge this is a sad period for many Australians. She's been a fixture in their lives. Over her 70-year reign, she remained an enduring symbol of stability. Queensland mathematician, entrepreneur and part-time historian Nigel Greenwood wrote a book, The Sovereignty of the People, in which he discussed the Crown and its reserved powers. He spent a lot of time researching the monarch's responsibility and constitutional government. Recently he said, one of the striking things about the accounts of Prime Ministers of Commonwealth nations across the many decades of the Queen's reign was the consistency of their accounts of her valuable counsel and the depth of her work in understanding the political difficulties of the day. When British Prime Minister Harold Wilson had his first meeting with her, he was embarrassed to discover she understood the current political issues confronting him better than he did, because she was always diligently working through her briefs in his and prior governments across her reign. He vowed never to go unprepared to another meeting with her. Dr Greenwood noted the Queen championed the Commonwealth's interests across the decades when British Prime Ministers seemed obsessed with Europe. While for many she embodied the dignity and grace we might expect of a British monarch, history tells us these traits are not necessarily inherited or imbued within the Crown. I know that Queen Elizabeth II was admired and respected in Queensland. She's been the only reigning British monarch to visit my home state. 9 months after Queen Elizabeth II was crowned on the 2nd of June 1953 at Westminster Abbey in London, she arrived in Brisbane on the 9th of March 1954. She stayed at Government House in Brisbane with Queensland Governor Sir John Laverick and his lady Sybil Laverick. And her busy itinerary included many regional visits to Bundaberg, Oakey, Toowoomba, Townsville, Cairns, Mackay, Rockhampton and the Great Barrier Reef. This was the first of 16 visits to Australia and 8 to Queensland as the Queen. Queen Elizabeth II remained a welcome and popular visitor to Queensland shores throughout her life, celebrating our culture and traditions. She provided reassurance in the aftermath of natural disasters and at times of concern for Queenslanders, sending messages of strength and support. On her final visit to Queensland in October 2011, Her Majesty paid tribute to the resilience and courage of Queenslanders in the aftermath of floods and cyclones. Her subsequent public walk along Brisbane's South Bank was greeted by thousands of Queenslanders, emphasising the great affection with which she was held in Queensland. Mr Speaker, as a young princess, we first saw a glimpse of the style of monarch she would become. In World War II, she joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service, where she learned to drive and maintain vehicles. She was, as many have said, the first female member of the British royal family to join the armed services as a full-time active member. Seeing the young Princess Elizabeth in overalls with her head underneath a car bonnet inspired many. The Queen served with impartiality and dedication, Britain and her realms of which Australia is one. Across her long reign, the same cannot always be said of every single Governor-General who served in her name. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was devoted to her duty. She will be remembered fondly as the longest-reigning monarch of the Commonwealth, having succeeded to the throne on the 6th of February 1952 on the death of her father, King George VI. The Queen was an intelligent and engaged monarch who took her duties very seriously. Hers was a life dedicated to service. Mr Speaker, I do hope, expect and pray that one day we'll have different constitutional arrangements in this country as we evolve in the 21st century. This will be the subject of ongoing debate in our national and political discourse until its resolution. Mr Speaker, I acknowledge and understand this is a difficult time for many of our First Nations people who are still dealing with the generational legacy of British colonisation. The cultural juxtaposition has been on full display at our football finals, with welcomes to country ceremonies followed by a minute's silence for Her Majesty's death. Whatever your views about the British monarchy, and they vary across the country, and Mr Speaker, I'm a lifelong Republican, the Queen has been regarded very widely as a friend of this country, and it is right to respectfully recognise her many years of faithful service over 7 decades. Deepest condolences from my electorate, the people of Blair, to the royal family and her many friends. May she rest in peace.
Order. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and give the call to the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and it is a great honour to be able to stand in this House and pay my respects and the respects of my electorate, the electorate of Wannon, to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And on behalf of my electorate, can I say to King Charles III and his family, extended family, our thoughts and prayers are with you at this time. Mr Speaker, it is a show of the importance and the respect in which the Queen was held that 2 Prime Ministers on either side of the political spectrum thought that it was warranted that she should have her title enacted in law here in this parliament. The first was Sir Robert Menzies and the second was Gough Whitlam. And the change in that title under the Royal Style and Titles Act gives you a sense of the type of person the Queen was. Because in 1953, Sir Robert Menzies enacted a title, and then in 1973, Gough Whitlam thought that it needed to be updated. It needed to be updated because that title needed to divorce state from church, and also it needed to give primacy to the Queen's sovereign rule of Australia. When Gough Whitlam put this to the Queen, she agreed because she understood that it was the will of the Australian people that this change should be made. But not only did she agree, she wanted to be the person who signed the Act here in Australia in 1973 when she visited for the opening of the Sydney Opera House. So she went to Government House here in Canberra and signed that Act. She did it because she understood the primacy of democracy, the importance of democracy, and she also understood that as sovereign she needed to obey the will of the Australian people. It also showed, though, her humour, because at the lunch after the signing of that Act, one Australian rather impolitely said to her, "Congratulations on becoming naturalised, Your Majesty," of which she smiled. And it shows her willingness to understand that unique Australian sense of humour. The Queen left a mark that I think no other world leader will ever leave on Australia. When she visited the electorate of Wannon in 1954, she went to Hamilton, then a population of 5,000. 70,000 people came to Hamilton that day to see the Queen. The people of Portland were so upset that they weren't included in the visit that they complained bitterly. That old rivalry between towns alive well and truly then. So what did Her Majesty do? In 1970, she visited Portland. Just shows how she knew and understood this nation and wanted to make sure that she represented everyone she possibly could. Her sense of dignity, her sense of duty, her sense of service, in many ways epitomises what is so great about our own nation. Every time you see fire, floods, cyclones, what is it that we are reminded of, that sense of service, that sense of giving to others, that sense of self is not as important as giving to those around us. She led us in that, and she epitomised it in every act she undertook over 70 years of service. I never met the Queen, and I would have loved to have. But one thing we share in common is a love of the psalm, "The Lord is my shepherd." Goodness and mercy all my life shall surely follow me, and in God's house forevermore my dwelling place shall be. Thank you, Her Majesty, on behalf of my electorate, on behalf of the nation, for everything that you have done. May you rest in peace.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Queen Elizabeth II saw her homeland, the Commonwealth and the world rebuild after World War II. During that war, she first spoke to the world. Broadcasting to the children of the Commonwealth, then Princess Elizabeth said on 13 October 1940, "When peace comes, remember it will be for us, the children of today, to make the world of tomorrow a better and happier place." Her own fear repressed, seeking instead to bring hope to children displaced by the horrors of war. Some 70 years later, she saw her grandson, Prince Harry, leave to serve in Afghanistan. She never saw the world completely at peace, but she always used her role to advocate for peace. There is no foreign leader who loved Australia more than Queen Elizabeth. She was the first reigning monarch to visit Australia, 16 visits. She opened Parliament twice, state parliaments 5 times. Parliament House, she officially opened this building in 1988. During her first royal tour in 1954, she travelled some 16,000 kilometres by air, 33 separate flights, 207 separate trips in the car, visiting more than 70 country towns. That included Northam, Kalgoorlie and Perth in Western Australia. When she was in Perth, she opened the modernist icon of Council House in the heart of the Perth electorate. During her visits over the years, she saw more of Western Australia than many who live in this country. Indeed, she saw more of Western Australia than many who serve in this parliament. She did love the West. On that first visit, when she first visited in 1954, the White Australia policy still prevailed. With time, Australia and our monarch changed. In 1967, we recognised Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders through a referendum. In 1992, the landmark Mabo decision recognised rights to traditional land. And at the turn of the century, a group of Aboriginal leaders travelled to Buckingham Palace to discuss, quote, "the unfinished business of reconciliation." After that meeting, now Western Australian Senator Patrick Dodson said the meeting with the Queen had been, quote, "extraordinarily beneficial." Now, King Charles III will too see great advancements during his reign, both in our work here and in work across the Commonwealth. I came to this world halfway through her reign. I was fortunate in 2005 to meet her son, Prince Charles, when I was still a university student. I congratulate the King on his accession to the throne. In 2011, I watched as the Queen spoke at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting proudly hosted in the Perth electorate, including the Great Australian Barbecue, 120,000 sausages, 100 barbecue hot plates, the naming of Elizabeth Quay in her honour, a lasting reminder in the heart of the Perth electorate of the important role she played for our city and our state and our country. And in 2015, myself and my wife Jess stayed with a friend in London. Our friend didn't live in a pokey flat. She had the honour of working for then Prince Charles, and she lived at Buckingham Palace in the Royal Mews. So, above the royal stable, with 30 of England's finest horses, the Gold State Coach, and many of the staff of Buckingham Palace, myself and Jess enjoyed a week in the Queen's hometown from her unique perspective on that fabulous city. In a ceremonial role as Queen, she was not a legislator or decision-maker. However, she demonstrated the true meaning of leadership, that your role is to inspire others. She reflected upon this when she spoke at the Perth Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in 2011. Quoting an Aboriginal saying, she said, quote, "We are all visitors to this time, this place. We are just passing through. Our purpose here is to observe, to learn, to grow, to love, and then we return home." She learned, she grew, she loved, now she returns home. On behalf of the people of the Perth electorate, condolences to the royal family and to all of those who loved and admired Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is hard to capture the essence of a life as dedicated to service as Queen Elizabeth II, and the impact that that life has had on Australians in such a short time. It is reflective of the love and respect of Her Majesty that so many members here today wish to pay their respects. It should be noted, though, that the longest-reigning English monarch was not born to be Queen. Had it not been for her uncle's abdication and father's untimely death, a 25-year-old Princess Elizabeth would not have ascended to the throne she held for 70 years. Couple the unexpected ascension with the fact that the Queen Elizabeth II's coronation in 1953 was the first to be broadcast on television, what resulted was a level of public access and scrutiny never seen before. A young woman grieving the loss of her father and creating a family of her own was thrust further into the limelight of a world of expectation. As she fronted the cameras upon returning to England after her father's death, she stated, "By the sudden death of my dear father, I am called to assume the duties and responsibility of sovereignty. My heart is too full for me to say more to you today, other than I shall always work as my father did through his reign, to advance the happiness and prosperity of my peoples, spread as they are over the world." There were many assumptions, Mr Speaker, by those that she would fail, would not be able to step up to the responsibilities expected of her, and would falter at the task of uniting the Commonwealth. But with poise, dignity, an innate understanding of symbolism and a deep appreciation for humanity, she preserved and created a modern monarchy, the likes of which we will never see again. Queen Elizabeth II was a bastion of strength, calm and pride for many Australians. Our Lizzie was relatable as a wife, a mother, a grandmother, who appeared to add Queen to her list of titles with warm affection rather than stuffy superiority. While it was ever clear that she took on her role with the solemnity and gravity it deserved, she did so with an approachable smile and a kindly, considered word. At the time of her ascension, her steady, calm presence gave Australians exactly what was needed as we emerged from a chaotic post-war period. While the process of establishing what is today known as the Commonwealth began in the late 19th century, it fell to Queen Elizabeth II to guide its acceleration. She oversaw a process in which the British Empire was transformed into a voluntary association of sovereign nations, of which Australia is included. The Queen visited Australia on 16 separate occasions throughout her reign and drew crowds of thousands wherever she went, including in Coffs Harbour, within my own electorate of Cowper, in 1970. Coffs was quite a different place 52 years ago, and many in my electorate recall the thrill they felt upon hearing the Queen would visit in what was then a small, modest seaside town. Many felt her visit put us on the map and remember how proud they felt to show off our beauty to royalty. The Queen had that effect on Australians. We wanted to show off our country, our culture, our natural beauty and, let's face it, our far superior weather. She possessed a motherly symbolism that we wanted to impress. And in wanting her to experience our country fondly, we found ourselves showcasing and appreciating all the things that make Australia great and of which we should be proud. Mr Speaker, in 1989, as a 19-year-old probationary police officer, I swore an oath to the Queen. In 2001, having been sworn into the New South Wales Supreme Court, I took an oath to the Supreme Court under the Commonwealth of Australia. And in 2019, I swore an oath to Her Majesty in this place. It has been a pleasure to serve Her Majesty, and I thank her for her service to our country. Thank you.
The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to pay tribute to the extraordinary life and service of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. On September 9, the Australian people woke to the news that the Queen's historic reign and her long life devoted to duty, family, faith and service had come to an end. From the moment the young princess became Queen in 1952, Her Majesty's dedication to duty and service over self have been the hallmarks of her reign, performing her responsibilities with fidelity, integrity and respect for everyone she met. We saw those qualities each time she visited our shores, which she did so on 16 separate occasions, travelling to every state and territory across our vast continent. She visited my electorate of Newcastle on 4 occasions, in 1954, 1970, 1977, which she came to open our Newcastle Art Gallery, and I got to witness firsthand, and then again in 1988. Queen Elizabeth reigned for 70 years, making her the longest reigning woman in history. There have been many monarchs in Great Britain, but it is worth noting that 3 of the longest reigning and arguably most impactful were women. Queen Elizabeth I reigned from 1558 to 1603 and Queen Victoria from 1837 to 1901. But Queen Elizabeth II, of those 3 queens, was the most fully evolved monarchy. She inherited a monarchy whose political power had been steadily eroding since the 18th century, but whose role in public life was paradoxically to increase in its importance. She handled her often difficult and delicate constitutional role with grace and, it must be said, remarkable political skill. And nowhere is that perhaps more evident than the way in which the Queen engaged with Australia. Our contested histories of colonisation, the unfinished business of a just and proper relationship with our First Nations people, and the unsettled questions about our constitutional arrangements. Over the course of 7 decades, Her Majesty observed closely the evolution of former colonies, the emergence of independent nation-states, and the formation of new alliances and new political power. Yet she remained welcome and a constant presence throughout the Commonwealth. She embodied and exhibited a timeless decency and enduring calm. When the princess became Queen, women's roles were overwhelmingly domestic. Indeed, women were discouraged from working outside the home. This is especially true of married women and children. The Second World War, however, demanded a radical rethink of those social norms, and millions of women took on wartime jobs, working in the factories producing emissions, building ships, serving as air raid wardens, fire officers, volunteered in the Red Cross, keeping the economy going while the men went to war. And it was a young Princess Elizabeth who was one of these women when she joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service as a military driver and mechanic. I expect that experience of working within a traditionally male-dominated workplace held Her Majesty and millions of other women in good stead for what was yet to come. Despite surrendering those jobs, voluntarily or not, to the men who returned from war, the world of work and the work of women was destined to change forever. It's just taken a lot longer than we might have expected. With the death of her father, King George VI, the young princess instantly became Queen and head of state for more than 50 million people across 32 nations, many of which were emerging still from the massive destruction and political upheavals of the Second World War. For 70 years she embodied leadership. She showed generations of women and men that women can be leaders. Indeed, women are more than capable of leadership. Queen Elizabeth is the only reigning monarch most Australians have ever known and the only one to visit Australia. Throughout her reign, Queen Elizabeth showed a deep affection for our nation and she was held in high regard by most Australians too. Notwithstanding her lifelong dedicated service to others, the passing of the Queen has reignited questions and conversations about our nationhood and our constitutional arrangements. These are conversations that are a sign of a healthy, mature nation and should not for one moment take away from the very important business of wishing the Queen and her family peace at this difficult time.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for Riverina.
Today, as in recent days, we again give thanks for the life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Her Royal Highness has passed from this life, but her legacy will long live on. Across the world, tributes have been given and gratitude shared for an iconic figure. Never before has an English monarch enjoyed such affection in life and in death. Kings and queens have always been looked up to from afar by their subjects, yet Elizabeth was able to transcend the way the Crown once ruled and was accessible and available like no monarch before her. Shedding tears is not needed for someone who has lived a full and good life and departed at age 96. Yes, it is sad that she is gone, but we should be ever grateful we had her as Queen at all, given the circumstances of her accession, let alone for as long as she was on the throne. Over recent years there has been a growing push for a republic in Australia, yet even those who are not within the Commonwealth or those within royal realms who are avowed republicans have been touched by her 8 September passing. Understandably, good people with good hearts have not rushed to question our constitutional monarchy at this time of grief and loss. Reigning for a record 70 years, the Queen brought her own unique sense of devotion, duty, service and self to the demanding role. May she always be remembered for her dignity, grace and style. A woman who, as a princess, paid for her own wedding dress in 1947 using ration coupons because of austerity measures after World War II. Just imagine for a moment the enormous pressure on this young lady who, from a young age, was heir to the throne after the shock 1936 abdication of her uncle, King Edward VIII. Elizabeth did not wish for the crown, it is said, and, as a very young girl, apparently prayed for a brother so the crown could pass her by. So it was, however, that at age just 25 she became the monarch upon the death of her father, King George VI. The crown was a perfect fit, and she would become much loved at home and abroad. Yearning to be seen as a queen for all, Elizabeth wasted little time before she travelled overseas and, in 1954, came to Australia. Queen Elizabeth, Queen of Australia, won everyone's heart on that first of 16 visits down under. Until that inaugural visit, no reigning English monarch had ever been to Australia. Even country centres were on the itinerary, and the Queen toured the countryside, including my hometown, Wagga Wagga, on 13 February. Everyone who saw her on that special day, Wagga Wagga's greatest day, remembers her being so beautiful, radiant and smiling. Never before, and certainly not since, has our city enjoyed such an occasion. Elizabeth II's ability as Queen to be there for her people always shone through, whether they were the sheep farmers and wood choppers at the Wagga Wagga Showground or the civic leaders on that hot summer afternoon. Legend has it a stray wood chip came hurtling towards the Queen as she watched the demonstration by the axemen, which Her Majesty deftly deflected with her umbrella. I met her with a group of daily newspaper editors in Sydney in 2000 and was impressed by her instant recall of her visit to Wagga Wagga, a market town, as she put it, 46 years earlier. Zeal, commitment, faith, allegiance, all attributes the Queen gave and was given in return during her reign. At all times, through the most dramatic social changes in human history, the Queen was a rock for Great Britain and the world. Being so steady, such a constant, gave Britons and people from other nations a sense of pride, patriotism and belief that tradition still mattered in an ever-changing world. England's Queen, our Queen, was an exemplar of what a leader should be in difficult and trying times. The economic and military upheavals which beset the world would have been enough to test the resolve of any monarch. Her own family challenges which pushed the limits. Through it all, however, the Queen remained true and unwavering. Her stoicism and that of her late husband of 73 years, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, was an inspiration to all. England's monarchy is a 1,000-year institution. Symbolism is an important part of any organisation with the history and power of the English sovereignty. Elizabeth II's Westminster Abbey funeral and committal in St George's Chapel at Windsor Castle on Monday had all the grandeur, ceremony and pomp you would expect. Certainly it was a service and an occasion fit for a queen. Only a monarch of the extraordinary qualities of Elizabeth II could have drawn the worldwide outpouring of love and respect afforded at her farewell, watched by billions across the globe. Now it is up to King Charles III to carry his mother's torch and forge his own identity, and may he live long to do just that. Doubtless, whatever happens in the future, we can say we were blessed to live in this great second Elizabethan age, and may I respectfully say thank you, Mum.
Thank you. I give the call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Youth.
Thank you, Speaker. It is indeed a privilege to be able to rise here in this House today to pass on my condolences and indeed the deep condolences of the people of Cowan on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Deputy Speaker, there's not much that I can say that hasn't already been said in honour of Her Majesty, in honour of a remarkable 70 years of service that we have heard about over the past few days. And Deputy Speaker, many here have spoken about how they had the opportunity and indeed the honour to meet the Queen. I never met the Queen, but I must say the one thing that stands out to me upon hearing from people who have met her was not so much the honour of meeting Her Majesty, for indeed it would have been an honour, but the fact that it was an experience in human connection, that Her Majesty greeted a Prime Minister and a Member of Parliament with the same deference with which she greeted any man or person or woman in the street. Much has also been said of Her Majesty's many visits to Australia, 16 in fact. Queen Elizabeth II was the first reigning monarch to visit Australia, and she first visited Western Australia in 1954 and again in 2011. In fact, her last days on Australian soil were spent attending the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Perth, hosted by then Prime Minister Julia Gillard. And during that visit, she was also a special guest of the Great Aussie Barbecue, which saw 120,000 West Australians descend on the former Esplanade Park in the Perth CBD to share a sausage sizzle with the Queen. Elizabeth Quay was named in her honour as the site of the Great Aussie Barbecue, and a red gum tree she planted during her visit in March 1954 now stands tall and strong in Kings Park. Upon the opening of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Perth in 2011, Her Majesty said, "I am delighted to join you all here in Perth for a meeting that promises to bring new vibrancy to the Commonwealth. This city, Perth, is known for its optimism. This state, Western Australia, is known for its opportunity and potential. And this country, Australia, is known for its warmth, openness and generosity. Dare I say, Deputy Speaker, that Australians also came to know Her Majesty for her warmth, openness and generosity. In 2022, the vast majority of Australians, around 88% in fact, have only ever known Queen Elizabeth II as the Queen. Reflecting on my own life as a migrant child in Australia, hardly speaking any English, one of the first things that we learnt at school was how to sing God Save the Queen. And when my family took the oath of allegiance to Australia, taking Australian citizenship in 1974, I watched on as my parents also sang God save the Queen. Indeed, that theme of constancy has been one that has come out quite profoundly during all the speeches that we've heard here in this chamber today and over the past 14 days of commemoration for the passing of Her Majesty. She has been a source of strength and a source of comfort for many in uncertain and changing times, and many speakers before me have said in much more eloquent words just how much of a comfort she was during those various times during her reign. May I end on this, a wish that we all have the strength to answer the call of service and duty, even when it is unexpected, as it was for Her Majesty, with the same grace, with the same humour and with the same integrity as Queen Elizabeth did.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this condolence motion and pay tribute to the life of Queen Elizabeth II, a true servant leader who never made it about herself. 70 years on the throne, the Queen has been a constant presence in the lives of most Australians and certainly my life. Her Majesty was a head of state with enormous power, at least in theory, but she recognised the importance of only exercising that power in the most extreme circumstances and avoiding any commentary on issues of contested politics. Having a head of state who chooses not to exercise power is something we should cherish, because there will always be a long list of interests wanting the exercise of power. Queen Elizabeth lived and breathed her duty and was rarely tempted to go out on a limb and engage in anything political. She also brought stability to a changing nation and a changing world, and for that the world is a better place. Despite her role and position, however, she was incredibly down-to-earth in practice, as we've been hearing from so many here today. That's what my grandparents told me when they hosted her during a 3-day tour of the original Snowy scheme in 1963. My grandfather, William Hudson, was the chief engineer of the project, and he and my grandmother had the great honour of showing Her Majesty and Prince Philip around the project. What stood out most for them was the way she engaged with the workers. She asked questions and was genuinely interested in the work they were doing, the hard work and dangerous work they were doing, and what this project meant to Australia and to them. The workers were a remarkable group who had migrated to Australia following the Second World War. They were tough people who had witnessed atrocities, but they were given an extraordinary opportunity to meet with someone of such privilege. Yet she treated them as if they were no different to the Prime Minister or the President. During that tour, Queen and Prince Philip joined my grandparents for dinner at their home in Cooma North. My grandmother was from a dour, stoic South Island, New Zealand farming family with a deep Scottish ancestry. Like the Queen, she was heavily influenced by the ravages of the Depression and the 2 World Wars and revered the simplest things in life: family, faith, service and simple food. She served the Queen lamb chops, followed by tinned peaches and ice cream for dessert. By all accounts, that simple, home-cooked meal, Australian dinner in a very traditional Australian home on a hill in Cooma, a meal many of us in rural Australia were brought up on, was gratefully received by both the Queen and Prince Philip. My grandmother's reverence for the Queen was bolstered by what she saw of her on that visit, and each Christmas she would demand we all watch the Queen's Christmas broadcast and stand in the living room to sing God Save the Queen. It strikes me that the loss of the Queen is part of a loss of that remarkable generation who saw duty as more important than rights, service as more important than being served, and truth coming from the simplest and most traditional things in life, not the shiny temptations. Perhaps what we are seeing now is some rediscovery of the virtue and values of that remarkable generation, a generation who saw unprecedented adversity and tumultuous change.
On her 21st birthday, the then Princess famously declared that her whole life, whether it be short or long, would be devoted to service. True to her word and stoic until the very end, her final act as monarch took place just 2 days before her death, formally appointing Liz Truss as her 15th UK Prime Minister. A fitting end to a lifetime of service, dedication and devotion to her people. May she rest in peace.
Thank you. Give the call to the member for McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to honour the memory of Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of the people of McEwen and offer our sincere condolences to her family. This has been a surreal moment in time. I've heard many in our community, young and old, comment that she has been the Queen for all their lives. She was always there and she's been a great comfort to many, the one constant in an ever-changing world. She was the Queen for our parents, our grandparents and even our great-grandparents. Her 70-year reign was without a doubt an amazing achievement and the longest-serving monarch in British history. During her reign, we have witnessed extraordinary change, everything from decolonisation to the emergence of women's rights and LGBTQIQ rights as well. We went to the moon, we saw televisions in our home for the first time, the birth of rock and roll, the dawn of the internet and more recently a worldwide pandemic. And today, as we reflect on her legacy, it's clear Australians will hold different views about our past and the direction of our future. But we know that the Queen accompanied us for 70 of Australia's 121 years as a federation, serving as Queen and Head of State. In our own electorate of McEwen, in a time that we have faced many challenges and unfortunately tragic events, including Ash Wednesday and Black Saturday, as Australia's Head of State, Queen Elizabeth spoke of her shock and sadness at the number of deaths, as well as expressing her admiration for the extraordinary work our emergency service crews and the resilience of our people. After the Black Saturday bushfires, according to my friend and former Premier John Brumby, the royal family donated to Victoria's Bushfire Relief Fund, and the Queen then requested daily updates on the recovery effort. After providing a daily brief to the palace for 3 months, the Victorian government thought that we were past the worst of it and could stop sending such frequent updates. 2 days later, the Premier received another message saying that Her Majesty was keen to continue with the daily briefings, which is quite remarkable. There have been a steady stream of people coming into our office in McEwen to sign the condolence book, mostly from the town where my office is, but many have travelled quite a few kilometres away, from Romsey, Lancefield, Kilmore and such, to come in, sign, put their pen to paper and formally pay their respects. In preparing for today, I took the opportunity to read their words, reflect on their remarks and speak to people. One lady told us about a certificate she received as a 3-year-old in London at the time of the coronation. Eileen Buckley of Kilmore and her 5-year-old sister from Holberton Gardens College Park were among the many children in London who received a certificate for participating in local celebrations to mark the coronation. Eileen recalled it was a time of great celebration, with streets holding their own parties, decorated with red, white and blue bunting and children dressing up as royals for the day. When Eileen married, there was a portrait of the Queen in the place where the ceremony was held. Eileen and her husband came to Australia in 1972 and later became Australian citizens. There was a portrait of the Queen for their citizenship ceremony. When she became a Justice of the Peace, the Queen was there too. In fact, images of the Queen were at the most significant events in her life. Many people have come in and written their sincere gratitude to the Queen for her years of service, being an enduring constant in their life, and for the profound sense of loss they feel. In fact, the words profound sense of loss are repeated time and time again in the condolence book. They talk about the sense of connection the Queen gave Australia to a bigger family, the incredible enduring mark she left on the world and her dedication to lifelong service. And I quote, "an amazing monarch that we will not see again." There is no doubt many people have a great deal of regard for her and are grateful for the respect, calm and resilience she embodied. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II will certainly live on in the hearts of mine and many in our electorate. May she rest in peace.
Thank you. Thank you. I give the call to the member for Curtin. Wentworth, my apologies.
To express my condolences on behalf of the community of Wentworth on the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. And not just to express my condolence, but also to pay tribute and to celebrate the extraordinary life of a remarkable woman. A woman who was our Queen and the head of the Commonwealth. a woman who was a quiet but persistent model for duty, for service, for tolerance, for humility and for respect, and a woman who was dearly and clearly loved and respected by many millions of people right around the world. One lesson we can learn from her life is how much people value constancy in their leaders, not just doggedly sticking to a belief or attitude, regardless of changing facts or the changing world. Elizabeth clearly saw and understood, perhaps better than most, that the world is changing. She took the crown at a time when the British Empire was in terminal decline and oversaw its transformation into a commonwealth of largely independent states. Her coronation was, for many people, the first television program they would ever watch, while every single moment of her funeral was documented on social media. The world changed and Elizabeth changed, but it felt as if she was entirely unchanging. And that is because she remained true to her values. People felt they understood her, they knew who she was and what she was about. And I think this is what people want from their leaders. They want someone who knows themselves, who knows what they believe in, and someone who will stand by their principles their entire careers and lives. A second thing we can take from the Queen's life was that she took her responsibilities and commitments seriously. She made a pledge on her 21st birthday that her whole life would be devoted to the service of her people, a pledge that she recommitted to on her coronation day, and a pledge that she honoured for 7 long decades. And she honoured that commitment. It seemed that all her days were devoted to meeting people from all walks of life, to celebrating their achievements, raising the profile of those who supported others, and offering comfort and support to those in hardship. This devotion to service was best demonstrated through her work with the Commonwealth, which has supported democratic values, human rights and the rule of law in member states throughout her reign. She took her responsibilities and her commitments seriously, and she honoured them for every day of her life. It is clear to me that this is what people want, what they and what others value in their leaders. And that is why there's so much respect for Elizabeth. As the Prime Minister said this morning, you could be a Republican and still have a deep affection and respect for her. And I think all walks of life, certainly in Wentworth, acknowledge the stability that her reign has provided our own democracy, even as many consider how our democracy may change. Elizabeth II was a remarkable woman, one who was respected and admired by so many Australians for so many reasons. And I'm deeply honoured to be representing the people of Wentworth as I say thank you for their full life of devoted service. I would like to finish with a brief note from one of the constituents who left a condolence in my office. They're simple words, but I think it is well expressed. Sincere condolences. Thank you for your lifetime of service and duty. Always loved and missed.
Thank you. I give the call to Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the only sovereign many Australians have ever known, and a head of state who will be remembered fondly by our great nation as the perfect example of duty, respect and leadership. It is difficult to adequately reflect upon Her Majesty's long life in these brief remarks, but I do know she deeply touched the hearts of people in Greenway across generations during her 70 years as sovereign. I say this confidently, having seen photos from Her Majesty's coronation, an event warmly celebrated by the people of Greenway and right across the Commonwealth. Young boys and girls danced in Francis Park, while a convoy of cars and floats paraded down Main Street, then dirt and gravel, to pay tribute to the newly crowned Queen. Military personnel, including sailors from the nearby HMAS Narimba training facility in Quakers Hill, joined the procession in great numbers, supplemented by local young men dressed impeccably in the outfits of the National Guard. By all accounts, it was a truly momentous occasion. Yet it was Her Majesty's visit to Australia in 1954, the only visit of a reigning monarch to our shores, that remains firm in our nation's history book. The royal tour brought our country to a standstill, with some 70% of the population flocking to witness a young and energetic Queen. Her Majesty touched many hearts on that tour, including people in my community. I've often remarked that Western Sydney is a very large place and must have felt even more so when Her Majesty travelled by unelectrified train from Wynyard to Penrith on tour. crowds of Blacktown residents lined the Western Rail line to catch a glimpse of their new sovereign. Despite the long trip, Her Majesty remained steadfast, standing at the rear of the final carriage to smile and greet many Australians. This is how many would remember their Queen, steadfast in her duty, unwavering and resolute. Images from this visit pay great tribute to a sovereign who maintained the same energy throughout her whole life and into her final years. Her Majesty would return to Western Sydney many times during her reign, including to open the Mount Druitt Hospital alongside former New South Wales Premier Neville Wran. Here were two figures of completely different backgrounds, a member of the British royal family and a Premier from humble beginnings who was the leader of our great state of New South Wales. Queen Elizabeth was comfortable with all people. There was a generosity and warmth in all she did, and it is evident in those photos as she graciously walked the crowds gathered to witness the historic event. The people of Western Sydney loved their Queen. On behalf of the people of Greenway, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II for her long service to our great nation. For 70 years, Her Majesty remained an anchor in a world engulfed by rapid change. Many, including myself, will miss the familiarity that came with Her Majesty's reign, as the only sovereign I and many others had known for our entire lives. We will miss the comfort of Her Majesty's Christmas broadcasts and the wisdom imparted by the Crown. Above all else, we will miss a sovereign who showed a deep admiration and abiding respect for Australia, that unique island nation on the other side of the globe, which so many before her had overlooked as just another colony, yet one where Her Majesty was lovingly embraced as part of the Commonwealth family and celebrated as an independent nation with its own sovereignty. May Her Majesty rest in eternal peace in the love and comfort of the Lord. I also acknowledge the succession of His Majesty King Charles III. On behalf of the good people of Greenway, I extend His Majesty our very best wishes for his reign.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Her Majesty has now passed on to eternal life, and while we knew that this day would inevitably come, our nation has still felt a tremendous sadness and a sense of great personal loss. I wish to express the condolences and the gratitude of my community to our late sovereign. My office has been inundated with calls from local households keen to receive a portrait of the late Queen for their own commemoration. They have expressed to me their deep sorrow at her passing and their appreciation of her untiring service. For 7 decades, Her Majesty was the embodiment of duty, discipline and selfless devotion. Queen Elizabeth performed a difficult task over a difficult period, always with immense grace, warmth and compassion. She was the epitome of a servant leader. This approach was reflective of her Christian faith, which was such an important part of her life and her character. The photographs that have gone around the world of Her Majesty performing her final duty in the days before her passing will come to symbolise her virtues for years to come. She overcame her declining health to invite her final Prime Minister to form a new government. You get a strong sense from the image that nothing was going to stop her from performing this final official act. Despite her frailty, she was dutiful to the very end. Many have mentioned the first Queen Elizabeth throughout this morning and this afternoon. When the first Queen Elizabeth addressed her troops assembled to see off the Spanish invasion of 1588, she remarked, "I know I have the body but of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and the stomach of a king, and a king of England too." Well, our Queen Elizabeth had a heart for her realms that was more than the match of any historic king. While Queen Elizabeth II adopted the role as grandmother of the nation, her gentleness and fragility belied a tireless tenacity and an abiding strength. It is right that her subjects in the United Kingdom are referring to this period as the second Elizabethan age, but for her Australian subjects, this has been our first Elizabethan age, mirroring the national flourishing experienced in England during the reign of the first Elizabeth. Her Majesty has reigned for a remarkable 58% of Australia's life as a federated nation. Over the course of her 16 visits to our country, she saw Australia come of age, shifting from post-war austerity to a nation of unrivalled prosperity and promise. She was a constant in the lives of Australians, a symbol of permanency and steadiness despite all the change that our nation has seen over the 7 decades since her coronation. My grandfather, Roger Pike, was selected among other Second World War veterans to take part in Her Majesty's coronation as a member of the Australian Army's coronation contingent. Before the coronation took place, the Australians took part in the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace, marched into the Palace Square to the tune of Waltzing Matilda. It gives me a great sense of pride that my grandfather was there at the start of Australia's relationship with Her Majesty, and that 70 years on I had the privilege of swearing allegiance to Queen Elizabeth and her heirs and successors at the start of this 47th Parliament. While this is just one small personal connection, it is reflective of so many private stories that have been shared with me by my constituents over the last few weeks. Small recollections of her amazing reign, memories of Her Majesty's triumphant tour in 1954, well-wishes exchanged when she opened Brisbane's World Expo 88, anecdotes that illustrate her sincere love for our country and her concern for our welfare in times of trial. Australians adored our Queen. Over the last couple of weeks, we have witnessed the most heartfelt outpouring of grief from across the country and across the world. She leaves behind an unmatchable legacy of selfless service and will stand as an inspiration for years to come. As we mourn the passing of Her Majesty, I thank God for blessing our family of nations with a sovereign of such remarkable character, and I send the best wishes of my community to our new King as he takes on this heavy responsibility at a time of such monumental personal grief. May Her late Majesty rest in eternal peace, and may God save the King.
Thank you. Give the call to member for Patterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 9th of February 1954, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II visited the Hunter region, travelling to Newcastle and then venturing on to Port Stephens that same day to visit Newcastle Airport at Williamtown, home to the Royal Australian Air Force Base Williamtown, in my seat of Patterson. Unusually, the weather that day was not good. However, it was well reported that the Queen ignored concerns for the weather and insisted her visit proceed as planned. One can assume she was used to pretty bad weather back home. She had already visited Newcastle, where 6 double-decker buses had taken excited children from Raymond Terrace School to the Newcastle Showground. They, along with children from other district schools, made a guard of honour at the gates to the Showground, which took the form of the words, "Welcome to our gracious Queen." It was reported by the then-named Newcastle Morning Herald that around 44,000 school children attended the Newcastle Showground to meet Her Majesty. This is a lasting memory for many in the Hunter, inspiring joy and appreciation, not only for Her Majesty but for our system of government. And it included the lovely memory written in the Condolence book in my office from Mrs. Goff, who wrote, "Our deepest sympathy to all the family. It was my husband's honour to open the door for Her Majesty and the Prince Royal in Newcastle as a Queen's Scout. Thank you, and may you rest in peace." Her Majesty travelled through Fern Bay in Port Stephens. This was the first country township and shire that she and Prince Philip passed through on that Australian tour. As her Daimler went through the streets lined with people, she insisted the car be slowed down to about 10 miles an hour, where people could easily see her smiling and waving to them through the window as she passed. She was so committed to seeing the people that she ended up being 22 minutes late to the Williamtown Aerodrome, as it was logged. She was there met by the President of Port Stephens Shire, Councillor Shearman and Mrs Shearman, the Commandant of Williamtown Aerodrome, Group Captain and Mrs Davis, the Minister for Lands, Mr Hawkins and Mrs Hawkins. During the course of the 3-hour visit, she attended a civic reception, made 2 speeches and attended a gathering of ex-servicemen. She saw thousands of schoolchildren and visited the iconic steelworks. When they visited the steelworks, Mr E.J. Power, in charge of the coke gas regulator, was asked by the Duke whether it was a good place to work. He replied, with that classic Australian way of framing a reply in the negative, "It couldn't be too bad, or a man wouldn't have stayed 30 years. On conclusion of the trip, there was some question whether they could fly to Evans Head, but they decided to go on, with the TAA Convair flying blind for most of the trip. Later that evening, the news correspondent covering the Queen's visit called the Newcastle trip sheer madness due to the weather and what she was endeavouring to do. She doubted that the Queen would be able to remember anything of such a whirlwind tour. But, as many of the locals remarked, it was a fulfilling trip that would leave a lasting imprint on communities across the Hunter. Funnily enough, later that year, the Bishop of Newcastle, the Right Reverend Batty, and his wife attended a garden party at Buckingham Palace. And contrary to those media reports, he and his wife recounted that both Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip remembered every detail of their trip. They had been delighted with the welcome that they had received from so many schoolchildren and were sorry that they couldn't have stayed longer. Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip, her consort by her side, was truly a gracious and committed monarch. Many in my electorate, based in the magnificent Hunter region of New South Wales, share Her Majesty's love of horses and how these majestic creatures enhance our lives. Her early love of riding continued right up until she was 90 years old. This is truly extraordinary, and anyone who rides will tell you that riding side saddle is another skill altogether.
Time is expired.
I do know that the Queen was incredible in that, and I hope that I will be able to ride to that great age. She has indeed touched the hearts of many, and may she rest in eternal peace.
And I give the call to member for Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to speak today on the extraordinary service of Her Majesty the Queen. We, the Commonwealth, are united in our grief on this terribly sad occasion. The long-standing sovereign, a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, a remarkable woman who gave herself to service. The only reigning monarch to visit Australia, Her Majesty visited South Australia 7 times. On her first visit with her husband, Prince Philip, some 200,000 people lined the route from Parafield Airport to Government House. While it's said that 3/4 of Australia came out to visit the Queen in 1954, many of us alive today have never met her. But I think we all felt that we knew her, whether it was through watching the Christmas messages or staring at portraits in our soldiers' memorial halls, or seeing her face on our coins and notes. My personal favourite memory is the video from the Platinum Jubilee, where Her Majesty was sharing a cup of tea and a marmalade sandwich with Paddington Bear, and I think that gave me a glimpse of the Queen's wonderful sense of humour. I wanted to share with the Parliament Her Majesty's connection to Mayo and with some of the memories that have been shared with me by constituents. Mark Seymour Walsh shared his memories of the Queen and Prince Philip in their 1954 tour. He was just a young child living in Renmark at the time, but he remembers the red, white and blue ribbons, the bunting, the rosettes, the flags, and he remembers the huge crowds. He said it was certainly a great day, a great celebration of our new and lovely Queen. Colleen Brown sent me a heartwarming story complete with pictures of her childhood doll that was given to her by her parents in celebration of the Queen's coronation, a doll that came with a crown, a lace gown and sash, and in the doll's tummy was a little recorder that played God Save the Queen and the nursery rhyme, Pussy Cat, Pussy Cat, which, for those of us who know our nursery rhymes, tells the story of when a cat visited the Queen. Joan of Victor Harbour remembered being a little girl in primary school, joining many other schools and thousands of students at Wayville to celebrate and wave to the Queen. In 1977, the Queen came to Mayo. She visited Kersbrook in the Adelaide Hills at the Willamera Quarter Horse Stud. I think we all know in this House her love of horses. The Adelaide Hills Kennel Club is unique in that it holds a royal connection directly with Her Majesty in The February 1986 Expo show was a world first in that the Perpetual Trophy was presented for Best of Breed Welsh Corgi Pembroke. This trophy is a personal gesture by Her Majesty in memory of the late Mrs Thelma Gray, Adelaide Hills resident, Corgi breeder and friend of the Queen. Those in my electorate who have celebrated their centenary or 60th wedding anniversary received beautiful messages from the Queen, and I visited many to offer my best wishes, and it's clear to see the message from the Queen is the absolute highlight of their celebrations. In May 1988, the Queen opened this very building, a symbol of the very heart of our democracy. In her speech at the opening of the new Parliament House, Her Majesty remarked, "Parliamentary democracy is a compelling idea, but it is a fragile institution. It cannot be imposed and is only too easily destroyed. It needs the positive dedication of the people as a whole and of their elected representatives to make it work." Insightful words. A steady stream of constituents have attended my electorate. We've had more than 80 people sign the condolence book, and just today Mount Barker Primary School dropped off their condolence messages. I'd just like to share a couple. Betty wrote, "The Queen was a mother figure to everyone who will be deeply missed. She will always be remembered for her gracious, caring way and her wonderful service." Roger wrote, "Farewell, my Queen, a constant in our ever-changing world." Ethan from Mount Barker Primary School wrote, "I'm grateful for the kindness you gave to everyone. You also made very kind decisions that influenced others to do the same." And in closing, I reflect on the eloquent words of Stefan and Janice, "A golden heart at rest." May our Queen rest in eternal peace, and God save the King.
Thank you. I give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I want to pay credit to the member for Mayo and for the Prime Minister and the Opposition Leader and for all the speeches that we've heard today. It's clear that we've got a nation in grief, and I think the way that's being expressed in the Parliament is really doing justice to how our constituents are feeling about this particular time. It's a real privilege to be able to make a contribution to the discussion today on behalf of the people of Hotham, who I represent in this chamber. And like all of you and all of your constituents, they have experienced an outpouring of grief about the death of the monarch. It's come to me through emails, phone calls. People have stopped me in the street, stopped me in the supermarket to talk to me about this matter, and I can see that my community is feeling the need to talk about the Queen. There's a real sense, I think, that we all knew the passing of the monarch was inevitable, but it also has been so shocking for it to happen. The Queen has been the monarch for my entire life, for the entire life of, I think, every member of this Parliament. I think when I was born, the Queen had already been on the throne for 30 years. So yes, we knew that she was going to pass and it was inevitable that it happened, but the shock is really, I think, struck everyone in my community. Something I think isn't always well understood is the level of regard and respect that the monarch held amongst many migrant communities in our country. I have one of the most multicultural electorates in Australia. More than half of my constituents were actually themselves born overseas, Deputy Speaker. A lot of the people that I represent in this Parliament come from countries which are violent and repressive and unstable, and this is a community of people that could not place more value on a stable democracy. And for a lot of these communities, the monarch was the ultimate representation of that. And I just want to express on behalf of the many community groups that have come to me to reflect that, that we're very much standing with you in the difficult time that we're experiencing. I talked a little bit about the shock, and I'm not sure if people in the gallery or members of Parliament may feel this also, but I've been a little bit surprised by my own reaction to this. And I've been thinking about the way that I was introduced to some of these ideas and remembering that the Queen first came into my orbit with a story that my mother told me continuously when I was a child. She talked to me about what the royal family had done during the Blitz when London was being bombed. And many of you will know that the Queen was told to leave London for her own safety and for the safety of her family, but she wouldn't do that because she didn't want to take herself out of that dangerous situation when her subjects didn't have that same choice. And Buckingham Palace was bombed. 5 explosives were dropped on Buckingham Palace, and when the King and the Queen were filmed inspecting it the next day, the Queen said, "I'm glad we've been bombed. Now I can look the East End in the face." Now, my family are arch Republicans. That is a core value in the household that I grew up in. But what mattered far more to my family was not about our political system or what side of politics you came from, but what it looked like to live a life of service. And that is exactly how we were told to think about the Queen. And I was told that story, I think, by my mum so many times, because for her that was exactly what leadership looked like. You know, sometimes it's easy to be a leader, but it was about how you behave when the chips are down, and what she did was really quite extraordinary. It was amazing, of course, to exercise the level of power and responsibility that the Queen did for any individual, but particularly to be a woman. It's hard to imagine becoming the most powerful woman in the world at the age of 25. Impossible to imagine doing that in 1952. When the first Australian Parliament House was built down the street, that Parliament House was designed without any female bathrooms. That is how irrelevant women were to leadership at that time, and yet the Queen, at the ripe age of 25, became literally the most powerful woman in the world. She carried that off with a level of grace and respect that I think is truly outstanding. If I can just finish with one brief thought, one of the things I just constantly reflected on with the Queen was that she didn't have the natural personality of someone to be a global leader. She wasn't full of ego and ambition, and she wasn't that outgoing. But to me, that makes me respect her even more, because everything she did, all the leadership she showed, it was done simply for one thing, and that is the duty that she felt towards her subjects. So I say, on behalf of my constituents, may she rest in peace.
I thank you, and give the call to the member for Hughes.
On behalf of the people of Hughes, to pay my respects on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. In 1936, at the age of 10, the life of Princess Elizabeth of York changed forever after the abdication of her uncle, King Edward VIII. As her father, ill-equipped and unwilling, was thrust onto the throne as King George VI, the young princess's dream of living quietly as a country woman surrounded by dogs and horses vanished. This coincidence of birth, together with the premature death of the King, thrust Her Majesty, at the age of only 25, into a role for which she was barely prepared. However, in her inimitable, gracious and determined way, Her Majesty rose to her role and reigned for 70 years. Queen Elizabeth served her country and her Commonwealth, including Australia, with kindness and selflessness. In her coronation speech, Her Majesty said, "I have in sincerity pledged myself to your service, as so many of you are pledged to mine. Throughout all of my life and with all my heart, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust." Her Majesty lived by this pledge, devoting her life to service, and fulfilled her duty until she passed. She epitomised values of loyalty, duty, selfless service, and particularly the importance of family. In her final Christmas message, Her Majesty focused on the family, on the importance of the circle of life, on births and deaths. Queen Elizabeth was a daughter, a sister, a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. As the head of the most famous family in the world, the Queen had to deal publicly with many of the family traumas that are faced by the rest of us in private. She did this with dignity and grace, although did admit to her annus horribilis in 1992. Her Majesty was also a wife. We occasionally caught glimpses of the private love and devotion that existed between her and the Duke of Edinburgh, who was, in her own words, her strength and stay during her reign. The picture of Her Majesty, alone in her grief, farewelling her husband in 2021, is one that many of us will never forget. Indeed, it was Her Majesty who said, when comforting victims' families after the September 11 terrorist attacks, that grief is the price we pay for love. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen enjoyed a special relationship with Australia. She made 16 visits here during her reign, and her royal tour in 1954 marked the first time a reigning monarch had travelled to Australia. It was during this tour that she and the Duke travelled to the Hughes electorate in February 1954. Local news reports of the occasion paint a picture of 20,000 people lining the route as the royal motorcade passed under an arch reading, "We welcome our Queen to Sutherland." In what would have been a momentous occasion for our local area, men, women and children gathered along the highway to each wave as their sovereign passed by. Her Majesty the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh later made an unplanned journey by royal train through Hughes once more, travelling through what was then known as the National Park. The Royal National Park, as it is known today, was renamed in her honour the following year. Her Majesty's love of nature is well documented, and it is especially fitting that the world's second oldest national park is also her namesake. Madam Deputy Speaker, in what proved to be one of her final official acts, the Queen appointed her final Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Ms Truss, a mere 48 hours before her passing. Looking extremely frail, although happy and proud, she carried out her duty to the end. Madam Deputy Speaker, I take this opportunity, on behalf of the Hughes community, to express my gratitude for the service of Her Majesty and my condolences to the royal family, to the United Kingdom and to all of the nations of the Commonwealth. Vale Queen Elizabeth.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Sunday, heading home, I stopped in the beautiful beachside town of Bicheno on Tasmania's east coast. While there, I chatted to a man, Charles, and his son, who were walking their dogs. Charles had celebrated his 100th birthday in August, and I noted that he would have been amongst the last to receive a message from Queen Elizabeth II. He smiled and politely noted that I had written to him too. Here we were, three people, separated by continents and oceans, but joined by the simple act of a birthday, a shared experience. Many of the hundreds of millions of people across the world who mourn the Queen's death would never have met her either, but they feel they knew her. As the Deputy Prime Minister noted earlier today, Queen Elizabeth II is the single most recorded person in human history and has personally met and shaken the hands of hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million people. For so many of us, Queen Elizabeth has been a constant presence, the only British monarch we have known in our lifetimes. Following the news of her death 2 weeks ago, my electorate office was inundated with calls and visits from constituents seeking a copy of her portrait. It seemed like everyone had a story, a small personal connection to the Queen, a reason why she meant so much to them. Nigel recounted how he had boarded at the Corio campus of Geelong Grammar with the now King in 1966. My staff spoke to a woman who collected a portrait for her 93-year-old mother, Kitty, who'd said she'd felt like she'd lost a lifelong friend. Being of a similar age, Kitty had always felt a kinship with Queen Elizabeth, and this was strengthened during Her Majesty's visit to Tasmania in 2000, when Kitty had the opportunity to speak with the Queen and present her with a bouquet of flowers from her own garden, which the Queen declared to be beautiful. Queen Elizabeth represented many things to many people, but above all, hers was a life of service, responsibility and duty. From the moment she awoke each morning, apparently to bagpipes, to resting her head at night, hers was a daily regimen of duty, of service, of being in the public eye and having every utterance and gesture weighed and measured for its significance. Tabloids and magazines often report on the wealth and privilege that come with being royalty, but it is the duty, the never-ending responsibility that could have crushed lesser people that is the true story of Elizabeth. In 1954, the newly crowned Queen Elizabeth visited Australia. It was the first visit by a reigning monarch. 75% of the Australian population turned out to get even a fleeting glimpse of the Queen and Prince Philip. This visit included several stops in Tasmania, including a royal progress that took in Deloraine, Westbury, Longford and Cressy, with an overnight stay at the Conneville wool property, all of which are in my electorate. A quote here from the Advocate newspaper: "Lovely Midlands sheep station home Conneville will be a royal residence for a night," it proclaimed, going on to explain, the O'Connor family would remain at the property, as requested by the young Queen herself, going against the usual custom of vacating during a royal visit. During her visit to Connoville, Queen Elizabeth planted a golden elm that still stands on the property today and has pride of place. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, I would like to quote just one of the heartfelt messages from the condolence books in my electorate office, by Wendy from Cressy, which I think sums up Queen Elizabeth's life with a hint of humour. And I think it's known the Queen herself had a wicked sense of humour. Wendy writes, "You were Queen of Hearts, ace at your job, jack of all trades, and you even used a spade." And Wendy was very insistent that her message finish with a kiss at the end. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the people of Lyons, I extend my deepest sympathies to the royal family who mourn the loss not of a monarch, of a giant of her age, but of a beloved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother, a quiet, modest and contemplative woman whose duty is now done. May she rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the representative of the community of Goldstein, I rise to pay my respect to Her Majesty, the late Queen Elizabeth II. Like many Australians, I saw the Queen as a constant, a steadfast female leader, a woman of great dignity and poise, who spent a lifetime in the service of the Commonwealth through a period of enormous geopolitical, social and technological change. Over time, Australians' views of the monarchy have understandably evolved, but in many ways I think many of us see the genesis of our connection with the Queen through our grandparents, and I acknowledge those of you in our community who have lived your lives through decades of immense change with the Queen as a rudder. Many of you have contacted my office for portraits and to send condolences. My late Nan had served in the Australian Women's Army Service in Darwin in World War II. For her, the young Queen taking the throne was a symbol of hope and renewal. She also, I think, as a woman of that era, was proud to look up to a female sovereign, as was I. I acknowledge that some in our community will relate to this and that others will not. To the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nation, on whose unceded lands Goldstein sits, I acknowledge that this connection that I feel, due in part to my connection with my grandmother, you may not. Indeed, you may feel deep disconnection due to the history that has shadowed generations of your families, and I hear your voices in this People's House. When I was almost 5, the Queen came to Launceston in Tasmania, where I grew up. My Nan polished me up for the occasion, and with my mum's help, we picked some fresh lilacs from the tree on the nature strip on the street out in the front of our house. Mum wrapped the stems in foil from the kitchen drawer. "The Queen loves lilacs," Nan said. Together we found a place along the route that the Queen would take. Times were different then. There were no metal barricades nor heavy security that I can recall. The Queen eventually passed by, but I was too shy and she went on her way. When she paused a little further up the route, Nan gave me a nudge. "Go, go, go now," she whispered. So I ducked under the flimsy rail or rope, ran to the Queen and, with an awkward curtsy, handed her the flowers. "Oh, lilacs. They're my favourites," she smiled. "Yeah, my Nan told me," I replied. "Are they from your garden?" she asked. "Nah, I picked them off the nature strip." How she laughed. It was a special moment for a little girl and her Nan. But it's not 1977 anymore. To pay my respect to the Queen doesn't erase the possibility that this moment in history provides for reasoned conversations about our future. If we genuinely seek a mature and productive transition to a First Nations voice to this parliament, we must listen to that voice and those voices as we track a way forward, not as a relatively young nation of the Commonwealth, but as a land with the oldest living history in the world. And we must ensure that we are not sidetracked in the measured steps we take as a nation towards constitutional recognition of the voice, that it not be allowed to be compromised by conflation with other constitutional concerns. It is overdue, it's a priority, and it demands a clear run to success. If we're to be truly one and free, this is part of that long and patient journey. Just as the young Queen's coronation was a turning point for hope, this is another. As the federal member for Goldstein, I send my deep respect and my sympathies to Her Majesty's family and my sincere good wishes to King Charles III. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I give the call to the Minister for Defence Industry, International Development and the Pacific.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the people of Shortland, I recognise and pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II at this momentous time of her passing. Hers was a life of dedicated service to a nation and the broader Commonwealth of Nations. I know the people of Shortland have been deeply impacted by her passing, and on their behalf I extend our condolences to the royal family and the people of the United Kingdom. Today I particularly want to focus on the Queen's visits to the Hunter region and her special relationship with the Pacific through the Commonwealth of Nations. As Minister for the Pacific, I know how strong the bonds of affection and kinship are between our Pacific Island family, who are also part of the Commonwealth. Deputy Speaker, the Queen visited the Hunter region 4 times over the course of her reign, as I know you know intimately. Her inaugural tour of 1954 and again in 1970, 77 and 1988. Whilst in this region, she opened significant local landmarks, the International Sports Centre, now Hunter Stadium, home of the Newcastle Knights and Jets, the Queen's Wharf in Newcastle CBD in 1988. Queen's Wharf and nearby Honeysuckle are central to the relaxation and enjoyment of the Newcastle CBD and its beautiful working harbour. The Hunter region also has a proud industrial and manufacturing heritage, and Her Majesty saw this firsthand in her visit to the State Dockyard in 1970. Damon Cronshaw recently noted in the Newcastle Herald the somewhat casual attire of some of the dockyard workers who greeted the Queen. The sandals, slippers and thongs may have come to her as a shock, but Her Majesty certainly witnessed firsthand the working people of Newcastle and the Hunter. The Queen's visits to the region were centred on Newcastle City, naturally, but people from all over the Hunter region, including my electorate, flocked to see her on those visits, and she was much loved and respected by many. This is evident in the many people who have attended my electorate office over the past weeks to sign the condolence book for her and request a portrait of the Queen. Deputy Speaker, I'm also proud to serve as Minister for the Pacific in the Albanese government. The passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II holds particular significance for the Commonwealth nations of our Pacific family. For some, including here in Australia, the Queen was our head of state. In Papua New Guinea, she was affectionately known as Mama Queen or Mrs Queen. For most of us, she was the only Queen we knew, a seemingly everlasting constant in a world of change and tumult. So although she was 96, her death has still somehow come as a terrible shock. Prime Minister Albanese has spoken at length about the Queen's first visit to Australia in 1954, where many people have mentioned that an estimated 70% of all Australians at that time came out to see her. What's less known is that this visit was the last leg of a tour which began in Fiji in 1953 and went on to Tonga and New Zealand. The newly crowned Queen had wanted to learn firsthand the triumphs and difficulties and hopes and fears of the people of the Commonwealth. And she said, and I quote, "I want to show that the Crown is not merely an abstract symbol of our unity, but a personal and living bond between you and me." And, Deputy Speaker, she exemplified that bond like no one else could. In the time, the Queen visited every Pacific Commonwealth country: Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands and Vanuatu first in 1974, Samoa in 1977, then Tuvalu, Kiribati and Nauru in 1982, and that's on top of previously mentioning Fiji, New Zealand and Tonga in 1953. Deputy Speaker, last week I had the honour of travelling to London with a number of Pacific heads of state and their delegations to pay our respects to her family, to honour her memory and to give thanks for her lifetime of dedicated service and devotion to duty. It was the Queen's wish that Pacific members of the Commonwealth would be able to attend her state funeral along with other Commonwealth nations, and the Australian government was pleased to offer our support to fulfil this wish. Because although our nations each grieve in our own way, in our own tradition, we share the loss as a family. And in 1953, at the start of that tour that would take her to Australia for the first time, the Queen made a pledge to the Commonwealth. She said, and I quote, "To that new conception of an equal partnership of nations and races, I shall give myself, heart and soul every day of my life." She certainly fulfilled that promise. May she rest in peace.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A lot has already been said today and over the past 2 weeks about Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. We've heard words like kind, generous, personable, a humble leader, an inspiration, a mainstay of most of our lives. The list of words could go on, but it would never be enough to truly encapsulate the incredible woman who we honour in this place today. Who she was, what she did, and the way she did those things had a way of transcending the everyday. She led the Commonwealth through the worst of wars. She saw world leaders come and go. She was above politics, but far from ignorant of it. She was the prime example of everything a sovereign should be. But despite her high position, she had a way of touching the lives of so many. Among the outpouring of grief and the sense of loss that has spread throughout all the communities of Australia has been the moving reaction of people, the people of Townsville. Like many members in this place, I set up a condolence book in my electorate office for local residents. The response has been incredible. For the past 2 weeks, barely 5 minutes has passed without someone coming in to write a message. It only serves to show what an incredible impact the Queen had on the people of Townsville. Even though we're almost 15,000 kilometres away, local resident Paul wrote, "Thank you for being there my entire life. You provided us stability and security. I'll always remember proudly singing God Save the Queen every morning at the start of school." Jean wrote, "You did it all, with great faith, grace, kindness and a wonderful smile. Thank you, ma'am." Reese wrote, "A guiding figure through some of our darkest days, someone who cared and respected all, will be sorely missed." And a young man named Charlie wrote, "I had the honour of visiting your palace. It was lovely. My nana actually lost me in it and your guards looked after her." Some of those who left messages had personal memories of the Queen's 2 visits to Townsville in 1954 and in 1970. The Townsville Bulletin on Saturday, March 13, 1954, had coverage of the visit of the day before it splashed across every page of the edition. Her Majesty and His Royal Highness landed at RAF Garbutt and travelled in the black open-top car to meet hundreds at the Sports Reserve. The report read, "A hushed air came over the crowd and the anxious men, women and children longed for their first glimpse of Queen Elizabeth on North Queensland soil." Then the pent-up emotions of the large crowd, which had waited so long, burst, and cheers, shrieks, happy greetings filled the air. The Queen was bright-eyed and smiling as she returned to wave at the children, who were waving flags and shrieking happily. In her message to the crowds, she said, "Your beautiful city, with the vast and fruitful region of which it is the economic capital, stands on the threshold of an era of rapid progress, and we shall see before long how this will bring a growing measure of prosperity to your people." How right she was. In April 1970, the Queen, Prince Philip and Princess Anne returned again, visiting the Sports Reserve, then James Cook University and stopping in at Laverack Barracks. At JCU, she gave the royal assent to the James Cook University of Queensland Bill and said, "Queensland, and indeed Australia, will benefit greatly from this university in the years to come." Since those 2 royal visits, the people of Townsville have had a deep love and appreciation of the Queen and her love for the North. You only have to look at the hundreds of her portraits which were given out over the years, which of course are now out of stock. With the passing of Her Majesty comes a new sovereign, King Charles III. I had the privilege of meeting the then Prince of Wales back in 2014, along with his sons Prince William and Prince Harry. I wish the King every success and look forward to another royal visit to Townsville. In the meantime, on behalf of the people of Townsville, I express my condolences to the royal family and offer our gratitude to Her late Majesty. Thank you, ma'am, for everything. Long live the King.
Thank you. Member for Wills.
Deputy Speaker, my maternal grandfather, Kamal George Gergis, was an Egyptian auxiliary soldier in the British Army in Egypt and North Africa in World War II. Now, apart from stories of taking out Italian artillery units in the desert, 2 things came out of his experience that he impressed upon me as I was growing up. His passion for the Liverpool Football Club, which he must have learnt from some of the Tommies he served with, and his deep, abiding respect and admiration for the monarch, King George, and then later Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. Now, this wasn't shared by my dad or his side of the family, who came from a generation which was far more antagonistic to the British occupation of Egypt. But nonetheless, my maternal grandparents who migrated to Australia in 1971 had in their modest Housing Commission home in Preston, in the northern suburbs of Melbourne, a portrait of Her Majesty which hung in the lounge room and looked over us as little kids running around in the 70s, as teenagers in the 80s, and as younger adults visiting, perhaps less so our grandparents as young adults, in the 90s and the 2000s. My grandfather passed away in 2009, but my nana is still alive. She's 96 years of age, or young. She's the same age as the Queen, and she shed tears last week at Her Majesty's passing. My nana, just as Her Majesty, has been the constant in our lives. Constancy, which we've heard a lot about today, in service and holding fast to duty, constant commitment to faith and family, and mindful of these remarkable qualities and the example they present to us, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the people that I represent, the people of Wills in my electorate, I also pay respects and condolences at the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. We often in this place reflect on service. All of us here, regardless of what side of politics we're on, are sent here by our constituents to serve. And that duty to serve, I think, is also a great privilege within our democracy. And despite the day-to-day rough and tumble of politics, I know we all come to this place with that firmly in mind. Because it's not just what our community expects, but I think also what they demonstrate themselves in their day-to-day lives. When I'm not here in Canberra, I'm in my community in the northern suburbs of Melbourne. I'm sure all of my colleagues are the same, back in their electorates, spending time with local organisations, charities, sporting clubs, scout groups, schools, mosques, temples, churches and so many other groups. And all of them are bound by that common theme of service, the theme that the Deputy Prime Minister talked about earlier today, that binds us as a democracy and that Her Majesty placed such store in as the critical ingredient to the success of a democratic society. The service to others that she so amazingly embodied for 7 decades. Service to each other, service to worthy causes, to the community. And to represent my community in this place is to represent that very spirit that drives them, the spirit of service. We might say that this is the Australian spirit, one of the looking out for others, the fair go and gratitude in some way for all the great privileges and fortunes we have here in Australia. And it's been eloquently said by many speakers that the life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, who dedicated all of her own life to the service of others. The little girl who was never meant to rule, we have seen her referred to as in recent weeks, and events, of course, would prove otherwise, as she would go on to take the throne at just 25 years of age. Yet even well before all of this, her commitment to the service of others was clear. And I think that's probably why the Queen's passing and the loss has been so profoundly felt, because as Australians we can understand, I think, and really appreciate the selflessness of service and duty. No matter our background, we can all serve our community in some way. One of the great privileges I have as the member for Wills is celebrating annual honours named as part of the Queen's birthday celebrations, and these past ones will be the last of her reign, to people who served their communities, who gave something of themselves for others. That is the very best of our community, and I wanted to recognise that here today as well in paying respects to Queen Elizabeth, because in her passing she would expect everyone to remain focused on that commitment to service. May she rest in peace.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the people of Nichols, I pay tribute to the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II. Her character, her courage and her selfless devotion to duty were hallmarks of her 70-year reign. Soon after becoming the sovereign in 1954, a young Queen Elizabeth ventured to our shores and embarked on the most extensive tour of regional Australia of any royal before or since. On March 4, 1954, the Queen departed Melbourne on the Royal train, stopping at Seymour, before sleeping in the carriage of that train at Gurumbat. Now, Gurumbat is a small town 60 kilometres to the east of Shepparton, nestled amongst the beautiful cropping country of the Dookie and Devonish Plains. In 1954, its population was around 300 people. The Queen and Prince Philip came onto the viewing platform to wave to the people who had gathered to see them. A plaque on the front of the town hall commemorates the night when Gurumbat became, for a few short hours, the centre of the British Commonwealth. The following day, the Queen visited Shepparton, Tatura, Echuca and Rochester in what is now part of the electorate of Nichols. It was a grand occasion and people flocked from far away to catch a glimpse of the sovereign. Now, in those less enlightened times, protecting the Queen's sensitivities was on the minds of local organisers who erected Hessian screens so that the Indigenous camps on the flats between Shepparton and Mooroopna could not be seen. Many years later, Indigenous leaders, some of who had been children running around on those flats in 1954, were able to meet with Her Majesty, which in itself is a measure of the change that has been achieved in our nation. She expressed regret that there was an attempt to shield her from things that were happening and affirmed her commitment to reconciliation. Many years later, Queen Elizabeth would close the circle of another painful chapter for a Yorta Yorta family. In 1934, Yorta Yorta campaigner William Cooper wrote a petition asking George V for a representative for Indigenous people in federal parliament to help address injustices. The petition was delivered to Prime Minister Joseph Lyons, but it was never passed on to Buckingham Palace. Uncle Boydie Turner, Mr Cooper's grandson, kept the dream of delivering the petition alive and found an ally in the Governor-General, Peter Cosgrove. In 2014, at the age of 85, Uncle Boydie was informed that Queen Elizabeth had accepted a replica of the original document in a ceremony in Aberdeenshire, Scotland. I cite these examples from my own electorate to highlight the steps forward that can be made when people of goodwill commit to serving one another with compassion and decency, and Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth certainly embodied those qualities. In nearly every aspect of life over the past 70 years there's been incredible change, and Queen Elizabeth was remarkable in that she could accommodate change, often lead it, but remain a constant, steady and respectful moral compass to guide us. During that 1954 trip, Her Majesty spoke to thousands of people from around the Goulburn Valley at Shepparton's Deakin Reserve and alluded to her family's appreciation for the high-quality fruit products from this region that were being sent around the world. She said, "My beloved late father and mother had been looking forward with great interest to visiting the Goulburn Valley, the products of which are so well known in England. To those of you present and to all of those who have not been able to come today, I send you my warmest good wishes." It is well known that Queen Elizabeth's knowledge and interest in the nations of the Commonwealth was remarkable. Equally, her warmth, humility and mischievous sense of humour endeared her to all. The wonderful British humour she embodied was there for all to see as she parachuted with Agent 007 into the opening ceremony of the London 2012 Games. She continues to inspire more recent generations. When the sad news of Queen Elizabeth's passing reached my household, my daughter Sophie made an observation on seeing a photo of her last public appearance at the conclusion of the swearing-in of the new UK Prime Minister Liz Truss just 2 days earlier. "She looked so at peace, Dad. I could see it in her smile," Sophie said. She had done her final duty for the people and she was ready to go. Much has been said about that sense of duty, that unbroken commitment to serve made as a 25-year-old and sustained to the last. It is more than admirable or remarkable. It's the truest exemplar of the quote from Albert Einstein, that only a life lived in service of others is a life worthwhile. May she rest in eternal peace.
I call the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to make a brief contribution to what is an important debate in this House of Representatives. It is important that we acknowledge the passing of Her Majesty and the accession of King Charles III. There is much to reflect on, and I don't propose to go over ground that has been well covered, in particular by the remarks of the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition this morning. But across a reign that spanned 70 years, it is important that we look to what has happened to our country and its society in that time. As has been noted, 16 Prime Ministers and 16 visits, the symmetry of that. Our society has changed almost immeasurably, but Queen Elizabeth II's presence was constant, an enduring constant, as the member for Wills just said. And I think this constancy is something that will not fade despite her passing. For me, in thinking about how to reflect appropriately on Her Majesty's passing, I've been thinking, as so many others have reflected upon, about service and on the fact that each of us in this place have chosen public service. She, of course, did not. It was chosen for her. At a young age, she had extraordinary responsibilities thrust upon her, responsibilities that she could not at any time step away from. The scale of this seems almost unimaginable. What is, to me, equally unimaginable is that she was such an exemplar of a life in the service of others. And that is the reflection that I want to share with this House as a person who's chosen public service for the moment, to reflect on the manner in which she discharged her obligation to others and always put the community that she served first. I rise here, Deputy Speaker, to speak on behalf of the people of the Scullin electorate, many of whom have been deeply affected by Her Majesty's passing. For me, unlike others, I have no personal story worthy of the telling. I never met Her Majesty, although as a primary school student I sought to wave to her. I'm not sure whether she saw my hand or, I believe, my flag either. But I've been struck in the past fortnight by how much her passing has affected so many people, again in ways I think many had not foreseen. I've seen the messages in the condolences book in my electorate office, and it's really touching to read those messages. The requests for Her Majesty's portraits have, I think, caused us all some logistical challenges in our electorate offices, and if anyone can assist me, that would be much appreciated. Again, her passing has affected so many in so many ways. In recognising this, I'm mindful of those most affected, the royal family, and in wishing that she rest in peace, my thoughts are with all of them. Vale.
I thank the Minister. I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak in this very important condolence motion, and of course a motion which also congratulates His Majesty King Charles III on ascending to the throne. And I do want to say that I've been struck by the quality of the contributions made by members of Parliament from all sides of the Parliament, and the many thoughtful observations and insights, and particularly it's been fascinating to hear the anecdotes of the connection that Her Majesty formed with the people of electorates all across our vast nation. So I think this is Parliament doing the work that the Australian people would expect of it, to acknowledge what is a sad but very significant event in the life of our nation. And of course, as has been widely observed over the last 14 days, her time on the throne, which extends for more than half of the life of this nation post-Federation, means that she has been an extraordinarily significant figure in the growth and development of our nation, and it has been, as has been rightly reflected on, including most recently by the member for Scullin, our nation has changed enormously over that period, and so therefore we are reflecting, as we think about her life of service, the special relationship between Her Majesty and Australia and the way that our own nation has evolved and grown over that extraordinary period of 70 years. Her first visit, of course, as we've heard, was in 1954, but there was a view from Prime Minister Menzies that some features of that visit involved too much formality, and so there were some changes made. In her second tour in 1963, she visited Housing Commission apartments. She delivered a broadcast to Australians in remote communities over the Flying Doctor Network from Alice Springs. One of her other noteworthy acts for all Australians who love the arts was opening the Sydney Opera House in 1973, of course a building which has very rapidly become absolutely iconic and is a globally recognised symbol of our nation. So over the time of Her Majesty's reign, Australia's sense of self, sense of identity has grown and developed, and she had a significant part in many steps along the way, including, of course, the opening of this building in which we are all privileged to work, Parliament House, in 1988. In my electorate of Bradfield, there is great affection for Her Majesty, and that does not distinguish my electorate from every electorate around the country, as many members have reported to the House. And it's interesting to look back at some of the historical evidence of that affection for Her Majesty. There was spirited debate in the Sydney newspapers in advance of Her Majesty's first visit as to the itinerary of the royal tour, and there were complaints that Her Majesty would not be visiting what was described as, quotes, the most attractive part of Sydney, close quotes, that being the area from Chatswood North. And of course I agree that that is the most attractive part of Sydney. The depth of feeling on this issue was so great that two members of the New South Wales Parliament, the members for Gordon and Hornsby, organised a deputation of aldermen to visit the then Premier Carl to demand a change to the royal program. It appears that their efforts were in vain, but a Miss Judith McAvenny of Roseville told a reporter in the Sydney Morning Herald that she was delighted to have met Her Majesty and the Duke at the Concord Repatriation Hospital with these words, quotes, "Even if Her Majesty did not come to us, we certainly came to Her Majesty," close quotes. The recognition and acknowledgement of Her Majesty's personal qualities. John Howard said, quote, "She had a great sense of humour, was a lively conversationalist, and she had a wonderful sensitivity towards the different countries that call her Queen." Prime Minister Gillard recalled her engaging sense of humour. But I think what we can also see is her long-standing interest in Australia, evidenced amongst other things by the fact that she sent her youngest son to come to high school in Australia for a period of time. I want to acknowledge particularly the seriousness and diligence with which she discharged her role as a constitutional monarch, occupying a key place in the system of government of Britain, Australia, Canada, New Zealand and numerous other countries. And it's significant, I think, that her last official act as sovereign was to appoint a new Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. A life of service, a life committed to timeless values, and a life aligned to the growth in Australia's own sense of self and confidence.
I thank the Manager of Opposition Business, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II marks the end of an era of great social and political change, marked by World War, the Great Depression, the first landing on the moon, the increasing threat of terrorism and the rise of social media. Throughout these times, the Queen has remained a reassuring constant, the embodiment of decency and calm during times of turbulence and uncertainty. The great majority of us have not known a time without Queen Elizabeth as our monarch. Many of us, including myself, grew up singing God Save the Queen at school assembly and seeing her image on our coins, notes and stamps. The Queen's historic reign and lifelong devotion to duty, family and service is unlikely ever to be equalled. On behalf of the people of my electorate of Corangamite, I offer my deepest condolences to the royal family, who are grieving for a beloved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. Yet this grief must be so publicly played out, with the world watching on. In their own less public ways, many people across my electorate and our nation are also grieving. Many are expressing their feelings of grief in condolence books, like the one in my electorate office in Corangamite. Their grief and sadness is real and heartfelt. They are remembering how the Queen celebrated with us in good times and stood by us in times of challenge. They are recounting the sympathy and personal kindness Her Majesty extended to Australians during times of tragedy and disaster. She was a monarch who displayed humanity and performed her duty with integrity and humour. While memories will endure, adjusting to a new reality without the Queen will be difficult for many. The Geelong region, which includes my electorate of Corangamite, has fond memories. The Queen visited the Geelong region twice, first in 1954 and then again in 1988. The Geelong Advertiser newspaper reported on the first visit, saying there was rousing applause and flag waving as the Queen's train carriage arrived at the South Geelong rail station. It went on to say petite and youthful, with that fleeting but delightful smile. She came, she saw, and she conquered the hearts of everyone. While in Geelong for her second visit for the Australian bicentenary, she opened the National Wool Centre, which is, still today, the home to a museum telling the Australian story of wool, fibre and textiles. The Queen's famous sense of humour was on show. Crowds cheered as the Queen beamed smiles in all directions, when Spud, the sheepdog, temporarily lost his way in the crowd while displaying his sheep-herding talents for the royal couple. A resulting photo of the Queen, head back in laughter, was published in news reports around the world. The natural, good-natured spontaneity and humour that endeared the Queen to Australians was apparent. It was clear why Her Majesty held a special place in her heart for Australia, just as Australians continue to hold a special place in their hearts for her. Deputy Speaker, people from all sides of the political divide have come together to mourn and pay tribute. It's a testament to the Queen's integrity that people from across the political spectrum are recognising her selflessness, calm and stoicism, regardless of their views on the monarchy. And while the passing of the Queen has prompted many to consider our nation's future, there will be time to do so. But today we honour an extraordinary life, a life well lived, a life of service and public duty, one that transcended politics. In the Queen's reign, 16 different Prime Ministers led Australia. So much change, so much challenge, but all dealt with in good faith and good grace. Her diplomacy and embracing of diversity are significant reasons why people in Australia and around the world are mourning her passing. It's appropriate that we as Australians take time to reflect on the profound loss of this great woman and Queen. This time of mourning will pass. However, the deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held Queen Elizabeth II will live on. May she rest